Hey, what's up, guys? I forgot to turn my lights on. It's probably gonna like blast out my brightness here again. Yeah, for a second here. Did not remember to do that. How's everyone doing tonight? Hope we've had a great week thus far and looking forward to the weekend here. Let's throw in some music. I have not added any new songs lately, so it's gonna be the same old same for today. Which, as I said, always starts off with the same ones, but maybe I'll just kind of shuffle down the playlist a little bit. Let me open this up. Probably like there. Turn that on. All right, cool. Yeah, how's everyone doing tonight? Stewie, good to see you. Thanks for hopping in. Cope, thanks for being here. King Matthew, doing okay tonight. Hope you're doing well. My allergies have been kind of acting up. It's kind of that time period though with like the weather changing, I will say. Made some lemonade. I was gonna say, I forgot to do that before or after starting stream. I was gonna say, grab a drink because that may be one of our tier topics for tonight. Are you going to be doing reviews for Welcome to Derry? I think I will. I know I've kind of gone back and forth a little bit on doing those, but since I haven't done videos for the recent horror movies and instead I've done posts, I think we'll wind up doing, I think we'll do videos for Welcome to Derry. I also was debating whether I should do shorts or videos, but I think I'll stick with videos even if they're shorter videos, if that makes sense. So yeah, I'm planning to do Welcome to Derry. I know Rusty posted, I think it was like 79%, which at first I was like, ruh-roh, that's not good, but in reality, 79% is actually pretty decent for a horror show. You got spooky EDM music on? Nice. That sounds fun. 3 seasons? I mean, that's bold to commit to already. I'm sure it's one of those things where they'll see how season 1 does, and then maybe they have a plan for 3, but they could always cancel, like with any show these days. You went to see Scream 1 in theaters? Nice. I did see that, King Matthew, with the Jim Carrey news. I debate how true that is. I mean, how old is Jim Carrey right now? Like, is he in his 60s? Not to say that that stops you from being Freddy Krueger, but I feel like they would be better off picking somebody on the younger side of things because that way they could make more movies in the future. Whereas if you pick somebody who's already kind of on the back end of their career, I thought Jim Carrey was also done with movies. Like, he was done, then he came back for Sonic 2, I think it was, and he's like, all right, I'm done. And I don't know, was he in the third one? Did he come back for that also? But I feel like he's probably not, I don't know, maybe he would do that. It's kind of an iconic role. Willem Dafoe. He's another one. I think we need to pick somebody younger. What was it? Was it Jackie Earle Haley that did it last time? Like somebody on the younger side, I think would be smart. If you're trying to make this a like revived franchise and not just a one-off reboot like we had. What's up, Bendy? What's up, Rusty? Thanks for hopping in. Watch Conjuring 2 today. I think I saw you guys were watching that on Discord, right? He's 62, 63. Yeah, so I mean, you could do that. I mean, obviously Tobin Bell's like mid 80s at this point, or like low 80s. So it's not impossible, but he came back for Sonic 3. Yeah, so I don't know if he would want to, and then B, on top of that, I guess you could get another like 10, 15 years out of it, but probably not the choice I would go with. He does kind of do that over-the-top silly role that Freddy can do, though, I guess. Like, I'm thinking of the Riddler. Once again, that was like 20, 30 years ago at this point, though. Yeah, you did watch in Discord. Nice. Nice. Yeah, how's everyone's week going so far? What's been going on? Any good movies, shows, music? I know I posted about Dayseeker had a new song yesterday, and Bad Omens had a new song yesterday. I'm not in love with their last couple of releases. I think Impose was a decent one, but I feel like I like some of their like grittier stuff, but it's still decent. It's just not as memorable, I guess. Like, probably forgot to mention it when I did my top 10 albums, but I would have considered doing The Death of Peace of Mind from Bad Omens on that list, because that album has a lot of bangers. Yeah, I mean, Jim Carrey's kind of at the point. He can, if somebody has something amazing they bring to him, he can take it if he wants, or if he doesn't want to, he doesn't have to. So, kind of the nice part of being at that level. Did you rewatch Paranormal Activity today? I think I remember you saying the other day in stream you would rate that like a 7. Did your opinion change at all? But yeah, I guess if people aren't aware, I have been doing posts for horror movies. I did videos for the first couple with Event Horizon and The Cabin in the Woods. And the remaining 11 are going to be posts. And then we'll do a stream at the end of the month. I haven't decided. There's a lot of stuff going on that makes me unsure of the date. I'm probably leaning towards that weekend, though. So Halloween's on a Friday. So you would have Friday night, Saturday, or Sunday. That the plan would be to do a stream where I rank them probably from like lowest score to highest score, and like talk about them with you guys too. So, and if you guys want to have your own ranking of them too, you can do that. Stayed about the same. Yeah, I mean, I probably won't get super into it because that's for the future stream, but that's kind of one of those movies where the first time watching it's probably gonna hit differently, unless you wait like 20 years to watch it again, because you know what happens each night. So, but yeah, what else has been going on? I saw today, what was it? Chauncey Billups and like Terry Rozier from the NBA got arrested by the FBI for all kinds of stuff. So, kind of interesting, but yeah, I'm trying to think what else happened this week, really. Obviously, we streamed some Resident Evil early in the week. I debate. I may do some of the achievements offline. I think as far as stream goes, I would intend to do a stream where I attempt beating the game on the hardest difficulty, and then also the Rose DLC. Those are two I plan to do stream. The rest of it, I may do some stuff offline. We'll see. Then I'll have to get back and finish Halo at some point. We still have Reach to wrap up that whole thing. So, trying to think what else on the gaming side of stuff. I've talked about a few times that I've debated picking up Dead by Daylight again, because that's a game I like played an insane amount of back in the day. But I think part of me wants it to be better than it is. Like, I had fun way back when, because I had like a group of friends we would play like most days. And whereas today, if I bought it, I have a couple people that said that they are interested in playing it, but for the most part, if I streamed it, it'd probably just be solo. And I've heard the game's not the greatest like place right now. Granted, it's like a 10-year-old game, so Village of Shadows. Yeah, I debate doing that one on stream. We'll see though. Your life is not exciting. I'm sure you feel that way because it's your life, but fair. That does sound like a crazy story, King Matthew. It's been chill so far. Good to hear. All right, so I somewhat had a plan for today. Although, do I look like a guy with a plan? Obviously, I put a broad agenda on the thumbnail and stuff with doing tier lists. I feel like you guys have enjoyed doing those lately. And I kind of forgot I did pull a lot of them previously that we didn't do. So I figured I shouldn't just like move on from those. But yeah, Joker, right? I'm open to seeing if you guys want to alter from this, but I tentatively had a plan. I know like food has been a big topic, which I feel like I'm going to be confusing the hell out of YouTube. They're like, all right, so you do You do some anime stuff, you do some like horror movie reviews, you do some gaming, and then suddenly I come out of left field. I'm like, hey, by the way, also we do some food tier lists, and they're gonna be like, what the hell do I promote to you people? So, but it seems like you guys enjoyed those. So I plan on incorporating a little bit of that today. I pulled a lot of lists, so we actually have a good amount of options with that. But I had an idea, and I figured I'd give it. If you guys think that it totally sucks, then we can pivot. But I think we've typically been doing like 3 tier lists. That's like how far we've gotten through. I thought about starting off with one that's like a very short one. It's like at a high level ranking desserts. I think there's only like 10 options because it's kind of just, as I said, doing an all-encompassing group. And starting with that, then doing a soda one, and then having kind of the larger tier list be, I mentioned doing a main character one previously, pulling that one up. We have a lot more like food stuff, but I figured maybe sprinkle it throughout streams, not like doing all of them today per se. Yeah, exactly. YouTube is very confused. They do not know who my my community base is. Are you anime, food, or horror stream? Exactly. Yeah, all of the above, I guess. I don't know. I've mentioned this plenty of times. I don't feel like I treat YouTube probably as I should, where you almost view it like a business where it's like, I do X thing and that's what I do. I feel like I treat it more like a social media where it's like, I like a lot of things, so enjoy the ride. So probably not the smartest move, but we have some general things we stick to. Like we do a lot of horror stuff, obviously. All right. Did I get most of the trophies in the last stream? No, we stopped like a little bit after the Lady D fight. I did a few things. I think mostly I just did the off stream. I did like the mercenary stuff. I don't have to do any more mercenaries. I actually went kind of beyond because there's not an achievement for getting the lightsaber, but I figured I plan to do the speed run and the are only using close combat weapons in the same run. So I kind of figured maybe it'd be easier if I just get the lightsaber, because I think that counts. Like it's like knife, Chris's knife, whatever that is, and the lightsaber are kind of the 3 things, I believe. So I did unlock that. And we have a decent amount of stuff left. The stuff I guess one of these I think has to be moved to the Village of Shadows, or I guess afterwards, because I think one of the crafting recipes you don't get until you beat it on Village of Shadows, because it's like some weapon you get after doing that. So that one's gonna have to be moved probably down to like a very briefly playthrough afterwards. But I mean, we got a lot of the one-off things. But I still need to like open every door. There's some one-off ones, like set fire to one of the people, knock a flaming arrow, completing the map, doing the goats, like kind of the bigger playthrough stuff I still need to wrap up. Just chatting streamers, everything. That's true. That's true. There's also like, I feel like you can typically treat lives a little bit differently, because I watch somebody periodically who does like music reactions, and they go live and they just like drink coffee and hang out. Sometimes they'll play games, but so that's true. That is an option. That's kind of what this is, I guess, to be honest. I mean, I think I even use that as a hashtag here. All right, so what do you guys think? Is that a decent idea for the tier list for today? Desserts, soda, main characters, and then we'll see how far we get, because I feel like that's probably gonna take a couple hours. As I said, I do have other food ones, but those feel like decent. I support. All right, cool. You love desserts. I feel like that one's gonna be contentious because I like the layout of how they did it, to where there's 5 tiers, I think, and there's 10 options. And I think the rules on that one state put 2 in each of the categories. So we can't have like every dessert in S tier like I probably would do. So we're gonna be having to make some concessions here. I think that one too. Like if something's at the bottom, it's not really F tier. Like I'm gonna make this up. If like ice cream was at the bottom, it's like ice cream's not F tier. It just had to be ranked there, for example. All right, let me grab each of these. Where is the soda one? I think I wound up finding a decent one. So a lot of the problem with a lot of these tier lists is there's not like a consistent like good list of stuff, which I could make my own probably. But same with the chips. Like the chips one, a lot of the ones I saw were like, hey, tier list chips, but then like the entire list was like every variation of Doritos flavor or Lay's flavor. Same with soda. There was a bunch of them. They're like, hey, there's 50 flavors of Coke and that's like it. So I think I found a good one that's like kind of has the main selection from each subcategory. Like there's not like 50 Coke. There's like one Coke for the most part, for example. All right, let me see. Where was the main character one? Sounds good. All right, cool. I think cookies are on there. Yeah, I haven't looked at this main character one in a while. It's a pretty lengthy list. I think it'll be a good discussion too, though, because it covers games, movies, shows. So that'll be a good wrap-up one, I think. Not sure I would consider cookies a candy. Yeah, I don't think I would consider that either. I think they're like snack or dessert. All right, let's switch over to you and you. All right, cool. This one I'm not going to change. I will probably have to change the tiers in the other two, but as you can kind of tell from the layout here, it's pretty cut and dry, straightforward. We have 5 groups, so I'm going to keep this, as I said, because it says pick 2, which is kind of fun, where you're like restricted. But we can only put 2 of each of these in a category. So keeping that in mind, granted, we can shuffle it around if we see everything, but we see the whole list here, so it's pretty easy to locate. I guess I can make my camera a little bigger for this one. Probably not for all of them. I'll probably have to shrink it here. But so, just for awareness, on our list here, we have what appears to be brownies, cheesecake. Here's one where I was unsure, and I'll let you guys decide how we want to handle this one. The third picture is clearly chocolate cake, right? Do we want to treat this as solely chocolate cake, or is that going to represent just cake in general? Because, for example, I prefer white cake over chocolate cake. But the picture technically is chocolate cake, but there's not another cake picture. So it's up to you guys how we want to handle that one. If it's just chocolate cake or if it's like cake. So then we have chocolate chip cookies. We have strawberries with chocolate on them. We have Oreo ice cream. That's another one. Are we saying that's just ice cream? Or are we saying that's specifically like cookies and cream ice cream? Yeah, we're gonna have to make some choices here. And what do we have next? Oatmeal raisin cookies. I think that's what that is. Pie. Another one. Are we saying this is all pies, or are we saying this is pumpkin pie? Rice Krispies, and then the like frosted cookies from the store. Yeah, it's strawberries. This one. Yeah, it's up to you guys how you want to handle it. Are we being more broad, or are we literally dissecting the picture here? We could count as cake, just ice cream. That is true. That's the hard part. I started to think that, but then I think seeing this one kind of threw me off because I thought I saw this as like this was just cookies and this was like frosted. I'm like, those are kind of different. But then you threw oatmeal raisin in here and I'm like, those are closer to similar. All pumpkin pie is nasty. I don't know if that's a hot take. I like pumpkin pie, but there's people that don't like it. Oatmeal raisin cookies. Yeah, I mean, so can ice cream be though. Like, it can be way different flavors. Also, technically, there could be white chocolate strawberries. Do we want to? I guess we can treat this as, unless there's another picture that conflicts with it, we'll treat it as all-encompassing of the variations. That seems fair. Ooh, I'm also realizing there's Rice Krispies. There's a big difference between buying a Rice Krispie from the store, like the generic ones you see in like the packaging, and making it at home. They're way like gooier, more delicious when you make them versus I think the ones you buy are very like dry. Also, I don't know if people do this at all. We started doing this a while ago. You can like make Rice Krispies and you put like Butterfingers in them. Kind of great. I noticed popcorn's not on here too. There's definitely stuff. There's a lot more beyond this that there could be, but we have what we have. As I said, I know it's limited, but I thought this was fun because it would create a lot of drama because we are locked into 2 per each of these. So creates a little bit of tension. You don't like pumpkin pie or sweet potato? I think I started eating sweet potatoes a little bit more after pumpkin pie. I know one time for Thanksgiving, my family like accidentally got a sweet potato pie because they thought it was pumpkin pie. But I don't know if I've actually, I kind of can imagine what it tastes like. I don't think I've actually had it though, per se. I mean, I've had like baked sweet potatoes, so I'm imagining it's very similar. What about pecan pie? Yeah, so I would say put that in this category. Pecan pie, my favorite, for example, to your point. So I would say lump that into here. And when we go through each of them, I can kind of remind people too. And as I said, we can shuffle around. I'm surprised cookie dough is on the list. I mean, there's cookie dough ice cream. We also have like 3 different cookies already, so it's pretty well represented here. Cookies and cream popcorn, yeah. True, you can probably put anything there. Food, what's up, Resident Evil? Yeah, quite different from RE8 today. I was thinking of having that sweet potato pie, but yeah, I kind of feel like the same way. I feel like it's a little bit like in candy when we talked about Almond Joy, where it's like, that candy sucked. But I also thought that when I was like 7. So at this point, would I like it? Reese's cheesecake. That's kind of a deep cut of a variation of cheesecake on here. I guess we can make that count too, though. I don't like cheesecake. You can start cheering now. Nice. All right, let's jump in. So as mentioned, we can move these around. We'll just start off, put something somewhere. We got brownies here. And I'll just throw these in the middle just to make sure it's clear which one we're talking about. So I'll be honest, I've grown to like brownies a little bit more as the years have gone on. Another one that I feel like these are mostly made at home. I mean, you can buy brownies from places, I guess, but I feel like when I was a kid, I used to love like powdered sugar on the brownies, but I think I just put powdered sugar on like everything, like French toast and all that stuff. So also variations you can do with brownies. You could put nuts in them, I guess. Frosting clearly on top here in this picture, it looks like. So some variety you can do. They're pretty much chocolate flavor though. Like there's not, do people make white chocolate brownies? Maybe like white chocolate chips in them. I feel like if it was a white chocolate version of a brownie, it would just be cake at that point. You're not a big cheesecake person? Cheesecake Factory has all types. Yeah, that would make sense. Their dessert list is probably pretty expensive. Their list in general of like menu items, I remember being crazy. Brownies low for me. I would agree. I think brownies are decent, but given the like options here, I don't know. I may put brownies at the bottom. For me, it's either 4th or 5th, I think. What do you guys say? You love brownies? Brownies plus. Yeah, we're not saying the effect, because I mean, you could put that in anything. You could put that in cookies, whatever else on this list. So we're saying regular, normal brownies here. Unless warm and vanilla ice cream. See that? Yeah, it's combining a little bit too much. I didn't. We did allow variations, but when you add something else on the list, like if this is required to make this good, then I don't think that one counts. Second best pick for you. Wow. That sounds good, the Resident Evil. I don't think I've ever done that, but it's kind of like milk and cookies, right? Similar idea. Cosmic brownies that Little Debbie makes. See, that's the thing. I don't think I would like the prepackaged ones. Those feel like they would taste a little bit more artificial. I mean, because they are. Whereas like homemade brownies feel like that probably really hits a little bit more. They feel like fluffier, maybe. Kind of like cake. Anything butter oil based, yeah. Would I say brownies like the halfway between chocolate cake and chocolate fudge? Yeah, it's like a little bit denser, but not like just pure fudge, to your point. Brownie cereal, that is kind of what that is, yeah. I'm surprised that wasn't a cereal choice, which I did wind up finding a decent cereal tier list for the future. Cosmic brownies don't taste the same anymore. Yeah, I kind of feel like all those Little Debbie snacks, if I had them today, I would feel disgusting afterwards. Like the Twinkies, the oatmeal raisin cookies, the, what was it, Ho-Ho's, which was kind of like a brownie. I feel like a lot of times the shell on those like is kind of Ho-Ho's. What was the one that was just like a circle that had like the little like white like frosting on top or whatever? I feel like the outside coating to those feels very fake. Like they taste fake. Ding dongs. That was another one. Yeah. I think that's what I was thinking. I see what you were trying to say. All right. So what'd you guys say? As I said, I would probably put it down here. I think, what do we say? C minus, second best, low for you. So low, C minus, second best. Maybe for now that averages here, but we may slide you down. I think given the options, it's not going to be a great one. I guess technically too, since there's two per list, we can, or two per tier here, we can put one ahead of the other one, being like implying this is like the better of the two. All right, cheesecake. This feels like one that's gonna be a little bit contentious. It feels like kind of like candy corn, where it's you either love it or you hate it. I am a cheesecake fan. It was probably for a while the dessert I got the most, which made me kind of overindulge in it probably, so I probably have backed off a little bit. But I don't know, I like cheesecake. Tastes good. It's a very unique flavor though, so I could see it being pretty polarizing. Chocolate cheesecake? I've never had that. I feel like normally I think of cheesecake with like, you put some berries on top or whatever. I'm not a big fan of like the berry or like the flavored sauces, but like actual strawberries, blueberries, blackberries, raspberries, whatever else. Cheesecake is low for you. Yeah, I think I've had chocolate cheesecake. I don't think so, at least. I do think I've tried, to Rusty's point, the Reese's one, so maybe that kind of counts. You guys said B and low. I think for now that probably averages ahead of the brownie. But given the other stuff, we may wind up sliding it down. You don't need it very much. I think that's for the best, though. I think if you... Maybe that should factor into where we put this on the list, but I think if you only had cheesecake every day... I mean, maybe you get sick of all these, but there's definitely some of these that if you had it frequently, it would be fine. Like ice cream, chocolate chip cookies, cake. I think if you had that kind of stuff more frequently, you would get less sick of it. But cheesecake, I do feel like similar to candy corn, you eat too much of it, you're like, I'm done with this for a while. So I will admit that. Monkey bread, I am familiar with that. Yeah. I mean, there's also, I think that counts more as cake. I was thinking of like ghosts in a graveyard, my friend would call them, where it's like homemade, like Oreo cake almost. Yeah, I don't do as many desserts as I used to. I still dabble periodically, but I probably do more. Like we'll do froyo periodically, which isn't really on this list. I mean, ice cream kind of counts. Melon bread, I don't think I have. So you guys said B and low. Maybe keep it here for now. It feels like maybe the second spot there for now, but maybe it'll wind up sliding down. We'll see. All right, so we're on a cake. This is one that's going to be hard to like not have very high for me, because we're saying this includes white cake, like any kind of birthday cake that you can imagine. I don't think we're counting ice cream cake, because that technically we have ice cream on here, but any cake variety that doesn't have anything else on the bottom list here will count here. Cake may be a top for me. The frosting these days is probably a little bit too sweet for me, but nice piece of cake, hard to deny. Makes you think of Leo and Django. It's like a sweet bread with a cookie crust. That could be decent. Kind of sounds like a cookie cake almost, which I think that would fall under cookie, because it pretty much just is a massive cookie. What do you guys think about cake? Just straight up cake. We're not counting the other like events, because like a lot of times people have it on their birthday, so it's like you attach it to that. So we're not saying your birthday factors into this really. We're just saying that the cake portion. D? Dang. I also don't eat a lot of cake these days. Angel food cake, do a decent amount of. It's not like as bad for you, I feel like. A tier, lemon meringue. I don't like lemon flavored desserts. That may be a hot take, I don't know, but I don't really like a lot of artificial fruit flavored desserts in general though. But lemons, like I like lemon water, but like a lot of times lemon in other things is not for me. But you think D tier? Dang. A and D so far. You're all over the board. I expect nothing less though. Such a broad term. Yeah, I would agree. Like it's hard to like hate on cake because there's so much available here. Is B the middle? I guess, yeah, we only have 5, not 6 tiers. I would say maybe just call it whatever they call it here, mid, I guess is what they're calling it. Technically, we have like S, A, B, but then there should be C, D, F. So I don't know. We're calling it mid, I guess. Angel food cake with, yeah, whipped cream and strawberries. Although we have strawberries on here, so should that not? I don't know if that should count too. It's hard. C is middle. Yeah, I mean, if we want to say A, B, C, D, F, could be these, or S. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but then I stick with B. Then A, second from the top. Yeah, I could be talked into putting it here for now. I think we keep it near the top though, because there is so much you can do there. All right, chocolate chip cookies. So I'll be honest, I did not like chocolate chip cookies a whole lot when I was younger. I feel like I've grown more fond of them in general as I've gotten older. I mean, they're good, but as I said, I didn't like just straight up chocolate stuff as much when I was younger. There is, once again, big difference between homemade chocolate chip cookies and, like, I mean, Chips Ahoy and stuff like that is still good. There are some companies that make good stuff, like trying to think all those like cookie companies that like way overcharge for cookies these days. I think we can count like other ones like Famous Amos. Remember those? But we're saying this category isn't all cookies. It's chocolate chip. Maybe we can say you can throw other stuff in there. Like if you want to have M&Ms in your chocolate chip cookies, sure. But there has to at least be chocolate chips in them. The hard part, I've done this for like everything so far, especially with candy. A lot of these, my thoughts when I was younger versus today's are probably different. So where am I judging it based off of? I mean, it's hard to go wrong. Like, I don't think you're probably putting chocolate chip cookies at the bottom. But I don't know if you're putting it at the top either. Like, it kind of feels like it floats around the middle. Like, you can't really screw that up. Maybe there. I don't know. Top tier? Is that what you're saying for chocolate chip? B plus. Cookies B depending on who bakes them. Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's kind of like pizza. I don't think you can totally screw it up unless you just like burn it entirely. But there are definitely different levels to how good that can be depending on where you got it from. Cookies is B tier. Chick-fil-A cookies. I don't know if I've ever. Have we gotten those before? I don't know if we've ever gotten those before. There's also, I'm now realizing milkshake isn't on this list, which kind of blasphemous. We do have ice cream, I guess, but I don't know. We're limited by what we have here. Subway cookies. Yeah, that one's tough. I think there was a snack list I looked up before that I don't think I wound up doing, but I think Subway cookies was one of the things on there. Those probably tasted better back in the day than they do today. Chocolate chip is top tier for you. All right, so we have top tier B plus and B. Are you guys saying this is B for you or this is B for you? I assume you're putting this as B, but then the problem is this S or A? So top B plus and B. I mean, you guys like it seems. Buy chocolate cake. Yeah, that seems okay. Banana pudding. That feels like a little bit more of a deep cut, right? I guess regular pudding could have been on the list. Not a big pudding fan, though. I think this is an okay spot for now. I mean, you can do a lot with variety with cookies, I will say. Once again, we are saying this has to have chocolate chips in them, but I know there was a place that like years ago that had like so many varieties of what they would put in a cookie. Banana cream pudding. All right, chocolate strawberries. Once again, we'll count if you like white chocolate strawberries more. That could be included here. This is one that if I was younger, I probably would have been like, that's not packed with like 5 million grams of sugar. Sucks. But honestly, today, if I'm thinking of something I would actually eat, it's pretty high on the list for me. We'll keep it here for right now, but I feel like when I eat these, I don't feel like a total like just piece of shit afterwards because there's technically a fruit there. So you feel like, hey, I ate some dessert, but also I made a healthy choice. Kind of, not really, but I mean, I guess if you get like dark chocolate on the strawberry, not a bad choice there. But older me at this point feels like I don't want to feel like just a slug afterwards, and these are solid. Not on here though, but we make chocolate chip pretzels too. Same idea, you're just dipping it in chocolate that's melted. Chocolate strawberries B. C tier? Dang, you guys are hating, dang. I've barely had these. I would try them if you like both of these things. Obviously, if you hate strawberries, then you're going to be in trouble, but although at the same time, I feel like when I was a kid, I didn't like onions, but onion rings were amazing because you just like coated it to death with batter. So but you guys said B and C and barely have had. Dang. You guys keep saying letters. Are you saying we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Is B for you? Is B here? I mean, maybe we can put it. Yeah, I like onions a lot today. I mean, we put them in pretty much everything we cook, just as just like a flavor addition. Yeah, we'll definitely move stuff around for sure. Question is, I guess, from your guys' thoughts, do you like it more than cheesecake? Onion rings are your favorite type of onions? I don't know if I feel like that counts. I don't know if that counts as a type of onion, but I can appreciate the, I don't know. That's like kind of saying like chicken tenders are my favorite type of like the way chicken's cooked or something. More than cheesecake. They're also extremely easy to make. I don't know how much we should factor in like the baking components to this, but you literally buy strawberries, you buy chocolate chips, you put some chocolate chips in the microwave, they melt. Try not to burn them though. You have to be careful with like making sure they don't just stick to the bowl or whatever. You dip them, then you're good to go. Less than brownies, but I like brownies more than cheesecake. I feel like I'm doing an equation of like the SATs where it's like, all right, if Jimmy's next to Sally and Sally's before John, where is Jeff? Like them less than brownies, but you like brownies more than cheesecake. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna just assume we're in a good spot with that. I feel like my nose like itches a ton right now. Chocolate strawberries like more than cheesecake. Okay, we'll leave it here and we'll do some tweaking afterwards. Okay. Ice cream. I mean, similar to cake, probably more than cake. Like, come on, ice cream's the best. Who hates ice cream? I guess if you're lactose intolerant, but there's options available for that. It costs like an extra $2, but you can get around that. Like Bill saying, Alana's 111th birthday. I think ice cream is... I would be surprised if anybody's like ice cream bottom. Even more so than cake. I don't feel like people hate ice cream. I'm not going to include froyo here. It is a very similar cousin to ice cream, but I think that's probably a little bit different. similar. It's kind of like pie versus cake. I definitely don't do a lot of ice cream anymore. I will opt for froyo. I don't think it's probably that much healthier, but I don't know. There's a gas station kind of near us that does surprisingly. I don't know, I like the place in general, but froyo's decent. I feel like the froyo like restaurants upcharge a ton for what you're getting. You go to a froyo place, it's like, all right, that's $13 for your cup. It's like, dude, this is like 50 cents worth of ingredients here. But we're saying ice cream specifically. So you mentioned cookie dough earlier. You can have cookie dough ice cream. Obviously, cookies and cream here. I remember when I was younger, we went to a place that you could put like any candy you wanted in your ice cream. And back then, I was like a major fan of Skittles. So I put them in ice cream. Don't think I would really recommend it though. I don't think I even really liked it at the time. I feel like they got very cold and like frozen, so it was almost like trying to like chew through rocks. So not one I would recommend. I don't think we'll count this as much, but there's also like the ice cream like Snickers bars back in the day too. Probably mostly if it comes in like a bowl. Or, oof. What about ice cream on like a waffle cone? There's that too. I don't know if that should count too, because that's kind of an addition. Top tier, S. Best tier. It seems like it's hard to screw up ice cream. Dairy Queen's where you get your ice cream. Walmart doesn't say stocked. Yeah, I'm a little anti-Walmart, so I don't hate that choice. Dairy Queen's, I mean, they have the Blizzard where they still do the upside down thing where it's like, hey, it's so frozen, it's not gonna spill. I just imagine like 1 out of 100 times when they do that, it actually drops out. But prefer frozen custard. Yeah, that's a popular like Midwest thing. I know. They still do it. It's basically all you have. Yeah, I know. Depending on a lot of times, like small towns, especially, it's like the place you buy anything. So I get it. They still flip the cup over. That just feels like it is a staple there. I guess Blizzards probably would qualify here. I mean, it's not really a milkshake. It's kind of more ice cream. Yeah, I don't think we have to really labor over it. It feels like that's going to be a top list for us. All right, so I think this cookie's going to get a little bit shafted because we have chocolate chip on here. But we have what appears to be oatmeal raisin. I'm debating making this category like the all cookie varieties outside of chocolate chip. If you guys want to do that, like we can maybe say like Snickerdoodle will be in here. Peanut butter, sugar. I don't know, maybe we shouldn't do that. Maybe we should treat it like the picture, but I kind of assume most people hate this. I wasn't a big fan of them growing up. I mean, raisins were fine, but it felt like kind of an old man cookie. But what was that, like 15 years ago maybe? I would go to a place and get like a sandwich, and I would always get an oatmeal raisin cookie. I feel like these are probably a little bit better from cookie places than chocolate chips are. Like chocolate chip, I feel like homemade is the best way. Oatmeal raisin, I feel like buying one at a restaurant isn't as big of a miss. Did you hear about pennies won't be used anymore? You're talking about like the currency? I feel like we've been doing that for a while, right? Like we've tried to cancel pennies for the longest time. I know in some countries, like Barbados, they don't do pennies anymore. They still accept them because people have them, but they don't like produce them anymore. I've heard like the cost of making them is like higher than the value, so I kind of get it, but I assume it's gonna be similar though. Like we're not gonna make them, but I doubt we're just gonna be like pennies aren't worth anything. Bottom for you, A+. I'm an old lady. It feels like it's like kind of an older person thing. It's the almond joy of cookies. They're nice to not lose money. Yeah, well, I don't know what you're saying there. I guess you're saying like you keep your pennies because they're worth something. A lot of people throw their change like away or like throw it on the ground. I don't know, whenever I just see like even like a penny on the ground, I'm like, oh, victory for today. You don't like raisins? I mean, that does feel like that's a big factor in liking oatmeal raisin cookies. If you don't like raisins, at the same time though, they're kind of like onion rings in that you get some raisin flavor in them, but for the most part, you're just eating a cookie. So you're getting mostly like the batter in an onion ring. Periodically, you'll bite it and you'll get like the really stringy onions. That's kind of like getting like a big piece of raisin, I guess. But feel like you can not like raisins and still enjoy them, but you probably wouldn't put them high still. All across the board. Yeah, I mean, I kind of figured this and cheesecake would be a little bit variety of tastes. You don't like the texture of the raisin. That's fair. I could see that. Add chocolate chip. Chocolate chip oatmeal raisin. I don't know, you get at that point you're getting a little bit too much. You're getting like too many ingredients on the pizza. All right, what'd you say? A+. Did you say bottom? Bottom, mid, and A+. Literally, we've, yeah, to your point, we have we have everything covered. Huh. Well, I'm debating. Do I put you in front of the cheesecake or do I drop you? The problem is, honestly, from this list of things I'm likely to eat, it's probably these three. Like today, when I'm likely to eat, it's probably these three. Oatmeal cookies themselves are fine. True. Yeah, we can treat this as if you don't have the raisins, if you just like the oatmeal flavor. Kitchen sink cookies are good. It has a mix of things. Just like throwing things in, like everything but the kitchen sink kind of. It's like the everything but the bagel seasoning. Maybe we'll keep that there for now, and then we'll calibrate at the end. I feel like we're going to do the tier list, and at the end, I'm going to like throw in my bias, and I'm going to just slide everything up to the top. I'll try not to do that though. All right, so we have pie next, which picture of very orange pecan pie, or not? Yeah, pumpkin pie. I mean, very orange pumpkin pie. I think that's very vibrant. Very vibrant. And a very fake looking Cool Whip on top. We're treating this, should we? We've done it everywhere else. We'll do it here. This is pie. Not 3.14, but the dessert. Maybe that makes like cake, ice cream, and pie a little bit unfair because we're giving it such a wide field, but I think we'll just keep it that way. So pie, as I said, pecan is probably my favorite. Although once again, can't have it a whole lot because it's super sweet. Pumpkin pie, I've kind of dipped a little bit on lately, but it traditionally is my second favorite. I'm not a huge pie person outside of those two. I don't really like fruit pies, like apple pie. I'm not really a big fan of. Like I talked about, I don't love fruit baked goods a whole lot. What do you guys think about pie in general? Pumpkin pie is beloved. Top tier. Ooh, okay. Panera Bread does those kitchen sink cookies. Huh. I'll have to check that out next time. We go there. We go to Panera periodically, so. Pumpkin pie is garbage, but pumpkin pie is S tier. So that's a hard one. It sounds like you're saying some pies are ass, some are amazing, but you're saying S plus for like the idea of pie. Top tier for pumpkin pie alone. It's interesting. You guys really hate pumpkin pie, apparently, other than the Resident Evil, but pie in general you like. What's your guys' favorite if you don't like pumpkin? You said fruit pie? What's in fruit pie? Is that like a variety of fruits? I mean, I'm a big fan of pumpkin pie, Resident Evil. It's probably my second favorite. Apple pie, yeah, that's not for me. It's not my thing. But I understand it's like the definition of America, right? Chocolate pie. Strawberry rhubarb pie or cherry cobbler. Okay. Yeah, I probably wouldn't like that. I mean, strawberry is great, but I don't love the in pie desserts of fruit. All right, so you said you guys put it pretty high since we're doing just pie, because you said S plus, top, second best. You have to do some moving around here. What do you guys think about this? If we do that, and then that for now. Probably have to do some adjusting though. Never tried strawberry pie, but I want to. I'm such an old lady. I mean, I am equally as aged at this point. All right, yeah, we'll keep this for now and we'll adjust if we need to. All right, Rice Krispies. I guess Rice Krispie treats. We'll say you can do variations of like throwing candy in if you guys want. If we were doing like buying from the store, it'd be here. But I'm saying homemade counts. Similar to chocolate chip cookies, that's gonna probably factor in. I'm assuming it's not gonna score too high though for everybody. If it's me, I'm probably putting it somewhere here and dropping down brownie. I'm probably putting it like there and dropping down brownie is my thought. Mini M&Ms are your jam. Yeah, that sounds good. I mean, you have to make it has to be homemade. Otherwise, it just tastes like stale. Not a big fan. Your family doesn't make them. I mean, that factors in how much like you have nostalgia tied to it or how much you just had it frequently or not. Second best. Oh, you guys love it. Okay. Real butter. Yeah, I think even without, you could probably do okay. But that probably makes it like ideal. If you never had them, I'd recommend it. I don't think you have to like the cereal because like honestly the cereal is pretty bland by itself, but you put some marshmallows in it, different level. Copic and Matthew on the same wavelength. That's helpful. At least you don't have to like make somebody pissed about where we put these. I would recommend trying Rice Krispie treats. Although as I said, it's easier to buy them, but I would, Bendy, for your first experience, make them. I mean, it's pretty much just like Rice Krispies and marshmallows like melted together. You guys said second best, A plus, and haven't had. So you guys really like them. Okay. Maybe there. We have to like move on down now. Something like that, perhaps. As I said, we can do some shuffling, but maybe there for now. I'm surprised you guys like that as an option. I feel like that was going to get definitely dogs at the end. Sugar cookies go by the brownies. You think they're bad? So I will say, at a certain age, I would go to the store and I would buy these all the time. We'll say these are like, in general, frosted cookies. Or I guess you can do sugar cookies even without the frosting if you want. Everyone knows what these are. These are like grocery store cookies that you always see in like those little like clear plastic containers near the baked goods. Kind of feel like they're overpriced at this point. Like when I would get them, they were like $2, maybe $3. But now it's like $6 for this. I'm like, okay, that's not the greatest. I liked them a lot when I was younger, but I think eating them today, I would get kind of sick. The cookie kind of just tastes like chalk, if I'm being real. The frosting really is what brings it home. But once again, it tastes super artificial. Because you can't really make these at home. They're like the store ones, clearly. Still yuck, F. Those are the we have cookies at home. That's a good way to describe them. They're like, you go to the store, you're like, let's just make our own instead. Bottom tier. Here's a bite of pure sugar, flavored sugar. Yeah. The actual cookie is like very dry and like, They taste fake. Yeah, that's for sure. I think when I was younger, like fake tasting stuff, I was kind of blind to, but today it's like, I don't know. Your taste buds definitely change as you get older, but also, if I ate more than one of these, I would probably just like feel disgusting. I'll be back in the video I'm recording. All right, sounds good, Rusty. I didn't know if I know you were a big proponent of the food stuff, so hopefully this time wasn't the worst for you. We'll do more in the future, obviously, but totally get if you guys are doing stuff. Why don't you look the frosting? Yeah, we don't have cupcakes on here. Although we have cake. I mean, let's be honest, cupcakes are just like mini cake. All right, so let's do a bit of a recap and let's see if we want to move anything around. If anyone feels very passionately, I will take that into account, but I think the best tier is pretty locked. I don't think we can really debate this. I know some people aren't big fans of cake, it seemed, but ice cream and cake, they're like, they are dessert. Favorite cake flavor? Honestly, what is it? Like buttercream cake, whatever the, like just white frosting cake is probably my answer. I didn't do the ice cream cake a whole lot growing up. I mean, that's literally a fusion of our two best. So that probably tastes good. It's probably get some good, like, different flavors in there. But I would probably just take standard, like, white cake. Speaking of cake, I have it scheduled, I think, for my 13 horror movies. Hereditary is one I just scheduled for the next couple days. Made me think of the early scene in that movie with the girl. Which is kind of weird. Have you guys really had like cake with nuts in them? I don't know. I feel like cookies, yes. Cake, not as much. All right, what you guys saying? Cookies over pumpkin pie. Oh, so you have this sucker rising way up here. Remember, this is just pie in general too. I know it is pumpkin pie, but that's not a bad idea though. I mean, you kind of eat these year round. Do people? How often do you guys eat pie? I feel like pie is like Thanksgiving, and it's like that's it. Like I don't really eat pie in like the spring, for example. I guess people do probably 4th of July, maybe. I don't know. Your favorite type is strawberry shortcake. That is probably these days I'll eat that most often because I mean, I guess I'm thinking more angel food cake. I'm thinking like angel food cake with strawberries. Maybe some kind of ice cream in there. Definitely like milk. German chocolate cake. Red velvet cake's pretty good. I'm not a big chocolate cake fan, but cinnamon streusel cake. Do I keep a notepad near me when I watch movies? Not really. I've kind of done both styles where sometimes I'll just watch something, then afterwards I'll throw together some thoughts. I've done it also where during something I'll take a little bit of notes. I think I've done more notes when I've done like a TV show review. Like Dexter, I definitely took notes during because those are a little bit longer videos. And the actual like scenes I wanted to make sure I covered. Whereas movies, I don't do it that as much because I'm looking like at a broader side of things. Also, technically, I guess some of the movies I've seen, I saw in theaters, so you can't really take notes there. So it depends. Shows, I do a little bit more. Although I don't think I really did for Alien either. I think Alien, I just watched it, then afterwards kind of skimmed through the scenes and was like, okay. So it depends. It changes. I will say if I do take notes while watching stuff, it winds up being longer videos. So that's why I've probably steered away from doing it as much. You've had sweetbreads with nuts. Yeah, like banana nut bread or something. Side note, cream cheese banana bread is delicious. I'm not a fan of cream cheese. So that's the thing with like cake or pie with like cream cheese frosting. I'm kind of out. Just give me straight up normal frosting. So like cream cheese frosting on red velvet cake, for example, is pretty common, but I'm not a fan of that. Fall time? Yeah, pie feels like it's very fall time. Cream cheese frosting and pumpkin bread. Okay. You don't like red velvet? Yeah, if you have a bad experience with one of these, maybe like, I'm not going to try that again. I'm going to stick to, I mean, I am of all people the person who likes routine. So if I try something that's awful, I will probably pause or delay on when I return to it. How would I rank the seasons of the original Dexter? I do have a video on the channel where I did that. Although I have talked about, it's been a few years since I've watched every season. So I planned on between now and when season 2 of Resurrection starts, going back and doing videos, reviewing each of the seasons, and then at the end, doing kind of a recap. I don't know when I'll do those exactly, sometime over the next year. I can give my high-level answer of trying to remember what I put for the video I did. You're saying OG, so just the original 8, I guess? No, you're good. I don't mind talking about it. It's been a while, honestly, so I can't promise the audio quality is great in that video because it was, I think, before I had a mic and stuff. I think I was still using my phone at the time too. But I can give a quick answer as far as what I can think of now without having rewatched them. This is probably a hot take, but I think my top was season 3. I think I went like 3, 4, 2, 1, 5, 7, 8, 6, probably. The only season I really don't like is 6, from what I can remember. I feel like I don't know, it wasn't that interesting to me. The rest of them I feel like are all pretty solid, though. I mean, you like cheesecake. Red velvet is just chocolate. Yeah, I feel like it's like a fancy name. You better start rewatching sooner or later. True, but then the problem is we have, like, to your point, Welcome to Derry. I may wind up covering Stranger Things. There's also movie stuff that I probably should do, too. I've had a blue velvet cake before. Kind of tangy. That doesn't sound good to me. I don't really like... That sounds like fruit flavored, right? 6 is Doomsday. Yeah, I don't like Colin Hanks. I don't feel like he's a good villain. The Geller thing I didn't feel like was that great. The whole religious tie-in was interesting, but I don't think it... Other than some like unique things where you have like the horse coming in with like the body parts. Brother Sam is probably the only thing I liked about season 6. And then I don't think spoilers are really a thing at this point, but he doesn't last very long in that season. So, I don't know. They try to do a lot with like Dexter and his kid and putting him in like private school. It just wasn't the strongest. We have our cliffhanger of Deb finding out in the church at the end. Feel like it's probably one of the, I don't know, most people probably don't love it a lot. Do you guys like 6 at all? Like, I would debate, I think I had New Blood lower than 6 because of how it ended, but those are probably my 2 least favorite seasons of Dexter. You're back in the stream. Oh, Chinese sounds good. Although I did eat some of that earlier, and I feel like it totally rocked my stomach. Okay, so best tier. This feels perfect. Season 6 sucks. Straight up coming in with the off the top rope on the Dexter. Yeah. As I said, I'll rewatch them over the next year and put out actual season reviews, but from memory right now, I mean, I think everybody, it's not really a hot take to say the first 4 are the top. I will say, though, people really don't like season 3 for some reason. And I don't really get why, other than maybe saying, oh, the tree trimmer is not like a great big bad, but you have Miguel, so I think that still works. I think at least for right now, what puts it over 4 for me is 4 is pretty dark. Like, it's kind of hard to enjoy some of those things with like John Lithgow. He's like in the bathtub with the person, or he's like telling the woman to jump off. So while it's cool and like he does a great job, it's more fun when Dexter's got like a friend. I feel like that's more like enjoyable to watch, but maybe that'll change. We'll see. I'm not afraid of changing my opinion on it. Lackluster compared to 3 of the first 4. Yeah. I mean, season 2 doesn't really have a big bad either, though. So people kind of rip on 3 for that. Who's the big bad in 2? Is it Lila? I think Lila's probably the answer, but you have Lila, Dokes, and then Dexter maybe. But Lila kind of sucks, in my opinion. I don't really care for her. You liked how it revealed was hallucinating. I feel like that twist was kind of obvious, though, no? Like when you see him in the freezer or whatever. I feel like that seemed pretty obvious to me that he had was just imagining it. Also, that wasn't like unique. It's been done before in other stuff. You have stuff like Fight Club or whatever else where it wasn't super unique. Season 4 is overrated. I feel like that's fighting words for some people. I think people will just kind of blindly say it's the best without really thinking about it. So in that aspect, maybe it's overrated. Lila and Dexter, the big bad. These are words. Yeah. I think when I did my list, I think I did it in a tier list. I don't think I did a ranking. I think I had 3 and 4 at the top, and then 2 and 1 just after that. And then probably 5 and 7. And then I think 8's better than people treat it. But it's still second to last. You've never seen Dexter, so I'm just going to hear. Oh, sorry. Sorry about doing kind of on a rabbit hole. But yeah, I would say check it out. I know people always caveat with like, well, just watch the first 4 seasons. Speaking of that, I debate watching. Are you guys Game of Thrones fans? Back in the day, I watched like the first 3 episodes, and then we kind of just stopped watching it for some reason. But I'm debating maybe going back to the franchise and reviewing that as like a first-time watch for me. I know it supposedly ends awfully. So similar to Dexter, people have to caveat with like, hey, it's a great show until the end. So, but I've never seen it, so I debate going back to it. 8 has Hannah. Yeah, I know that for you, that's a selling point. That's not a selling point for me. She's okay, but I think I've said this 1,000 times. I view season 8 of Dexter similar to Saw 7. Not only do you have Sean Patrick Flannery in both, but they're very hated. they're very like I don't know. They're what's the word I'm looking for? They're not really meant to be taken too seriously. So if like you just watch it and enjoy the ride, I think you'll have a better time than being super critical of it. The ending, yeah, it's not great. It's better than New Blood, I would say. But I liked Zach, but then they kind of did him dirty too. You never seen Dexter as well. You're a Game of Thrones fan. I don't remember. I've only seen seen one episode. HBO expired. Which is 7 again. So 7 is 3D, or the final chapter, whatever you want to call it. There's like a million names to it. It's the one with the guy who pretends he was a Saw victim, and he like writes a book and gets famous, and then gets captured and gets put through tests, at the end being the same test that he claimed to have completed. His wife gets kind of done dirty in that movie. You also have Chester Bennington. I mean, I think he's like a white supremacist or something, but he's in the movie at least. It's the one they have the very cheesy 3D like pink blood. That's kind of the crappier part about it. Also, the opening, that'd be kind of interesting maybe at some point. Ranking Saw openings. I think most of them have like an opening scene. I'm trying to think, maybe not all of them. I guess Saw 10 didn't, right? We kind of just started with John Kramer. Maybe we could count the like suction thing because it's kind of early. But my point was Saw 7's opening, not the greatest. Like the public display where they're like doing the back and forth with the girlfriend. Saw 2 is easily the best opening. I think that's a good one. The Venus flytrap. It's a fun one. That one would be tough for me. I mean, with all Saw traps, I think the time limit is kind of a big factor. I would probably hesitate too long and lose at that point. One was Horrible Death. She never deserved it. The wife of the guy in Saw 7, or the opening. Saw 7's opening is so cheesy. It's like the two guys like arguing back and forth, like she's my girlfriend, and then at one point they're like, no, screw her actually. So like decide to flip. The wife, yeah, she gets definitely. I mean, that happens a lot. Honestly, John Kramer's hypocrisy can probably be dissected on its own with how much, like, how many casualties just get thrown into games. There's the hard part where it's like he only tests people who deserve it, but then there's also like, that's debatable if that's true, but he also he like puts in little pawns into the tests. Then I'm like, do they deserve it? I mean, even the first Saw where Amanda cuts open her cellmate, I guess the guy had been arrested, so maybe he did something bad, but maybe he was like also a druggie. But I think that common example is in Saw 6, is it? With the janitor who is there because he smokes cigarettes. Like that's his vice. But yeah, there's a lot of times people are like part of traps, even though they're not the person who did something wrong. I think it would have worked a little bit better if you had her know about the scheming that her husband did. Maybe it's more tragic that she didn't, but I feel like it would like feel a little bit less distasteful if she was in on it at least. Saw 2 is the best. I believe when I did my rankings, I felt that way. Maybe at some point I'll go back through those again, but I think so too. Admittedly though, Saw 2 is not one that I really rewatched a whole lot. I think the first time watching it though, I would easily say it's my favorite. Because I had the nostalgia of the first one. You go back to the bathroom. There's like 3 different twists at the end. I'm pretty sure that when I watched it like back to back in the same night because I watched it with one of my friends. And then his brother came home. We're like, oh, let's show him. That's like the best thing in like movies these days, or like just in general. Especially Saw movies was a classic example where it's like, let me introduce you to this world and see your reaction. The hypocrisy is good. But yeah, it does make him not like a hero, which I know Saw X kind of did. They made you feel sympathetic towards him. Daniel Matthews, true. Yeah, he didn't get tortured. So like him being part of the trap is fine because he wound up okay. We'll see if he I don't know, he's always been a character they didn't ever come back to. The ending of 7 is kind of neat. I'm not a big fan of it because I mean, A, it's really cheesy when you have like Gordon throw the saw and it's like the 3D effect. And he's doing his like very much maniacal evil thing. Like Gordon for the longest time, everybody thought every time a new Saw came out, it's like Gordon's gonna be the secret apprentice. And I'm pretty sure in the background, Carrie Elwes was like fighting with the studios as far as like fair compensation or something. So I kind of knew he wasn't coming back for the most part. They wound up resolving stuff, and obviously he did in 7. I didn't really care for his character in 7 though, because I mean, I liked his involvement overall, but I feel like the acting was a bit over the top. Like, you see the opening, first of all, where you see him crawling away. So now, from the very beginning, you know he's alive still. And then the next time you see him, I think, is when he's at that, like, meeting of, like, Saw victims. And he's, like, doing, like, the evil slow clap where he's like, so nice to be part of your promotional DVD. And it's, like, very over the top with how he's acting. And it was obvious to me that he was involved. Is kind of my point. It was something fans wanted for the longest time, so they like gave us what we wanted. But at the same time, the fun part of Saw is the twists. I mean, there's other parts that are great too, but people go a lot of times for the twists. And when you show us the twists in the first couple minutes, I don't know. Also, it was kind of cool how they retcon things a little bit, where it's like, speaking of Saw 2's opening, they're like, oh, he was the one that did the eye thing because he's a doctor. So that was kind of fun. But it was definitely not intended when they made Saw 2. Is it Welcome to Derry? Where's the stream? I don't think it is, right? I think HBO typically does, like, when the show comes out, when it airs, that's when you can watch it. I don't think they do like what Paramount does, or Showtime, whatever we call it, where it comes out at like midnight or whatever. Typically HBO is like, as it airs, that's when it's actually available. Daniel was supposed to return Saw 7. Yeah, he's also in Scream 4. He's also in, I made a reference to when I did my Event Horizon review, the coach from Full Court Miracle was in that, and the guy who plays Daniel Matthews is one of the basketball players also in that movie. Like the callback. Yeah, it did kind of tie everything nicely. I know at the time they were supposed to make 2 movies, but then they realized they weren't making as much money, so they just made it 1 movie. So that was kind of a lot of the drama with Saw 7. Yeah, I'll probably, I mean, I know I'm covering the first season, Chris, of Welcome to Derry. TBD on the future ones, I guess. Game over. Yeah, I don't know. I know we kind of go down a rabbit hole of Saw at this point, but what do you guys think of The Apprentices? I think a lot of times when I first got introduced to them, I hated them. But then time passes and I like think of them more fondly. Like when Amanda got introduced, I remember hating it. I was like, we like Kramer, but we don't want to see Amanda. And then time passed and I was like, oh, Amanda's kind of cool. And then she got axed off, and then they gave us Hoffman. I'm like, Hoffman sucks. I hate this guy. I very much prefer Strom. And then time's going on and I'm like, oh, Hoffman's fine, I guess, too. Obviously, we have Gordon in there technically, which we didn't really get follow-up with him. And then we have Logan. So, yeah. The coach made me laugh. It was it was kind of towards the back end of probably your and my time watching Disney Channel movies. But pretty much the point of it is it's like this Jewish school where they have a basketball team and the coach like brings them together, whatever. It's funny, all those like Disney Channel movies the star character doesn't really wind up being in much else. There are kind of exceptions, like, what is it, Luck of the Irish? The kid is also in like Final Destination 3. But I feel like a lot of times the main character in those movies are like pretty good actors, but they never wind up going on to do anything else. Instead, you have like other people, like, as I said, I forgot the kid's name, but the kid who is Daniel Matthews is in that movie. He's just like he's just like a forward on the basketball team in that movie, though. So it's like, you're not really integral to the story, but you kind of branched out and became successful. You see Daniel Matthews being a Jigsaw apprentice? I don't know. I mean, they kind of are doing... It gets too wild when like there's like 50 apprentices. I made the comment in Discord the other day where it's like, I'm fine with it because Saw is fun, but the whole universe is going to be friends with Jigsaw. Also, Gordon's, I don't know. I mean, I get that he was like rehabilitated or like learned from it or whatever. But if I had to like saw my leg off, I don't know if I'd be chummy with the guy who made me do that. It's kind of, what is that in Saw 6? Or is it in... No, it's in 7, I think. Because it's the opening of 6 where it happens, where the girl chops her arm off in order to put the weight to be heavier than the other guy who's like cutting off his stomach. She gets like interviewed or like there's some conversation. I think it's in 7. It's either later part of 6 or I think it's in 7 though. Where she's in like the hospital. Well, maybe it's in 6 then. I don't know. Either way, she makes the comment. She's like, why would I be thankful after this experience? She's like pissed that she had to go through that. I feel like she has like the rational response to that happening. Instead of like, you know what? You were right. I deserve to chop my limb off. Like, I would definitely be the bitter person. I would be like, no, screw this guy. I hope he gets what's coming to him. I don't think I would be the like, you know what? You had a good point. I should probably change my life. Thank you for making me realize that through this awful experience. Because Daniel would probably want revenge on Hoffman. Yeah. There is that gray area where like Hoffman's an apprentice, but he's like the bad guy. Whereas like there's like tiers within the Jigsaw apprentice line. Confused never got an upgrade to the 2 Saw games for 4 or 5. I mean, those weren't really like well received, were they? Didn't they kind of suck? I guess semi-spoilers for the Saw games. I'm pretty sure it's the second one. I didn't really ever play them. I think I played the demo one time. But I've watched people talk about them before. I'm pretty sure the second game, from what I remember, you make a choice at the very beginning of the game, and then you play however long hours worth of the game. And at the end, whatever choice you made at the very beginning is what impacts the ending you get. I guess fitting for a Saw game that would be the point, but I remember people being super pissed that some choice at the very beginning is what ultimately decides the end. You fall up to 7, you think Hoffman will be alive? Yeah, for sure. I agree too. I mean, we didn't see him die. They love fan service. Hoffman would be mega fan service. I mean, they brought him back in X, so they showed a willingness. I don't think, what's his name? Costas Mandalore. I don't think he does too many other things. So I'm sure he would be pumped to do it. I don't know. We don't have much detail on Saw, like whatever James Wan and Lee Winnell are going to do with the franchise, but I really don't want it to be a reboot. If Hoffman returns in Saw 11, you'd be shocked. I think he will. I mean, whether it's I mean, once again, they may not do this. They may reboot the entire franchise, but if they continued the storyline, if it was a prequel, or I guess what's it called? Like a midquel? Like, if it was between the first few movies or after 7, I think Hoffman's going to be in it no matter what, because they showed him at the end of Saw 10. So, all right, let's wrap up this stuff and then we'll move on. But we can keep talking about Saw if you want. I guess I didn't really look for any Saw tier list, but if we really want to dabble there, we can. Locked in here, pie and Rice Krispies. I think there was discussion whether or not we should move up chocolate chip cookies. The problem is, do we view these as like the very best version, or if like you can't really screw up cookies, as I said earlier, whereas some of these other ones you could technically botch. I'm really surprised you guys liked Rice Krispies this high. I don't hate it, but as I said, my things I would eat today are more often like these ones, probably. All right, pie over Rice Krispies, chocolate chip cookies, chocolate strawberries, cheesecake, oatmeal raisin, brownies. These are very clear last. I think these are okay being here too. I feel mostly okay about this. Maybe some change within this like 4 quadrant here. But I think we're mostly okay with this. I'm going to be playing a Resident Evil game tonight. I don't think tonight. I talked about that a little bit earlier, that I'll probably play through it at least a couple more times, trying the hardest difficulty, then doing the DLC. I don't know beyond that. We'll see. But those 2 would be ones I would plan to do on stream. Put chocolate chip above Rice Krispies. What do you guys think? Is there a second to that concept? Do you guys want this pretty much? Or do you like it? I don't hate that change, honestly. I'm probably more likely to eat these, but I don't hate that change. It's funny you mentioned cookies. I'm eating my fortune cookie right now. I haven't had fortune cookies in forever. I feel like there's not the greatest Chinese places around here, so typically if we have any Chinese, we'll just like get it from the grocery store, like some frozen stuff. You second it? You love cookies, I'd probably. Okay. Chocolate chip cookies over Rice Krispies. We can do that. The chat has spoken. I've received the information. This feels all right. I would debate this, but this seems good. All right, solid list there. All right, let me see. I'll briefly look. Do you guys want, as I said, my plan was to do sodas next because it seemed like the food stuff was very passionately requested. But I don't mind looking to see if there's something Saw related, if you guys really are digging that. But if not, we can continue. Oh my word, there's all 78 Saw traps. That feels like a little bit too much. Okay, let's see what else. Survivability of Saw traps. Is that just the Saw traps again, but saying if we could live? Okay, I've already done ranking the movies, so I probably don't need to do that. Relevant Saw characters. I could do Saw characters could be a good one, I will say. Yeah, I don't know if we'll do traps. Oh, this one actually has them named, actually. I'm a big fan of when these tier lists have the name because then I don't have to decipher what it is. Like, I found a good fruit one, for example, where it's like, this is the name of the fruit that you see on the picture. Granted, I like when it's not like blocking it. This has the text over the top of the actual pictures. All right, so I'll put a poll out. I'll give you guys 2 options. Saw characters or soda. Let's put the poll out. What are you guys saying in the meantime, I guess? You really love cookies? I will soon have the opportunity to prove my finances. I mean, that's still the opportunity, even if it's already taken place. Rank them by the name. Traps. Yeah. There's just so many traps. We could do traps if you guys want. So many options here. All right, I guess first, let's do a poll. Let's do, if you guys want to do something Saw related, or soda? Start a poll. Which tier list next? Saw, sodas. We'll do that because if you guys want soda more than Saw, then that makes it easier. But if you guys want Saw more, then we can decide if we're going to do traps or characters. I am being a man of the people here. We will adjust what you guys want. All right, what are you guys saying? Traps are a big thing. That is true. We're watching Terrifier 3. I need to watch the whole Terrifier franchise. I've seen parts of 3. I've seen like the opening Christmas stuff. But I probably should just watch like 1 through 3 at some point. The most memorable Saw characters have to be Adam, Gordon, Eric Matthews. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I haven't looked at the list, so maybe some of those characters would be like too niche for me. There's not names on those, so I'd have to be like, who is that? So that is a factor. I think I mostly can tell from the pictures, but there's probably a handful where I don't know. All right, we'll give the poll another couple minutes. We have 7 votes. Looks pretty tight now, though. Was that say 57%? So it's at 4-3 right now, then? I mean, I guess technically maybe we can do another poll afterwards. I did want to do the main character one at some point, though. That feels like it covers a big variety. I guess we can also do, if Soda wins here, we can in the future do like a Saw specific stream. That may make more sense at this point. Although it seemed like we were kind of veering into that with the discussion today. Since Scream 7 is releasing February, do you think 7 could take place during Valentine's Day? Since Scream... Have they given us a time frame when it takes place? I assume that may be like public info already today. Is it not? Like the time of year? I don't know if I don't think they would do Valentine's Day. I feel like that's stepping on Hard Eyes a little bit too much. They're already very similar with being slashers and stuff like that. Like whodunit slashers. So I think if you have it on Valentine's Day, it's a little bit too close to Hard Eyes. Do you guys think we'll get a Hard Eyes sequel? I mean, we're getting a Thanksgiving sequel in theory at some point, so... That was just an okay movie. All right, we'll wrap up in the next 30 seconds on the poll. But I do think maybe if a Saw stream in the future could make sense. Guess we might get a small teaser in November, December. Yeah, I think that's probably fair. Hard Eyes was decent. Yeah, the hard part with those is, do you decide, are you sticking, well, I guess I won't spoil that one, but do you have like somebody else take up the mantle as a Hard Eyes, similar to Scream, where it's like different every time? Like, do you bring characters back from Hard Eyes 1, or do you completely shift over? You also do have, is his name Mason Gooding? Chad from Scream, who's doing like 2 of the exact same style of a movie. You think we'll get a sequel? I don't know how well received Hard Eyes was, though. I mean, it was in February, obviously, so it's not necessarily the best performing month. They should have a St. Patrick's Day Scream. Angry Leprechaun. That'd be funny. Let's hope they ain't related. Yeah. I mean, they could kind of prequel it if they wanted, I guess. They should make a Hard Eyes too. I would probably check it out, but I thought the first one was just okay. I really like the opening. I think I mentioned that. I did a review Hard Eyes. I really like the opening. And then it kind of turned more into rom-com than slasher, which is fine, but kind of feel like it was pitched as being a little bit more scary than it was. All right, we'll close the poll, and I think soda is the answer. Yeah. All right, cool. What are like more hard-eyes for Thanksgiving? Valid question. I would say Thanksgiving. Yeah. That's Eli Roth, right? It's a bit over the top at some parts, but I think it's funnier. They definitely lean into the carnage a little bit more. I will say the characters in Thanksgiving are like extremely unlikable, but maybe that makes it easier for them to die off. Thanksgiving is better. I think that's probably the case. They're both around the middle. I'm trying to remember. I reviewed Thanksgiving last October, and I believe I gave it either a 5 or a 6, maybe a 6. I thought about during the live stream of the 13 movies this year, revisiting that old 13 list, because I didn't ever do a live of them. I just did a quick video recap. We'll see though. The new No Jail Summer released on Netflix. I mean, they teased a sequel for sure. St. Patrick's Day is on Tubi. Is that a horror movie? I've never heard of that one. Is that? It's not related to a Leprechaun, I assume. Dempsey. Yeah, I guess semi spoilers there. It's been out for a while. Came out through with Thanksgiving, but I debate sometimes if somebody gives a spoiler that I'm like unsure if I just like act like it's not true sometimes, but help with his role. Yeah, that was why I didn't think he'd be bad in Original Sin. Was that he kind of already did that thing. Also, we've had like a million Miami Metro people be bad. Kind of hope or wish they went a different direction, but he was solid at that role. I don't think you're supposed to like the characters. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like what Friday the 13th, where like you kind of want to see them get axed. Haven't made Benji watch that yet. Yeah, I don't want to like delete comments, but I would say generally, well, it's been out for a couple of years too. I don't know. It's hard to manage spoilers sometimes. All right, let's now you're good. I mean, that's probably one of the things about Thanksgiving. It didn't feel like that one. Similar to what I mentioned about season 6 with like the twist of Dexter. Kind of feel like the Thanksgiving one I saw coming a little bit. All right, let's do sodas. I might take a quick break to grab some more water and such. Maybe drink some tea. Get a little bit more caffeine. And I'll pull up the soda list so you guys can kind of start thinking about it. There's only S, A, B, C, D. Should we add F to this? I feel like we should. Add a row below. I'll change the color of that one though. Probably should have F on here. So we'll have 6 tiers this time. We need F. It does feel like when you put something in F, you're making a big statement. Like if D was the bottom, it doesn't like hit as hard as like F. Although I feel like in school, if you got a D, you kind of didn't you still technically fail? Like I feel like you did not pass if you got a D a lot of times. All right, let's grab that. I think I'll switch over here. I'll grab this, and when I take a step away, I will leave this up. Should I make my camera smaller, or is that okay? I'm kind of blocking a little bit more, but we'll see them as we go. I'll leave this up for you guys to think about it as we step away. Maybe grab a soda if you'd like in the meantime. All right. Thanks for your patience. I do always like debate doing a jump scare to everybody when I come back from stream or from a break, so chose not to. I am wearing my Mickey Mouse today. I realize when it gets colder, I'm like, I'm gonna be wearing more like sweatshirts, so it doesn't really matter what shirt I'm wearing. But actually, kind of funny. I remember when I wore the shirt, his head's like kind of busting out of the shirt, and on the back, I think like I've seen other shirts that are like Winnie Pooh, where it's like the same thing, where the backside of the shirt is like the backside of the character, and they are like busting through it. I remember years ago, I was in like PT, I think, and somebody came over and they were just like staring at me, and it's like, oh, sorry, I was just wanting to see. I guess like a couple people that were like wondering, like, I saw the back of your shirt and I was very curious what the front of it could have been, because as I said, the back's like just him. You can kind of see it busting through the shirt, and then obviously the head's on the front. But let's see what you guys are saying. Oh, we have a lot of feedback thus far. Let me catch up. Start calling you King Spoiler. Yeah, as I said, I probably don't react the best to that a lot of times, where I'm like, maybe I should just play it off like that's not true. But D is still bad. Yeah. Oh, it's still bad. You can pass with enough credits. Maybe depending on the school too. Like they probably have different rules. You gotta grab some soda pop. I know we're doing soda here. Maybe this is weird to say, but honestly, I can't think of the last time I had a soda. I can think of the last time, probably-ish. With the exception of maybe like a root beer float, which even that's been years, I don't think I've really drank soda in 10 years. So some of this is going to be based off of like memory, so forth. But I don't really do like taste testing stuff. I don't know if people like enjoy that stuff. I do more like we're talking about it without actually having it live. The problem with taste testing stuff too is you have to have like one of all of these sodas, which is kind of a nightmare, especially if you don't really drink it. But either way, I'll be honest, I never really drink root beer. We'll get some of those. I did just kind of mention that too with root beer floats. Not huge into it. It's been a while. You got ginger ale? Nice. I don't think I really ever drank ginger ale. I've mentioned this before. I think on stream, maybe it was in somebody else's stream, but I kind of view ginger ale similar to oatmeal raisin cookies, similar to Almond Joy. Kind of feels like an older person thing to drink. And by that point, I wasn't drinking as much soda. Root beer is probably your favorite soda, other than Mountain Dew. Somebody you haven't tried? We'll get to some of them. It's at least a better list. There were some of the lists, as I said, there was like, hey, do you like cherry, Coke, lime, vanilla, Sprite? There's like so many variations. There's like way down a deep rabbit hole. I think these ones were for the most part like the staples. I've tried most. None of the diet sodas. You never had diet sodas? Those are gross and worse for you. Yeah, I mean, they have aspartame technically, which is probably going to give me dementia when I'm older, because when I was a kid, I, like, especially during the summer, I would, like, slam Diet Cokes. At some point, I feel like I had them enough that I probably like the taste of them more, if I'm being honest. I've had them all. Never liked Diet. Some of them, the Diet ones, don't taste that different, which we'll get to. All of them? Apparently Diet's fine if you never had the normal for a long time. Yeah, you can pretty easily tell the difference. I haven't done like the blind taste testing, obviously, either, but I'm surprised when people do those and they like screw up the difference between like Coke and Diet Coke. I'm like, I think if you didn't show me the can, I would probably know. Not the Tab, all the other ones. You never had Tab. Mountain Dew's your favorite soda? Yeah, there was one of those where like all the choices on the bottom were like 50 Mountain Dews also. Is Mellow Yellow in there? Is it? Yeah, it is actually. We got the age-old question: Coke or Pepsi? Last soda was ginger ale, probably like a week ago. Yeah, I mean, it's not great for like your teeth and probably just your health in general. Coke or Pepsi? I mean, regardless of which one I actually like better, because that's maybe debatable, I kind of feel like Pepsi typically viewed as like the inferior, like little brother to Coke, right? Like publicly, I feel like it's like Coke, Pepsi. Just like publicly, I kind of feel like it's like Nike, Adidas, even though I like Adidas probably more than Nike for a variety of reasons, but I think the name recognition brand of Coke is higher. Although a lot of places will, like restaurants, for example, will sign agreements so they have like just Coke products or just Pepsi products. Our universities do that too. So at a high level, I think my answer would probably be Coke though. Saying neither. Pepsi. Your aunt got you today, Pepsi. Yeah, I mean, you can't really go wrong with either of them. I probably would pick Coke. I mean, it's more thought of, like, right? Because if you're at like a bar, let's say you want to drink and you're like, give me like a rum and Coke or Jack and Coke. You don't really say rum and Pepsi. So, I don't know. You know, Coke, Pepsi are owned by the same company. Are they? I know, like, Coke owns Sprite. I thought Coke and Pepsi were different though. Maybe it's changed over time, but I thought that those were separate. I think Pepsi's like under Frito-Lay, right? Aren't they kind of tied together? Same era, like both. Or like Dasani, the water, is technically a Coke brand, which is kind of gross to think about, but Coke has fell off the last few years. Interesting. So Coke is the Subway of the soda side of things, you think? Is it rum with Pepsi okay? It probably tastes equally as good. I just don't feel like that's... You don't go order that somewhere. Like if they have Pepsi products, they'll just like put that instead, but name recognition, you don't say that. They're not the same company. Yeah, I didn't think they were. I thought those were kind of like the two big ones. Then underneath those, that's where you get the kind of like difference. Like, as I said, Sprite, I think, falls under Coke. All right, let's just jump right into this. And let's do it. I'll scroll up one to show top of the list. So we're not going to have any requirements for amounts similar to the last one. That was kind of a unique thing where we had to have 2 per each, which was kind of a fun requirement, though. So maybe we'll do something like that in the future. All right, 7-Up. Straight up 7-Up. I think for these, we'll treat it as like what it's represented here. We're not gonna say all the varieties of 7-Up, because that kind of gets too wild, because some of these do have variations, some of them don't. So straight up 7-Up. I'm trying to think, when's the last time I had a 7-Up? I feel like 7-Up was a little bit more... I'm trying to think compared to the other like citrusy drinks. Is there more lime flavor in 7-Up? I'm going to Subway. What's a pizza? From Subway? I know they have pizza there, but I don't think I've ever actually ordered that from Subway. I mean, pizza's pizza, but I'd probably just get like a turkey sandwich or something from Subway. 7-Up is good. It's probably B tier, similar to Sprite. Yeah, Dr. Pepper is separate. 7-Up is decent. I feel like the citrus drinks a lot of times are thought of as being like, people drink them when they like don't feel great. Like sometimes it can like help your stomach. It's better than Sierra Mist. Sprite's really good. It's the Pepsi to Sprite. That sounds right. The Subway pizza is good. I don't know if I would trust that. Maybe it depends. I feel like Subway is one of those where like location matters, because the one by us, the sandwiches suck. But it's probably okay. All right, what'd you guys say for 7-Up? You said B, decent. Yeah, I realize some of this is gonna be nostalgia or memory, because I also don't drink shows a lot. You drink Kool-Aid today? Flavored water I could get behind. I don't think I've had a Kool-Aid in... I probably haven't had Kool-Aid in like 25 years. Like, it's been a long time. Do you guys ever, like, back in the day, go to the grocery store, get those like little packets? They were like 99 cents or something. Maybe even less. Maybe they're like 25 cents. 7-Up is B for you. So a couple of B's we're saying. I assume you meant subs have the same ingredients as pizza. Pizza has the same ingredients as pizza. That is true. I will not argue with that statement. Subs have similar ingredients, especially if you do like a marinara sauce, like a meatball sub or something, or like a chicken parm. I mean, yeah, I know what you meant. You guys are saying B. I probably would like it more today. I kind of thinking C though. Like, I'm never buying 7-Up. If I were to go buy soda, I don't think I would ever buy 7-Up. Honestly, I would probably have it even debatably, but maybe C would be a good like balance for you guys. Picking B. Bread, meat, cheese, and sauce. Yeah, the staples of a good meal. I guess we're the B team now. I would agree with that, Cope, but I mean, we'll get to that, but I would put Sprite. That's probably my favorite citrus drink. All right, we have A and W. So I mentioned root beer being kind of the only soda I've really had in like recent memory. I'm trying to remember the difference of flavors between A&W, Mug, and Barks, since they're all on here. It's gonna be a little bit tough for me to remember, if I'm being honest. I mean, at the end of the day, they're all root beer. One knock on root beer I will say at this point in my life is that as I said, probably root beer float is the most recent time I've had root beer. And a lot of times, like the next day, my throat will be so, like, just feel like pure sugar was just like thrown down. Like I just drank syrup. So you can't drink a lot of root beer, in my opinion. They used to also have what was that technically called? Was that like a root beer Long Island? There used to be like an alcoholic drink that had root beer in it, and I would want to drink a ton of those, but once again, I would feel like that much root beer in your stomach, you feel like disgusting. So it is the equivalent of the whole candy corn and what was it in the last one we talked about? Cheesecake maybe is the one I mentioned. You can't like slam 3 of them in a night, in my opinion. Like you're doing one and then you're waiting until next week. So, but I like root beer a lot. It's, as I said, hard for me to differentiate between the 3 like big names there. C, never had it. B tier. Yeah, they're a little bit, I'd have to have them next to each other because I don't think I've never done the whole taste testing. So I've been like, oh, let's grab Barks, A&W, and Mug. We'll try them all at the same time. Which one's the best? I've had them all just like months apart. So I haven't been able to compare. I kind of feel like A&W more often than not. When I get this, it's like in a 2-liter. Like Barks, I feel like the can looks more familiar, whereas this feels like the big 2-liter you would get. You get root beers in the bottles. Yeah, like glass bottle. I feel like more niche companies with root beers can be like really good too. Ice cold butterbeer. I don't know, those always sound like better. I think at the state fair here years ago we went, and there was some thing that was kind of supposed to be like that, where it was like a what was in it? It was some unique flavored of like, I think it was like funnel cake beer or something, which did not taste good. All right, you said C, can't differentiate, and B. To me, what you said C and B. It's above 7-Up, I think, but where above 7-Up? Maybe B. Butterbeer is good when it's universal. It does feel like those are just kind of like gimmick drinks. Those are like stuff you would get at the fair where it's like, hey, well, let's name it the thing you really like and you'll love it. It's so good, really. So you actually do love it. Do you think it's the nostalgia goggles you're wearing that are like, this is Harry Potter? Or do you think it actually, if I just handed you a drink of it, you would still like it? All right, Mountain Dew Baja Blast. Gotta be honest, I didn't really dabble in the Mountain Dew varieties, but we do appear to have this one on here because it is a well-known one. I don't think I would rate it high, but I assume it's probably a favorite by you guys. Maybe not, but I assume you guys probably like it more than I do. Like, I don't know, be there. Something like that. It was years ago. True, that's one of those things where it's like, it almost, you don't know if you want to try it again because it's like, I really had a good experience, and if I have it again, it sucks. It kind of takes away from that. C minus B plus. Okay. That's your favorite, probably C tier. Yeah, it is a Taco Bell thing. B plus, C minus, and C. I debated putting it in D, but we do have a B plus from Bendy, so I don't want to like totally disrespect that. This is another one I think people recognize the name, but is it actually good? They weren't as good at homemade. The Harry Potter drinks, the butterbeer. That's another one too, where it's like I've seen companies make the like candies of the like weird, is it jelly bean flavors of the Harry Potter things, and it's like you're just doing this for the gimmick. Do you guys think we should put Mountain Dew Baja Blast in C minus, or do you think D is appropriate? Trying to calibrate a little bit with the other ones we have on the list. Maybe we can put it in C minus if you guys want. I don't know. D is appropriate. All right, we can do it. We can change too as we go. If like we get too many awful drinks, then we can move it up. All right, Barks. You're back just in time for drinks. Yeah, we're only a couple in at this point. Just did Baja Blast. I kind of expected it to be a fan favorite, but for now we have it as kind of like a shuffle between these two, I think. All right, D. Barks. You think D? I think I like the idea of Barks being my favorite root beer brand from like the big three, but I don't know. I feel like it's a little bit harsher. Like for some reason, I'm imagining A&W is a little bit like creamier, and Barks is like that very dark, and it's almost like this is like the Bud Light, and this is like the, I'm gonna get a local very dark beer. Mountain Dew is terrible. We have the regular Mountain Dew coming up at some point, but this is Baja Blast, obviously. One of the few variants. But yeah. Barks C and D. Dang, you guys hate on root beer. A&W is more iconic. D, wow. Dang. No, you're good. C, D, D. Wow. How about this? We can put in C. I don't know. I feel like it double F for Blast. I mean, I'm not a fan of it. I kind of thought it was like a big fan favorite, though. Maybe we'll keep it in D for now, but double F, maybe we'll see. Is this too high for Barks? You guys gonna riot if I put it there? B? Okay, we can keep it in top of C then if you're thinking B. I think I like it more than W, but at the same time, I've never had them together, so I don't know if I feel that way for sure. Behind the 7-Up? I mean, we had New Level come in with the B, though, so I think we got to put it at top of C. I mean, not that this is what we're judging. If we're going off of can design, I think the root beer game is probably the strongest. Like, this looks like a barrel. This one looks just classic, and then the mug looks like a beer like overflowing. So if we're doing can like aesthetic, root beer kind of crushes all these other ones. What do the wizards say? The face. I'm assuming the answer is maybe not slap. I guess. 7-Up flat. Yeah. That is true. I feel like a lot of times when you open one of these, it's like very much feels like it's been like left open for too long. Like you get a 2-liter and feels like somebody just like unscrewed the cap and put it back. Hand. All right, Canada Dry. So I've already talked about this. I have never been a ginger ale fan, but I have not tried it as like an adult at this point. I've only tried it when I was younger, and it didn't seem like my style. For me, ginger ale is like ass, but maybe I should try it again and give it like a fair judgment. What ginger ales do we have on here? We have Canada Dry. We have, is this Schweppes? Is that what, I don't think I know that one really. Are those the only two on here? Maybe. I assume you guys are gonna like this though. Oh my word, you got S plus A. I think I'll stick to my rule of like I can't S tier it if I have zero familiarity, but we got S plus S A. Haven't had it much. You drink it every time you fly. That does feel like it's very much like an airplane drink. Is that like settle your stomach, or what's kind of the... I view like Canada Dry, Sprite as those things being like things you would get on an airplane, your little like plastic cup. B tier. Everyone loves it. B, A. All right, so we had S plus, A, B slash A, B. Makes you feel better when you're sick. That is probably why I have an adult association. All right, since we have a couple S's, we have kind of a couple A's of B. We'll put it in A, I guess. Kind of debate dropping you down, but enough of the S's, probably A's fine. Not my A, but the community here's A, so. That does sound awful, Rusty, especially because there's probably like 30 other people backing up the line. It does sound awful. Or if you're like, you got to go, but you're waiting for takeoff. Helps your ales. Is that the association of the name? I feel like obviously there's different spellings, but I don't know if the origin of ale in general. Real talk with Rusty Reels. That could be your thing. We're doing apparently food tiers or food talk over here. That could be get some real talk. Life advice with Rusty. Life hacks with Rusty, maybe. Drink ginger ale when you're on an airplane. 2 cubic feet space, yeah. Yeah, that's it's not the most comfortable environment for a variety of reasons. I feel like already using like a public restroom is like not ideal. Plane is like the worst of that. It's heinous crime. I mean, I do value if it makes you feel better for like certain choices. That is something to consider. Like, if this is your go-to, like, I don't know, if something was like your hangover drink or something, that's a value for you. So, all right, Coke, what are we thinking with this guy? I'm just gonna throw it up here for now. S, it's your go-to. Fell flat in the last 2 years. C, dang, you guys are hating the staple. What about the polar bears? You guys you don't fall into like the marketing BS of the polar bears? There's also like Coke in a glass versus like in the can. I feel like Coke in a glass is like old school nostalgia. Definitely that fits the polar bear commercials. Thank you, Rusty. Ginger ale, no McDonald's. I appreciate the super chat. I did finally I added my other clip for today, so we'll take a pause and play that. I feel like originally when I made these clips, I was going for like 3 to 4 seconds with the first couple, which is probably appropriate. The last few, I'm like pushing probably YouTube's limits, so I think this one's like 13 seconds. So we'll see if hopefully they don't flag me, but we'll play the clip for this one. We were talking kind of about the other day. Let me change the song too, because I think that also plays at the same time, which maybe that'll help me with copyright. But let me switch over and play a clip here for you.
I got an idea. I'll open the fridge. You hit the lights. Bats are attracted to light. You fly in the fridge, I close the door, end of story.
That's moths, you dumbass, not bats.
Oh, yeah. Moths.
I can't hear when I play it, but that's like one of my favorite lines that me and my brother would quote all the time. Like, oh yeah, moths. It's like when you do something totally fucking like dumb entirely. It's like, oh yeah, moths. But thank you so much, Rusty. I really appreciate that as always. Super kind of you. All right, let's catch up on the Coke discussion, which could be taken a variety of ways, I guess. All right, let me switch back over to the tab here. So you guys said Coke is S, and then we have D minus A. These nuts, nice. Well played. I said S. So we have S, A, and then 3 Ds. More money. Yeah, I really appreciate that, Rusty. Coke's so hard, though. It's sad to see CGI polar bears. Yeah, they definitely... I don't really buy into like the whole marketing. I mean, they're cute. They're fun. But they're trying to sell you a product. It's like obviously unrelated to the products too. It's kind of like when like, I don't know, like pharmaceutical companies put these commercials where it's like, go enjoy your life. And it has nothing to do with the actual product. And they're like listing off all the side effects at the same time. So they're fun marketing things, but it's kind of like the Clydesdales with like beer commercials. It's like, how is that related to this? Polar bears aren't drinking Coke, okay? You can't fool me. Can't eat cats, Kevin. Coke is evil tasting. How do you know what evil tastes like? Fair. Coke Zero. We do have Coke Zero next. So there are some variations on the list. Not a lot, but Coke hits hard, Pepsi too sweet. Yeah, Coke has a little bit more of that root beer-esque, like, heavier flavor, or like just darker flavor. One of your favorite movies. Yeah, I love Black Sheep. That's similar to Heavyweights, where I could just probably quote the entire movie. Maybe I'll make more of those clips from that in the future, like when he's like falling down the cliff after he's like, vote for Donnelly. Then he like holds onto the tree or whatever. He's like, please hold strong roots. Or just, I don't know, that entire movie is hilarious. When they're playing chess, and I don't think Robert's here, but he's been playing games that have chess a lot lately. And Farley's just like, you never move your back row, ever! Like, the boulder comes down and, like, moves the entire house. I don't know, it's a classic for sure. Chris Farley is a legend. Okay, what evil have you eaten? Tab is evil, like Soylent Green in the 80s. What is Soylent Green? I don't think I know that. Coke Zero and Diet the same. I still have to watch Tommy Boy. You should watch Tommy Boy if you like Black Sheep. I like Black Sheep a little more than Tommy Boy, but they're both like amazing comedies. All right, let's get a resolution on Coke here. So we had SA3Ds. And Rusty, you said B. SAB3Ds. I mean, maybe that's where it fits, honestly. Yeah, maybe that's a good spot. Soylent Green is a movie food. I don't know what that is. It's made from people. I need to look this up. I don't know what this product even is. What is? It's a 1973 film. Is this a spoiler to a movie? The wafers are advertised as being made from high quality ocean plankton, but the secret is that they were made from processed human bodies. Is this a 70s movie? Decent review score. It's got like a 70%, which is pretty good for a sci-fi thriller back then. All right. I think Coke's probably okay there. We can move it if we want to in the future, but given the variety of thoughts. All right, we have Zero now. Is Coke Zero? I don't think aspartame's in Coke Zero, is it? I mean, obviously they have something since there's no sugar. It's not, is it stevia maybe? Maybe it's stevia. Okay, so what are you guys saying about Zero? Coke Zero and Diet are the same. They are not the same. They're very different. Honestly, Coke Zero is very similar to Coke in my opinion. Those taste closer than Diet Coke does. Like if you handed me a Coke Zero and I didn't know it was Coke Zero, I may think it was just like a regular Coke. Coke and Pepsi Zero 10 times better. Oh, you like them way more there. Interesting. It's made from people. Spoiler. Why I said ew. Oh, fair. Probably D tier for Diet Coke over Zero. I haven't seen a whole lot of Futurama. I've seen a few episodes, but not a ton. They were going to remake that movie. I mean, it's 73, I think I saw, so it's been long enough they could do it. F plus. Never had it. Okay, so we have F minus, F plus, D, and then Rusty, you liked it more than regular Coke? Wait for Lydia. All I drink is Coke and Pepsi Zero. What is, let me see, I'm curious about that now. I assume it's like stevia. Oh, it is aspartame and acesulfame potassium. Okay, so it is similar to Diet Coke probably then. I feel like stevia is a bit of a newer sugar replacement, so that makes sense. I definitely feel like aspartame was thrown in everything that was being pitched as like healthier back in the day until we've like learned it's not super great for you. So, I mean, these days, probably sugar, just like normal sugar is probably the best, which we're kind of pitching that. It's funny seeing stuff. It's like, oh, it's pure cane sugar. This is good. It's like, well, that's also not good for you, but I get that it's not like artificial or whatever. Okay, one of anything to say until Fanta. Yeah, we do have a minute before that. You put Fanta in your Coke Zero? I was gonna say that sounds pretty diabolical, but there probably is like an orange Coke flavor too. I made a smoothie the other day and I had like some citrus flavor in it, and I also had chocolate. Bad choice. Did not taste good. Probably causes kidney cancer, but oh well. Yeah, I said I think aspartame is supposedly linked to like dementia. So when I go like senile in 10 years, it'll be because I just hammered Diet Cokes when I was younger. There's orange vanilla Coke. Yeah, I feel like they do all those varieties. Diet Coke or Diet Soda does have a bit of the flat flavor, like you mentioned with 7-Up. All right, so everybody was dogging on Zero except for Rusty, I feel like. We had F+, which I don't know the difference between F+ and F-. Is that like getting a 50 instead of like a 30? So we have F, F, D, and Rusty said S or A. Well, this will be fun to grade. I'll make everybody happy here. Cutting a fresh lime or lemon. That actually does sound good. Coke lime back in the day. Or Coke, actually, wasn't there a Diet Coke lemon? I think I had that a few times. It's not on here, but I know cherry Coke is a popular choice. That I think was a variant they probably could have included. There's also cherry Coke, which is nasty. I'm not a big fan of cherry flavored stuff as much, but I think cherry Coke was decent. Just F in general. You must be young people. Hang on the diet drinks. I don't know, when I was younger, that's when I drank the diet drinks. I mean, I was like thinking I was being healthier. And I wound up liking the taste of Diet Coke more than Coke. Like the taste, I feel like I could taste the aspartame and how that hit a little bit different. So Coke Zero, F Squad plus Rusty with the S or the A. I probably view it as very similar to Coke. But like we had 2 here, 1 here, and then 1 up here. I would probably put it right here. So balancing out, maybe there. Middle of C. Maybe it should be bottom of C. I don't know. Do you guys really think Zero and OG Coke taste that different? My memory was like they were very similar. Also not on here, I will say when I was a kid, one of the best was vanilla Coke Zero. Like that was like money. I don't think there's any vanilla Coke on this list though. But I really like that. I feel like any of the vanilla flavored stuff I really enjoyed. Probably tried the lemon trick to taste Coke Zero. Yeah, that sounds kind of like a, I mean, I don't really drink these days, but it's like putting an orange slice into a Blue Moon, for example. Just adds that extra flavor. You drink Mountain Dew growing up. That does feel like that impacts people's decisions. Like, what did their family buy? That's like the one that you have the memories of. All right. We have cream soda. I think this is, we have a mug cream soda. So we have A&W cream soda, then we have a mug cream soda later. Is that a Barks also? Okay, all 3 root beer companies, we have a cream soda variant of. Once again, I probably can't tell the difference, so I'm probably just gonna... I don't know if I've ever had Barks cream soda. I think A&W and Mug I have. Cream soda is kind of the cheesecake of the soda family. Or it's like a regular cake or pie is like Coke and root beer. Whereas cream soda is like, you get it every once in a while. It's not something you'll probably drink every time, but you'll throw it in there periodically just to be a little bit crazy. Bottom of sea. Is that what you're talking about with cream soda? Starry here? I thought I saw it, maybe. Actually, no. I don't think it is. Isn't Starry just rebranded one of these? I thought Starry was just like one of these that are rebranded, though. What is Starry rebranded from? Sierra Mist, which is on here. So this is Starry. Can you see that? Yeah. I don't really know why they rebranded. I feel like Sierra Mist seems cooler than Starry. Just my opinion. Maybe not for the younger crowd, but OG Coke tastes majorly different. You think so? I don't know today, but I thought back then they were pretty similar. That's why I made those BK Whoppers in 10 seconds. Because you drank Mountain Dew, you were just jacked up. I don't really feel like when I was a kid, maybe I didn't realize it, but I know I had friends who like weren't allowed to drink soda, which I thought was weird at the time, but probably actually was a good choice. Or like their soda consumption was like monitored. But I didn't really have that. I just kind of slammed sodas when I was a kid. But I don't really feel like I got a caffeinated effect from it. Maybe I would today, but I mean, I did mention I drank them a lot, like staying up at night, but I don't think I drank them to stay up per se. Cream soda is mainly used to make root beer floats. B tier. D or F? Oh, you were saying bottom. You were saying Coke's here for bottom C. I see what you're saying. So we have B. And keep in mind, there's 2 other cream sodas. So if you have a preference, keep that in mind. But I don't know if I know too much of a difference here. You said B, B plus, B, D or F. Yes, Sierra Mist. I don't blame Walmart. I don't think I know that one, King Matthew. I've never heard of that company. Oh, you're jumping at Sierra Mist. All right, so cream soda we got B, B plus, okay. B, D or F. You only have had the A&W. I think I've only had A&W also. Maybe the Mug. This is one that I think I've definitely had. So 3 Bs and a D or F. The hard part, because if you were on like stranded on an island and you only had like one soda for life, this would be a hard one to pick. I mean, it would kind of suck. Like you would go with a staple like Coke or Sprite or something, because cream soda is a bit aggressive to have all the time. But once in a while, not bad. We get 3 Bs and how much does DNF take that down? Maybe keep that there for now. I probably like Barks more than cream soda, but yeah. Honestly, if I was placing it amongst these, probably put it there. I think a lot of times I like the idea of cream soda more than I actually enjoy drinking it. Maybe there. Cream is AAA. All right, we'll keep it in B then, because that definitely would carry that up. Does fruit like soda, like blue raspberry? They have a cotton candy one. Let me look this up. I don't think I would like that. I think if I'm going like blue raspberry, I want like a Gatorade or something, not like a soda. These look like knockoff brand drinks, if I'm being honest. This looks like a cheap variety of Coke. It's based in Detroit, Michigan, founded in 1907. Wow. So it's been around for a while. Huh. Yeah, I've never heard of it. All right. Let's see. You like creamy, that'll be better than OG. So better than just root beer. I've only seen it at gas stations. I mean, that's where you see probably a lot of these varieties. Like I think Rusty mentioned, or somebody mentioned, I don't know who it was, mentioned Baja Blast as like a Taco Bell thing. It definitely feels that way. Do you guys think where you get these changes your opinion, or like how you consume it? I do think if you have it in a can versus a bottle versus a cup versus a glass bottle, changes how you like the flavoring when you're like touching the rim of the drink. So that impacts stuff. Like if you're drinking out of a can, it's a bit of that aluminum flavor. But I always hear people say that Fountain Dew, like is the Mountain Dew fountain drink variety, like from Taco Bell, is significantly better than just regular Mountain Dew. I don't know. Let's see. Drink salt water and coconut on that island. Won't salt water like kill you eventually if you just drink that? Like ocean water? Because I think that also would dehydrate you. Coconut water would be good. I did. It's been like 10 years now. Drink like the water from a coconut that somebody just like knocked off of a tree off the side of the road. Baja Blast is everywhere now. It's definitely blown up. Like, I don't know if I've really drank it a whole lot, but I feel like you think of Mountain Dew, Baja Blast is almost like equally thought of. It's definitely the first variant. Any diet drink tastes disgusting? I don't think so. Also, how's it going, Ghost? Thanks for hopping in. Generally cannot send anything diet. Tastes flavorless. Can versus bottle is definitely different. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, it's kind of like when people talk about, I think like Asian countries use more like chopsticks or just wood-based utensils. That changes the food a little bit when you're, as opposed to eating like with a metal fork, for example. Fountain drinks are different. True. Also, you get the issue with fountain drinks a lot of times with, it's mostly, I feel like when you get water somewhere where it's like the same button as like lemonade. So then you get like that lemonade flavor unless you like let it run for a second first. I'd rather die than drink cream soda, salt it is. All right, we'll keep that there for now. Diet Coke. As I said, when I was younger, I think there's a video of even me as like a kid, like stumbling around drinking this when I was like 2. I think the joke is I looked like I was like drunk, but I love Diet Coke. Today, I mean, it still tastes good. I don't drink it for a lot of reasons, but I don't know if we're taking into account like the fact that there is like artificial flavoring that's health-wise bad for you. I mean, none of these are gonna be good for you, so maybe we're ignoring the aspartame element and we're just focusing on the taste. Don't know. Diet Coke F. You feel sick as a bat? That's not good unless you're talking about drinking Diet Coke, maybe. All diet sodas get Fs. We'll get to it, but I kind of think Dr. Pepper... Is that a hot take to say Diet Dr. Pepper is more popular than Dr. Pepper? I feel like people get this more often than Dr. Pepper, but maybe that's not true. Feels like the can is more recognizable because like the logo is more like it pops more on the white can instead of the generic can. All diets get F. 3 Fs. So we have Bendy saying F, Ghost saying F, Cope saying F, D. Oh, you guys dog on Diet Coke, okay. Any kind of soda is definitely not great for you. But like long-term negatives, I feel like aspartame probably is a little bit worse. Which is why they like promote like, oh, real sugar today. My friend who drinks Dr. Pepper habitually despises diet. Really? I feel like even the commercials though, like I think of Diet Dr. Pepper commercials, other than like college football really jumps into like just Dr. Pepper. They like strawberries and cream and Dr. Pepper. Wow, so everybody hates Diet Coke. 3 Fs and 2 Ds. Maybe there. It's better than Baja Blast. Come on. I would debate doing that, but I won't let my bias overrule you guys too much. Real sugar's best if you're gonna have it. Yeah. If you're gonna dabble, it seems to be better. I don't know. Maybe not for your. Well, they all probably suck for your teeth, but for your like other internal body functions. Behind Baja Blast. I don't think I can. Because I mean, as I said, I would have it up here. I think D is already. I think we're lucky that it's not any higher. Like the cherry Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper already kind of has a little bit of a cherry flavor, doesn't it? But yeah, I remember that one being pretty popular. Strawberry and cream. I don't think I've had that variety. Drink water, lemonade, milk. Yeah, I pretty much just drink water, tea, and periodically coffee these days. Maybe some flavored water stuff. Like if water was on the list, I would put it like S tier at this point in life. All right, Diet Dr. Pepper. Another one that I feel like Dr. Pepper is similar. It's like a cousin of root beer in that if I drank a lot of them, my throat would probably hate me. Not as harshly though. Water is always S tier. I would agree. Especially if you like haven't drank much that day. Solid F according to me, my friend. You're thinking Diet Dr. Pepper? There's a lot of people that don't like drink a lot. I think Cope, you even mentioned that you're not a frequent water drinker by itself. So what'd you guys say for this one? Dirt Dr. Pepper. Diet Dr. Pepper is S tier. Something me and my grandpa would drink. Yeah, that's the hard part. As I said, if you have like a memory, I don't know if we're doing strictly flavors. We're kind of just doing whatever. So you can self-decide how you want to rate it. We have S and D so far. Drink water at like 3 a.m. Blah, water. I will say during the winter, it's a little bit harder for me to drink water because it's already like cold, and I'm like, most of the time you want like colder water. Water ain't too bad. I mean, kind of need it to survive, so that's the alcoholic me talking. You only drink water when you get nosebleeds? Oh, it's because you're like drying out and you're trying to like counterbalance. Maybe you get nosebleeds because you don't drink enough water though. It could be preventative. I don't know, I get them sometimes too. Typically if I have like allergies and I'm like sneezing a whole lot, or if my nose is running, or if I try to do some allergy medication, it'll dry my nose out. All right, we're on a tangent with milk now. I don't drink normal milk that much. I drink like almond milk. chocolate milk during winter. Chocolate milk is, maybe this has changed over time, but I remember like when I used to play football, chocolate milk was like a recovery thing kind of, because there's like a good amount of carbs and stuff to help with recovery. All right, so we had that Dr. Pepper. I think the only thing I saw was D and S. And everything in diet sucked, I think was Cope's feedback, so. Hot cocoa was amazing. That does seem to be your drink of choice. Even in the summer, it sounded like. All right, so S, D, F we're saying. Okay, that's going to be a tough one to figure out. Maybe like there, just above Coke Zero. I mean, for me, it'd probably be pretty high. SDF. And then where I'm thinking, I would probably have it like in A. Maybe the best in C. Either that or, well, I could get behind this choice. I could even get behind this choice, honestly. But maybe there. Top of C is fine. If I hear any milk slander, or if I hear any milk, gotta carbonate the slanderer's milk. That sounds disgusting. Diet sucks. Yeah, I feel like that's like a whole Lewis Black skit where like the perception of milk over time has changed so much. Like whether it's good for you or bad for you. To your point, back in the day, Strong Bones was like the big thing. I didn't like milk as a kid. I feel like I had to get like talked into drinking milk. You guys are probably gonna think I'm crazy, but I still do this. When I eat cereal, I eat it dry. I don't put milk in it. I didn't like it when I was younger, but I mean younger. I didn't like it when I was like very young. I probably started drinking it in like middle school. So top of C is fine. Maybe we'll go with bottom of B, I think, for now. I'll do an orange and grape soda flavor blind test. Those always sound fun, as I said, which I would be open to doing that, but the problem is then you're stuck with all these drinks afterwards. And you feel bad. I feel bad like wasting it. I also don't remotely have a setup for that in this room, so like I would freak out if I had to like not spill anything on this table. But only drank chocolate milk as a child. I started drinking it a little bit later on. That's probably the only regular milk I'll get still today is like whatever 2% chocolate milk or something. Other than that, we just drink almond milk pretty much. And a white milk around 5th grade. Yeah, that's probably about the same for me. I have waffles, so I can't. Like, you're eating waffles now? I don't put milk in my cereal either. Yeah, I know it makes it like less dry, but I just never did that. There's also like isn't it like psychotic to put the milk in first? I feel like one of them is kind of like putting on a sock then a shoe one by one. I only used to eat like uncooked ramen raw. I was never like a ramen person, so I can't chime in there. I'm sure some people did it. The rest of the diet drinks go in F tier. All right, we left you there. Sorry. Let's do Diet Mountain Dew. Diet Mountain Dew does kind of sound like it sucks. I don't think I've had it a whole lot. Milk versus weird. I have waffles and not cereal. Oh, gotcha. That's your choice instead of cereal. Makes sense. Waffles are good. Waffles fall in the category another thing with like cookies where it's like, did you make the waffles or did you just get like Eggos? The proper order is cereal bowl. Yeah, I think cereal typically would go in first. Also, you would like splash it. I already feel like when I'm making pasta that it's gonna like, the water's gonna like fly up at me. So it's easier to put the liquid in afterwards typically. Mountain Dew sounds worse than Baja. I think that's probably a fair take, honestly. I did like a lot of the diet drinks growing up, but I think that that's probably the case. You make the waffles? We, when we've made waffles in the last few years, I don't think maybe we still have the skillet or whatever to make it. We would make sweet potato waffles. It's a little bit healthier. You've had all the diet drinks, only Diet Dr Pepper and Diet Pepsi are your favorites. Yeah, I feel like any of the diet citrus drinks probably are not that good. Like, you guys hate it on Diet Coke, but I feel like Diet Coke's better than Diet Mountain Dew. Hey, Eggos are good too. Yeah, they're solid too. They're just not as good. Honestly, was it earlier today? We don't have Eggos. We have like these waffles that in theory are like higher in protein or something that we've been buying lately. Still F for you. You just have a Belgian waffle maker. Put a scoop of Vividly Vanilla on top and then chocolate syrup. I don't know what Vividly Vanilla is. I can kind of guess based off the name. You first pour the milk, then the cereal. And then get out the bowl. We just pour it on the table, is that what you're saying? French toast. I don't know where I stand today on the French toast pancake waffle debate. I mean, those are like the holy trinity of breakfast carbs, probably. Entree breakfast carbs, because you have like sides like hash browns and stuff. Growing up, definitely my order was French toast pancake waffle. Today, though, I don't know. That's tough. I don't eat a lot of French toast, so there's that. That's probably the harder one to like make. I mean, it's not that hard. You're just dipping bread in egg, but you can buy like frozen pancakes and waffles. I don't feel like frozen French toast sounds good at all. That one I feel like you have to make for it to not suck. You ever had Eggos? Really? But you like, did you say you liked waffles? It's weird not to have ever had Eggos. Muscle waffle, yeah, they're like, they're higher protein or something, and they're like lower calorie, maybe? I don't know. There's probably something actually wrong with them that's gonna kill me too, but not a fan of French toast. Good homemade French toast, or honestly, French toast, if you go to like one of those diners that are like kind of a hole in the wall, but they serve like everything on the menu, like anything you want. French toast, good choice there. We are very off topic. I mean, we were doing desserts earlier, and then we got into the Saw conversation, so yeah, it's very much a variety stream of discussion, so hopefully you guys are cool with that. I mean, it's whatever you guys are bringing up, so I'm gonna blame everybody here if that's the case. Vividly vanilla ice cream. It's really soft serve. Curious about that. Or you put that on top of your waffle, you said, with syrup? We're just going for insta death. It looks like just like a Kroger. It is a Kroger brand. I was gonna say the packaging looked Kroger brand, but then I see the logo. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's probably good. I mean, we talked about earlier, ice cream is ice cream, so I feel like ice cream is at its best when it's like a little bit like melty. Like not when it's just like pure milk at that point. But it's the worst when you're trying to like scoop ice cream and it's just like frozen in there. Just like marginally a little bit melty. I like biscuit. Okay, you talk about getting off topic. You like biscuits. Where's that coming? I do like biscuits too. I feel like a bacon, egg, and cheese or something like that. Amazing. When I was a kid, I used to just get the biscuits from McDonald's. I didn't like I probably would have enjoyed it, but I didn't order like any of those sandwiches with the biscuit. I literally just got a biscuit. And this sounds disgusting, but I will out myself. I would like dip in like ketchup. I know it sounds like heinous, which is funny because I don't even eat ketchup today, but I don't know. I was a big fan of like dipping stuff into like ketchup or barbecue sauce. I don't know if you said, yeah, you do the same with that, but I see a shocked face at least. French toast is too sugary. Yeah, I mean, there's probably a little bit of the root beer thing where I mentioned where your throat afterwards probably feels like you just drank syrup, but that's probably true for most of these. You want to do a fruit tier list? I did pull a good one, so we have one in the chamber ready to go. French toast doesn't have to be sugary. Yeah. Another one that back in the day, I would like pound powdered sugar on top of it, so I'll make some with a lot of sugar. Prefer crepes. You are Canadian. That is very much, I feel like a Canadian version of a pancake. Tell your mom to chill on the sugar. Being honest, I don't really like waffles, egg pancakes, or anything like that. I like grits more. When I think of grits, I just think of my cousin Vinny. Isn't that what he orders at that diner in the morning? Vividly vanilla ice cream. I feel like I don't love that tongue twister of a name of a company. I feel like they should rebrand that. Something I have with syrup. It's all, yeah, that feels like that's probably a brand that, like any of those store brand ones feels like they're probably a little bit softer. I mean, we had Bluebell like almost like, I mean, it did kill people, right? But people still buy that. Wanting steak and eggs. That sounds like a good breakfast. You made too many chocolate chip or mini chocolate waffles and put ice cream between them. Ice cream sandwiches are nice, which that's pretty much what you just made there. I feel like the best ice cream sandwiches were the ones from like a baseball game where they would have like the cookies. I think those things are like 2,000 calories on their own, but you'd have like 2 cookies, then you'd have the ice cream in between. It's also like the store-bought ones with like the chocolate outsides. Those are okay. You'd like take the paper off, paper wrapping. Bacon, egg, and cheese. Yeah, I would definitely go for that today. Sausage is okay too. I think I would probably pick bacon over it, but they're both good. BBQ sauce is amazing. Yeah, I think Cope hates barbecue sauce if I remember, but that's barbecue and hot sauce today are kind of my things that I would condiment wise deal with. Stuffed waffles. What would you stuff it with? Like syrup or something? It's like pizza stuffed crust almost. Syrup, ketchup, Frank's hot sauce, or sugar, combine them in a bowl. I think that sounds disgusting, but that probably would actually be a flavor I would be down for. Yeah, we have it on deck for sure. Maple syrup. Oh yeah, you missed the dessert tier list. I still have it saved, so I mean, literally, it's still right here too. But all right, we've rambled on. What are we doing? You guys, what about Diet Mountain Dew and F? Is that like, if we're gonna have an F, this may be the answer. I stay up like 7 p.m. I couldn't stay up longer. Wouldn't dip something in barbecue sauce. That's just weird. I mean, it's kind of the same thing. I think you're acknowledging they're kind of the same, but there was a waffle stuffed with cheese, eggs, and bacon. That sounds weird, but in reality, they're all on the plate at the same time anyway. My concern would be how well those would cook. I don't know why that made me think of whatchamacallit, not Hot Pockets, but pizza rolls, and how the insides of those are always like scalding, but you have to do that to make them cook at all. You add sugar to yours, hot sauce now. I probably, honestly, I need to like backtrack from how much hot sauce I use. I feel like my sodium levels are probably not a fan of it. A pure Canadian candy. I know they have like, I think Our Life in Horror did some Canadian candy conversations. I could see Diet enough. Yeah. It feels like it's probably not great. Whenever I pass the hot sauce table, like small it out of my hand and eat it off. Yeah, when I would go to like Chipotle, I would get there. That's probably it was my favorite for a while, at least. The Chipotle Tabasco. I would like get like one of those little containers, and I would just like, I might as well take the bottle with me because I would dump the entire thing either on my food or like in one of those cups. Hot sauce phase. I've been in a hot sauce phase for probably since I was young, so. Maple sticks. That sounds like that'd be French toast, but you're saying it's a lollipop. All right. Yeah, we'll keep you there. Diet Pepsi. Once again, Diet Coke, Diet Pepsi, both for me, I drank a lot when I was younger. I feel like Diet Pepsi is a little sweeter than Diet Coke. Diet Coke has a little bit more of that flat flavor to it. I mean, this is kind of like their classic can too, similar to Diet Dr. Pepper. I feel like this looks more classic with like the popping of the logo on the can, but that's not really relevant. For me, it'd be somewhere here, but I know you guys probably aren't going to be a fan. C tier. Okay. I think some people said like all of the diets were F to them. All right, sounds good, Bendy. C feels like okay, like maybe like this spot right below Coke Zero. F. Well, we have FFC then, but I would probably put it up here. I mean, I can drop it below 7-Up if you guys really want, but I don't hate that spot. I probably like Diet Pepsi. I mean, I like it better than regular Pepsi in general, but I feel like the difference between Coke and Diet Coke are pretty close to me. I feel like I like Diet Pepsi a little bit more than regular Pepsi. It does appear RC is on this list. I think my face is currently blocking it, but yeah, we'll keep you there, I think. All right, OG Dr. Pepper. May do a couple more of these. I may take a quick break and grab a quick snack too before closing the list out. But regular Dr. Pepper. It's fine to me. It's probably slightly below Dr. Pepper, but I was a little late to the Dr. Pepper game. I don't know how long they've been around, but I feel like Coke and Pepsi were well established by the time I really got into Dr. Pepper. I don't know if Dr. Pepper, it's pretty like national at this point, but I feel like maybe it started more domestically, or like not domestically, like regionally in the US. It feels like it's kind of like a southern drink to me for some reason, but it's now everywhere, obviously. B plus B. Maybe near Diet Dr. Pepper, we'll say. Domesticated Dr. Pepper. I'm thinking either before or after you. It seems like this audience likes the OGs more than the diet, so I can accommodate if you would like. I would probably have it after, but I assume you guys prefer this. Oh, the joke in Mr. Deeds. Oh, when she pretends she's like giving her backstory. Winona Ryder's like giving her story about her growing up. Domesticated. I meant domestic. I don't know if I said domesticated, but and the Lego Yoda death sound played. Higher than root beer? I don't know. You guys wanted to go higher than this? It feels like right next to its brother here would work, but I would take root beer over Dr. Pepper personally. Cream soda I can be talked into. Don't know. Like I could be talked into that. Honestly, I could be talked into that too, but there's just 2 ingredient in a recipe. That sounds awful. All right, we'll keep this in this current order then. All right, maybe we'll do these next 2, then I'll take a quick break. Fanta, orange Fanta. We do also have grape Fanta on this list, so there are 2 Fanta flavors. I feel like Fanta was a little bit too late in the game for me. I was still drinking soda when Fanta was out, but I liked the sodas I liked. So Fanta for me would be like, bleh. But you guys probably love it, I would guess. The first ingredient is cheap energy drink. Oh, and that, I think when I think of energy drinks plus like something else, I'm thinking of like a Vegas bomb or something. Fanta's an A. S plus. The second is sour gummy strips. I assume this isn't actually spaghetti based off of what the ingredients are. A tier. S to A. So we have A, S plus, and A. Dang, you guys love Fanta. Okay, well. So far the A tier is like things that I don't actually like or never did like. I'll put it up there if you guys want. I would not. I would not have probably either of these up here, but it's a team effort here. Yeah, my vote is ruling here. You guys like it more than Canada Dry? What's the consensus between these 2? True, and I will say, Cope, I did drink orange soda when I was younger, but Crush, I think, was the one I drank. Not out of a can. It was like the 2-liter, but I'm pretty sure this was the one that I drank. I don't think Fanta was the orange soda that I went with. Canada Dry is nasty. You drink them all. I taste test the sodas in A tier. That's more reasonable. That way I don't have to buy like 50 sodas that I'm not going to drink. So if we're just doing like a small selection. I know some streams do that where they have other conversations and they like, I think that We Watched a Movie guys will periodically throw in like a beer taste test to like mess with Jay. Could do something like that where it's like a small portion of a stream. It's pretty neat. That's an interesting way to phrase it. High C was okay. I feel like High C just tasted like very fake orange juice. You guys want it higher than Canada Dry? It sounds like Ghost said yes. I'm indifferent because I'm wiping my hands at both of these. So you could tell me either way, I'll roll with it. Sunny D and Tang. I feel like I was okay with one of those. I don't think I liked Tang. Sunny D was probably the one. I don't know. It sounds like you guys are saying Fanta over Canada Dry. But, don't know. Tang was the powder one. I feel like Tang, I mean, based off the title alone, I feel like it had the most like strong taste to it. I think I preferred my like orange juice flavored stuff to be like a little bit more subtle. Don't dare put it. All right, literally, this is like the dichotomy of man. Don't you dare put Fanta over ginger ale. I've seen like Instagram comments where it's like people saying like, hey, defend this person, and the next one's like, hey, defend the other person. Prime example, don't you dare put Fanta above ginger ale. Fanta is definitely over Canada Dries. I mean, that's the beauty of life, where you have your own opinions on stuff. I don't know. You know what? Screw it. It's poll time. I think we've lost some people since we started, but we will favor whoever is here. Oh, is that too many characters? Okay. I was being too dramatic with my poll options. See what you guys say. I guess while we run that, we can do the next one. And while you're voting, we'll do Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew kind of also like a hangover thing. Maybe it's a stomach. I feel like any of the citrus ones probably have a similar effect, where it's like a bit of a settling down. I probably like it more than 7-Up, but they're both not great. Kind of feel like you're just like drinking poison, because especially it's like so like vibrant yellow. I don't know. I will defer to you guys, but I would probably put it not much higher than that. Mountain Dew makes you feel nasty. D. Oh, you guys are really dogging on it. I guess we did have diet in the F, so makes sense. But I guess Coke was also down there. So we're saying D. I don't care for it. And nasty. Very great descriptors. Works and C. If put an F, not D. I'm okay with putting it maybe next to its friend Baja Blast. That seems okay to me. Like maybe marginally better. Those drinks that are good, but not that good. Middle of the road, you're saying? Under Baja? Really? Baja's marginally better. I mean, we had some people say, like King Matthew said, C. So I think for that, we'll keep it not, I think we'll keep it there. All right, I'm gonna take a quick couple-minute break. I'll leave the list up if you guys want to like start thinking about it, and we'll close the poll after I come back to. All right, I'll be right back. All right. Thank you. Let's grab some quick food. I had not done dinner tonight, so appreciate the patience. All right, so let's see. Let's close the poll out first of all. Well, it does appear orange soda is taking supremacy. Don't have anything S tier yet. Kind of debating if we're going to, though. I mean, as I said, I don't drink soda these days, so I don't view it super highly. So maybe we'll have to play around with the tiers here. All right, let's jump back, see what you guys are saying. Yeah, definitely people, I mean, grab a soda if you want, but got it for a quick break. We have AW ice cream sundae soda in the fridge. That sounds good. Cranberry ginger ale. I'm not a big cranberry person. At least when it comes to like drink, like cranberry juice or anything like that. Like cranberries on like a salad maybe. Let's see. Pepsi is S, you're saying. What's the pink bottle? Look up Pepto. Which one? There's Pib that kind of does, and also Tab. You thinking Tab does? I don't think I've even heard of Tab. It's just basically a cola drink. All right, so you literally have S, then F so far for Pepsi, so love that. It's a great start. A, good but not great. Can't tell what's between Tab and Search. I couldn't either. It's obviously root beer, but I don't know the brand of it, so that one may be a... I didn't make a don't know, so maybe we'll have to add one. Orange for the win, yeah. Tart cranberry sauce? Nah. I don't like a lot of like fruit, I don't say sauces, but like any of those where like fruit somehow gets like at least semi-liquefied. Yeah, I think she was talking about this, the root beer. All right, so we got an S and an F. That was the feedback, S, F, and A for Pepsi. S, F, A. I mean, maybe just right next to Coke. That's kind of balancing those, and that seems like an appropriate spot, perhaps. I debate putting it behind cream soda, but I don't know. C? Oh, Rusty thinks C. Maybe behind cream soda then? Well, maybe behind... Maybe there. Maybe the bottom of B, we'll say. That seems okay. I would probably still get Barks more, but we'll keep it in B. All right, we're going back to a fan favorite here with the ginger ale, right? With Schweppes. I don't think I've ever had it, so it's up to you guys. I assume it's probably similar to Canada Dry. This brand makes you think airplane. Yeah, I don't know which one they serve, I guess. I assume they're pretty consistent, at least with the same airlines. Like I'm imagining American probably serves the same flavor on all flights and so forth. So you're saying also A. Are we going to find out chat is like a ginger ale and orange soda squad? And less of like the OG staples. Like honestly, I'm thinking of like Coke, Pepsi, Dr. Pepper, Mountain Dew. Like they're all like inferior to these unique ones. Can't try. Yeah, I don't have feedback. We'll keep it in here because somebody's had it. I think for sodas, that one feels okay. So you haven't had it in a while. We could put it in a haven't had category because I think I'm going to have to do that for this root beer. What do you guys think? Should we tier it or do we sideline it? Drinking now if it goes on sale. Fair. Like you have the general idea, you know what it's like. If it's cheaper, you'll say sure. That's kind of how I am. You go to the grocery store, you see a frozen pizza is like $2. You're like, it's pizza. How bad can it be? Maybe we throw it in a haven't had sideline. Yeah, maybe we will. Add a row below. We'll just call this who knows. Okay, I think that works. All right. Sierra Mist, aka Starry. Also, that color's been used already, I'm thinking. So let's change it to. Has that one been used? No, yes, it has. Okay. Change it to you. Sad face. I'm down to throw it up if you guys want to. I feel like with soda, I feel less passionate about putting it in a who knows category. Better than 7-Up. Sierra Mist, you're saying? Sierra Mist D minus B. Yeah, they just rebranded. I think that's why it looks kind of tacky now, though. I feel like Sierra Mist looked like more classic, but I guess people weren't buying it. I feel like this is like the whole Cracker Barrel dilemma. Like this looks like the old school logo, and then they decided to update it. So we have better than 7-Up, so somewhere in the upper range. D minus B. And another B. I do think it's probably better than 7-Up. I am kind of partial to the citrus drinks these days compared to the heavier stuff. So how high do we go here? B, B, and D. True. If this was like the one that they had. Yeah, I wouldn't ever like get Sierra Mist or I guess Starry now. But if like you wanted a Sprite and it was like, well, that's what we have. Maybe I'll keep it there. Just above 7-Up. All right. Speaking of, you'll change the C from D. Do you think it should be higher or do we like that spot? Because we had a couple B's. Totally fine. Okay. And we'll keep it there. All right. Sprite. Didn't drink it as much as like Diet Coke or any of that stuff, but I kind of feel like Sprite is S tier. Like ginger ale, you can drink it to feel a little bit better in your stomach, but also it kind of just tastes good. I'm fine with this. All right. I don't think we have cranberry Sprite. I just think of that LeBron James game that people would play where he was like sponsoring it or whatever. And he's like chasing, I think it's like a horror game where LeBron's chasing you and you have to throw like Sprite cranberries at him. I put Sprite in A, probably S. A, ginger ale is better for your tummy. It probably is like actually better. So I think S, we have one S and then two A's. I'm debating keeping, I mean, we may slide stuff up, but I'm debating keeping it at top because we do have some S. I mean, everything is A and S. And I also view it highly. Yeah, maybe we'll keep it there. And then adjust if needed at the end. All right, Squirt. I've heard of this. I don't know if I've ever actually had it. Have you guys had Squirt? You can blow our minds with a certain ranking. Some of these definitely can be like I'm sure people love Surge, but it's probably like a cult following of people. Yeah, I know what it is. I just don't know if I've really had enough to really give an opinion. I think I've like maybe drank it like once when I was younger. If that even. So I may just keep it in the who knows unless you guys feel passionately about it. Yeah, I don't really either. It kind of feels like it was a bit of the McRib situation where it's like, is it even around anymore? It feels like it was like a moment in time soda. Haven't tried it. All right, we'll skip that one. Doesn't taste how it looks and sounds. I don't know how to perceive. I don't know if I have any like expectations based off of the name. Squirt is still around. Fair. Okay, Sunkissed orange soda. This is what I had. I didn't see this one. I was saying Crush earlier. Sunkissed was my orange soda. 100%. I'm corrected at this point. You think it'd be really crisp and lemony? I do think that. Is it? You're saying it's not? What does it taste like then? I thought it was like a lemon lime, wasn't it? It's grapefruit-ish? Maybe I don't think maybe I haven't had Squirt then. That doesn't sound good to me. Sunkissed D? We have Fanta so high. Like Sunkissed for me, it's another one that you can't drink a lot of to me, otherwise you'll feel disgusting. But I would have when I was a kid. This was my Kel orange soda of choice. But what do you guys think? B, you don't like it as much as Fanta? So we have S, B, and D. Sound like bland water down Starry. Squirt, you mean? That feels like it's what it comes across as being. Grapefruit, though, huh? I'm not a big fan of grapefruit, so I don't think I would probably like that. All right, so you guys said S, B, and D. Maybe there then. Too sweet. I mean, I haven't had it since I was a kid, and I probably, if you said too sweet, I would have been like, sign me up. But that may be true today. Rusty, do you like Fanta a lot though, in comparison to Sunkissed? That surprised me that there's like polarizing thoughts, because those strike me as being very similar. Nice game, too. Yeah, I think I have to like watch myself and I'm like listing these tier acronyms in sequential order. I'm like, is there a weird one? If I'm like A, S, S. That seems like an okay spot, given all the feedback. Okay, Tab. I've never had Tab. You said it was like just a regular cola type of drink. What do you guys call a soda, by the way? Because I feel like that's also a regional thing. Like, I've always just gone with soda. I know my wife growing up, I feel like they called it pop. There's also the people, I feel like when I moved here when I was younger, people just called it Coke. Like, hey, do you want a Coke? And they're like, all right. I was like, yeah, sure. And they're like, what flavor? Do you want a Sprite? Or I'm like, just said Coke. So it's funny having different, I feel like soda names are a very regional thing. Never had Tab. I've not either. It looks like it should be like an energy drink, to be honest. I'll look up Tab. Okay, apparently it's not popular enough to drink or to be an answer here. A Diet Cola soft drink. It's made by Coke, so it's a Diet Coke variety. Okay. It was introduced in '63 as the company's first diet drink. Don't know. You probably like Fanta more, but on drink Orange Coke Zero. Soda pop is what you call it. I never was into the pop inclusion. Tab F caused cancer in the 80s. Is that true? I mean, I'm assuming all these probably in some ways add to it. I don't know if I should be like Googling cause cancer, but supposedly, according to AI, while the original Tab soda was linked to cancer scares regarding its artificial sweeteners, studies ultimately debunked these concerns and concluded there was no plausible link to cancer in humans, aka the lobbyists for Tab and Coke stepped up and made some case where they chose to not link the two. The FDA banned this sweetener as cyclamate. Is that what was in Tab? Huh. Look at all the stuff we're learning today. Never had Tab. The bottle looks like pep. I mean, it's a very jarring can. It looked like it was red when I looked it up. It is kind of pink. It's like magenta, I guess. I think making it pink, they were so like, yeah. I mean, that's kind of what I feel like. While I drank a crap ton of Diet Coke, I feel like Diet Coke was targeted towards women. All the Mountain Dews are right together. Yeah, it does not seem to be a very popular Mountain Dew crowd, which I'm not a big fan, so I don't mind that. But you probably are a bigger Mountain Dew person. Marketing, yeah, exactly. It was taken off the market for causing bladder cancer. Yeah, I assume they were, I feel like in general, like, I remember watching a bunch of Netflix docs, which obviously have their own biases, but a lot of the health documentaries on there talk about how, like, the CEO of General Mills is now, like, the president of the FDA, and you're expecting him to be, like, unbiased when it comes to, like, determining what's healthy for us to consume when he's getting, like, still paid by his prior position. So I don't know. I feel like there's a bit of corruption with it when it comes to food. Don't know. To be fair, cigarettes also cause cancer. Yeah. I mean, that's the other thing too. If you straight up told people, hey, Tab causes cancer, we have conclusive evidence, people would still drink it because they like it. It's also easier to say when there's not like an immediate effect. If it's like, hey, long term, this will be a problem. I think it's easier for people to like put off that concern because it's like future problems for today. Bubblegum soda. It does look like that. It looks like it would taste like some like bubblegum. Tab is clear. I don't know. I didn't see any pictures of it. I can check. I assume it would have been like a brown because it's a cola. Soda color. All right, it's just showing me the pink. Not helpful. It looks like it's brown. Assuming this picture actually is it poured out in a glass, I think it's brown, which would make sense. Can't fully confirm, but Pepsi Crystal, I do remember that. That was actually in one of the tier lists had Pepsi Crystal in it, but it also had like, as I said, like 50 Mountain Dews, which maybe it's good we didn't do that today because we've already been dogging on it and we still have one more. You guys want to keep tab down here? I know we had our brief indulgence into the case study of how bad tab is for you, so maybe it deserves F, but I've never tasted it, so yeah, freedom, right? Freedom when we decide it's appropriate, not to get like political. Freedom when we don't make, or when we can make money off of it. There was tab clear. Oh, it was like a different flavor. All right, we'll keep it there. I think this root beer probably goes here too. Can anyone determine what this is? I want to see. Maybe I'll try to. Another issue with the pictures being tiny. If I just Google root beer glass, it's probably gonna be like so many options because I mean glass bottle root beer is probably like the best, but I said IBC. Let me see. No, I don't think that's IBC. It doesn't matter which one it is because I'm probably just gonna leave it there. But out of curiosity, I'm kind of looking. There's any red pop on here. We have the Mountain Dew one, the code red probably. I'm assuming that's cherry flavored. Yeah, there's definitely not a lot. The root beer Cracker Barrel uses. You think so? That's kind of a deep cut to put on this list compared to everything else, if that's the case. I see a lot of ones that look similar to. I don't think it matters. You guys feel good about just putting it in. Never had. That feels like we already have 3 other root beer brands here, which seems kind of like a lot. So I'll put that there. All right, Surge. This thing, talk about something that probably will give you cancer. It feels like Surge would be the answer to that. It, similar to Mountain Dew, I feel like it's just like vibrant, toxic looking green flavored or like appearance. Wasn't really for me. It would honestly probably be pretty low, but never had Surge. Surge F. I think it's probably low. Orange soda S tier. What's up? I want to mispronounce your name. Bayan. We have a few orange sodas. I think there's a third one coming up still. But it does seem like people are fans of orange soda overall. Surge. So we're saying F and never had. Honestly, I wouldn't mind it being an F. If we're going to put something there. Is Surge still around? I don't feel like... I assume maybe not, because somebody's selling on eBay a new, fully new, sealed Surge drink. This does say is a, it doesn't say was, but unopened cans of Surge on eBay are going for ridiculous prices. There's also a Norwegian one called Urge, which that looks like something I would not want to drink. Who loves orange soda? Yeah, Kel. BRB. All right. Surge probably got took off the shelves. I mean, people are selling open cans, so that's why I'm like, I don't think it really matters. It's probably, I don't think it's that good. You found the root beer brand? What was it? I can fact check you on this one. Henry Weinhard. Let me see. It doesn't look like the logo I'm seeing in a few spots, but there is. It feels like they have a few different brands. So I am seeing it in Google search, but not as their like default one. Maybe they've changed their logo around. But yeah, good find on that one. Surge probably will keep an F. Okay. We have Crush, which is the first time we have Crush so far. We have Grape. So while I like Grape Jolly Ranchers, Grape Sonic Slushies, Grape Soda, it's not that great in my opinion. Kind of sucks. Like, I would probably put Grape Soda, like, honestly, it'd be like down here for me. B plus, B. Okay, you guys are big fans of the fruit flavored sodas. Do we have cans of iced tea? Yeah, there's Arizona iced tea, for example. That is like the one thing that has not. That and Costco, like hot dogs, are the only things that haven't been like impacted by inflation, I believe. But yeah, iced tea is a frequent thing in cans. You guys ever remember what was that brand of tea? I wanted to say Nestea, but that's not it. The ones that had like the caps that would have like a fun fact underneath of it. What was that company? I don't feel like they exist anymore. Snapple. Yeah, Snapple. You guys remember Snapple? Snapple is good. Also, not to go down a tangent, but I feel like I drank that around the same time I drank Propel, which was also good. Let's see what you guys are saying. Let's go back to the tier list. So we said B plus B F. Love the consistency here. Beetlejuice Fanta. Yeah, Fanta's been doing a lot. And aren't they the ones this year that had like the Michael Myers, the Chucky, the Black Phone, the Megan, I think? They definitely jump into the horror stuff. Is it Milo's tea? Snapple is one I was thinking of. No, Diet Snapple? Wasn't there? Is that a thing? Am I making that up? I feel like that was decent. Maybe that's an actually thing. Don't know. But they had a lot of good variety of flavors. Yoo-hoo? You talking about the chocolate drink? If apple flavor is delicious. All right, so you guys said B plus B and F for grape. Isn't that just grape? B plus B, F. There, I guess. Seemed like a middle ground, kind of. All right, RC Cola. I kind of think this is just like a knockoff Coke, right? I don't know if I've really had enough times to judge. So if you guys have, I'm happy to take into account. But I kind of feel like it's just Coke or Pepsi. It's very similar tasting. Yeah, I mean, it does feel like the inferior product. It's like the store brand version of the popular version. Or if a Pepsi ripoff. It's kind of mid. So, like, bottom of D, maybe? It's hard for me to like delineate here because Diet Coke feels extremely low, but I'm like, okay, I'm thinking this as D, not compared to Diet Coke. Maybe there. Yucky and C feels like a D is a mix between those two. All right, Mountain Dew Code Red. I'm tempted just to be like the Mountain Dew squad here. But let's see what you guys say about it. I mean, it's kind of a fruit flavored drink, so maybe you guys like it, but because this is just cherry, isn't it? I'm pretty sure. Mountain Dew Code Red flavor. Yeah. C tier. Oh, sorry. B tier for you. Wow. So haters of Mountain Dew, but the Code Red really shines. Do you guys like cherry flavored citrus more than cherry flavored like Coke based things? But you said B and S plush. Huh. Okay. Maybe there. Because I have it probably pretty low. But B and S plus, maybe that's too disrespectful. I think we'll probably wind up sliding a few things up anyway. Fruit flavored soda in general. All right, we'll maybe keep you there, but we'll probably be shuffling things up to make it more even. All right, we're going back to the Fanta. Maybe we should have done all of like the grape things at once and all the orange stuff at once. Orange Fanta. You guys mixed on the crush, but you love the Fanta. Do you like grape Fanta? Is the question. I'm going to assume it's at least above crush based off of details that we've gotten so far. Let's say you're a hater, Mountain Dew. Popsicle flavor and voltage is probably top 3. Grape Fanta's great. I do feel like I was a little bit late on the Fanta game. Above crush. Do we think this is too low? I mean, I don't mind disrespecting some of these ones down here. Or do you just want to keep it near good old crush here? I guess we can kind of do these at the same time. We have Sunkissed also. Between Fanta, Crush, and Sunkissed. Like more orange more than grape. What are we thinking with the Sunkissed? They were below Fanta, so is it going to be like that maybe? That? Lower than Crush? I mean, are we thinking D? Or is it just right here? I'm not a big grape soda fan, so honestly, they would all be like D or F to me. Like maybe that? C tier works. That's the downside when you like watch stuff like this, where like I've watched people do like taste testing, like which pizza place is the best? I'm like, I just feel like eating now. You think D plus is okay? All right, Jolt. I don't know what Jolt is. I'm assuming like a Coke with energy of some kind. Strawberry soda. I really like strawberry as a flavor in general, but I don't typically like strawberry drinks as much. I feel like a lot of times they're either just watered down or they're too strong. Like there's not really a good like middle ground for strawberry stuff for me. Yeah, I mean the lightning bolt crashing through the logo feels like energy drink. I think we'll keep you here. All right, mellow yellow. Another one very similar to Squirt that I feel like I didn't really drink, but I was well aware of it. I don't feel like this is probably that good, but I will concede to what you guys think. Decent, probably B tier. Huh. Okay. So you like it more than 7-Up, for example, or Sierra Mist. Okay, so you have a bit of the dilemma of like old school versus now. It's radioactive yellow. I mean, a lot of these like outside of maybe like Sprite and Sierra Mist, I think are both clear. 7-Up maybe also. But Mountain Dew, yeah, some of these like their coloring is like actually yellow or green almost, where it's like that probably can't be good to drink. But you said B and then debatable nostalgia. You can do that if you guys want for like a middle ground, I guess. I still don't think it should be higher than Diet Coke, but to each their own. And we have Mug up next. Mug, A&W, and Barks. I think I like them all a decent amount. So probably the winner for maybe coolest can. Hopefully the dog's enjoying the soda tier list. I think dogs don't really drink much more than water these days, right? Like, you don't give your dog pretty much any liquid outside of water. Like you can give dog like some people food, but I don't think you really feed it soda, for example. Can't imagine that's a good choice. Mug has done something drink a lot. Yeah, I mean, to me, it kind of is around this vicinity. Is that too high? Meh. Okay, maybe it's too high. I mean, we can put it down. Put it down here. It's probably okay there. All right. Gotta be honest, I'm reluctant to pronounce this soda name, but is this really a thing? Like, I've never had this, whatever this is. I assume it's just like Orangina, but yeah, I think we're gonna keep it. Who knows? I've never had it. I wonder if it's even a real drink, if it's like some kind of parody, but I assume it's real. 10-year-old Chihuahua, nice. I'm not a big Chihuahua fan. I got like bit by one when I was younger, and I feel like that made me anti them. But you have the Taco Bell dog, I guess. It's real. I'm gonna put you here because I have no idea. All right, Pibb Extra. Is that any different than just Mr. Pibb? Is this like a variant of Mr. Pibb? Has weird glass bottles. Mr. Pibb was never my thing. I feel like it was like a worse Dr. Pepper, right? It's It's really good. Maybe I'm mistaken then. I feel like Mr. Pibb is Dr. Pepper's cousin who dropped out of med school. It is a worse Dr. Pepper. Is extra anything different than just Pibb? Because it's implying like a more hardcore version of it, but I don't know if that's actually true. What is Mr. Pibb versus Pibb Extra? Is the updated, reformulated version. Okay, so it's just modern. Okay, it was rebranded to Pibb Extra. Got it. Change the name. It does appear to be that. I don't feel like it's that great. Kind of think it belongs in D tier though, but you said B, you thought? I don't know. I mean, I can justify that. Glass bottle in Discord. All right, I'll check it out. I guess I can check it out now. Let's see. It has a very curvy bottle. The name may be more appropriate. It does kind of look like a potion. All right. Anyway, Mr. Pibb or Pibb Extra, whatever you want to call it. I don't know. Are you guys strongly against it being down here somewhere? I think we'll probably keep it there. I mean, maybe above Baja Blast if you want. All right, Crush. I'm just thinking of the Paramore song. Another orange soda, so I'm assuming you guys are immediately going to send it to the roof here. Or at least, like, be on up. Makes think so many songs. REM song. I don't know if I know that one. C tier? Ooh, maybe. Okay, you guys aren't fans. I feel like Crush is just the same thing as Sunkissed. There, maybe? It's literally called Orange Crush. The song by REM. B+. Maybe there's like a balancing out a little bit. All right. Once again, should have done these together before, but now we have Barks Cream Soda, which we have Barks and C. We have some cream sodas up here. I don't remember which one I had the most. It may have been Mug, to be honest. I don't know. Never had them. Maybe put it next to its root beer friend. And then Mug. If you guys haven't had this one either, maybe we'll also throw that there. Mug's the only one you've had. What'd you think of it? I think now we can do some reshuffling because it is very, I mean, it should be centric towards the middle or like heavy centric, but probably B tier. Oh, you like this one? I can tell you what it's called. It's called Soulicious, like a soul. You said B for Mug. So you want to do that? You're thinking? So we have them kind of like paired up almost. Sure, why not? All right, let's do some shuffling around. I know we put stuff in tiers, but if you guys are okay with it, we'll kind of like move. Is it weird? I mean, this was in B, but I'm kind of thinking of doing that and this now being the cutoff of A. Yeah, I'm going to overrule you guys. This is going in C. Honestly, maybe before that one. Soulicious. Yeah. Exactly. I think this looks a little better. Honestly. It's still like the most in C, but it's like more evenly distributed. So we have S, Sprite, Orange Fanta, Canada Dry, and A&W Root Beer. A, we have Mountain Dew Code Red, Coke, A&W Cream Soda, Dr. Pepper, and Diet. B, we have Sunkissed. Orange, I guess, specifically. I feel like I think of just orange when I think of Sunkissed. I mean, literally sun. Like Pepsi, Mug Root Beer, Mug Cream Soda, both Barks. Crush Orange, Coke Zero. Debating moving these two up, honestly. But you guys wanted Crush. Like, I'm debating doing this. Nah, we'll keep it as is. Well, Rusty was a big Coke Zero fan. We can do that, maybe. Crush, Diet Pepsi, Sierra Mist, 7-Up. Grape Fanta, Grape Crush, Diet Coke, Mellow Yellow, Grape Sunkissed, Mountain Dew, Pip Extra, Baja Blast, RC, Diet Mountain Dew, and Surge. Happy with this? All right, hopefully after I moved stuff, it was still all right. You ordered Domino's after Chinese? That's a heavy night. I don't hate it though. I would eat both. I don't know if I feel like if I like indulge heavily in food, I don't think I've done the like double restaurant approach. Maybe if like you got something somewhere and then you got like ice cream for dessert somewhere else, that I don't know if that counts, but should we try most of the drinks? That'd be fun. I will say I don't know if I do the best at like same with like trailer reactions or music reactions, which you have your own nightmare with copyright. I don't know how well like entertaining my reaction to stuff is because I do it pretty authentically. Like I know sometimes you do it for like clicks. You play up your reaction like, oh my God, this is so amazing. But I think I think we were talking about in Discord the other day, like resting bitch face. Like I feel like I probably have that where it's like, no, I really like that. I just didn't really express it that heavily. So you don't go super into them, just try it. True. I mean, you just taste it. The problem is I do feel bad like wasting stuff. That's like I don't want to say like a negative trait of mine because it's probably a good thing, but it doesn't have to be a big thing, just be a fun thing. I wish they sold like maybe a little taste test stuff. I know they do similar stuff with like hot sauce maybe, but smaller portions. Didn't they used to have the tiny Coke cans? Remember those? Like the mini ones? That would be a little bit easier to like not feel like I'm just throwing stuff away. Also, if I'm being honest, I feel like I partially stopped drinking soda because I would get like headaches from it. So I would have to be not drinking a ton of it. But I'm not opposed to doing that in the future, as long as I'd have to be very careful with my setup. Also, you can't see my desk, so I have to like show them. But maybe if I put them over to the left where there was like less technology. They have the tiny Coke bottles. Oh, they still make them? They probably don't make it in like, I assume there's not tiny mellow yellow, for example, though. Like the tiny ones are probably like Coke, Pepsi, stuff that people drink anyway. I don't know. Some people I don't know if I would really enjoy it, but some people do the taste test for stuff that they think they would hate. Like they get the chip flavors. It's like octopus flavor chips. Or like the Bean Boozled thing where it's like trying that stuff. True. Yeah, if I think I'll like it. But then, I don't know. Is it really exciting if I'm just like, this is all amazing? Does it with drinks. Talks about it, moves on. If I did that for stream, I would consider doing that because I don't frequently drink things outside of, as I said, water and tea and coffee. Maybe we can try tea flavors. I don't know how exciting that would be. Tiny sprites. Yeah, like the staple. Banana flavored soda. I don't think I would like that at all. Banana, I like bananas, but banana flavored stuff I typically don't like. Banana chips are good. They're just dried bananas. Chocolate milk is going hard. Yeah, that's my version of the going hard for sure. All right. Not bad. So we did the desserts. We did the sodas. You guys want to do every main character? It's either that or doing some guess the movie. I know I'm probably going to lose my voice today, so I'll probably be lost tomorrow. I do feel like these streams are a little bit more me talking than gaming ones because it's dead air otherwise. True. If you're enjoying it, it's like you're having passion when you're talking about it. I remember when I had an internship one time and I had to do a presentation on like the concept of synergy. And I used a sports team example during my discussion of it. I think the example I used was like the 2011 Dallas Mavericks who beat the Miami Heat in the finals, and how Miami was stacked with like LeBron, Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh, but the Mavs had like a good cohesive team synergy. And I remember getting feedback from one of the people running the internship afterwards, like, you were really invested in what you were talking about. It was like you were a lot more energetic. I'm like, yeah, it's probably more fun to talk about something I like than just like a boring business case. So it makes sense. But true, if it's something I'm enjoying, it'll probably be more entertaining. Never had banana chips. They're good. I mean, if you like bananas, it's just literally just dried bananas essentially. Sometimes with like sugar as well. So they're like a healthy-ish snack, but not entirely. Main character. Yeah, we'll do that. It's a pretty length. I think there's 150 on there, so it's probably gonna be quite a bit of a long one. Although you guys may not know some of the characters, so that may make it faster. It'll be like the horror games where we kind of sped through some of them. True. I mean, it's kind of what I talked about where somebody invited me to play a game. When I talked about, I used to watch somebody who like talked about Funko Pops, even though I didn't give a shit about Funko Pops. It was like fun seeing their enthusiasm. All right, we'll do every main character. Not every, but apparently this list claims it was every, which we know is false. All right, let's just do SAB. Let's not make this complicated. Just say no idea for one of them. It was funny. I think there was a typo on the dessert one, if I remember. No, I think maybe it was the 90s foods that I didn't wind up doing yet. Yeah, some of them it's kind of fun to do the existing stuff if it's like I thought the dessert one was kind of fun, but some things it's like I don't think so. Oh geez, yeah. You want to see how long our list is? I don't know if some of it's off screen, but pretty lengthy stuff. And we have to keep in mind these are all main characters. So there's going to be layers to this where it's like, well, obviously every main character is probably awesome in some way. So similar to the desserts, there may be a really cool main character, but it's in B because there has to be some way to differentiate. You met every main character. There is 150, I'm pretty sure, on here. Yeah, if you gotta sleep, definitely prioritize that. Don't hang out if you gotta sleep. I do not want to be the bad influence. Ooh, that's a good point. It's hard to differentiate. Like, if you see this, you're like, you're Vin Diesel, but I'm clearly assuming this is supposed to be Dom Toretto. I will leave it up to you guys. I'm going to try myself to focus on the character. But some of these are live action. Obviously, like, you see Daniel Radcliffe, maybe you love him, and you give that a boost because you like him and you don't really care for Harry Potter. I don't know how that's entirely possible, but if that's the case, I'll let you guys personally decide how you want to do it. But I'm going to try to judge the character. It'll be harder if there's like a backstory with the actor that makes it hard. Like, I don't know, and we got kind of released of all claims or charges, but if I saw like Kevin Spacey as like the dude from Seven, part of me would be like, well, I don't really like Kevin Spacey. But I'm going to try to do the character. Give my one strongest opinion for this list. Yeah, we can grab, if you feel like there's one on here, we can talk about it since you're bailing. I don't mind grabbing a future one. Kirby is the best one here. Kirby is the best one. That's an opinion to have. You know, that's one way to think about it. Easy S tier. Samus also S. Yeah, good night, Rusty. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you once again for the super chat as well. Hope I think you said you're working on a video. Hope that's going well. All right, you guys are bouncing around. Oh, wait, we have Kim Matthews doing it in order at least. We'll do Kirby since that's one you wanted to throw up. But for the rest of them, we'll try to stick to the order. I was being a little judgmental. Kirby doesn't have much of a personality. Like, what's Kirby's deep backstory lore? Kirby just, like, absorbs people and turns into them. That's... You have, like, the SNES game where it's almost like a mini golf game. That is fair. I do not like cream cheese. If that if that changes your opinion of my my thoughts on stuff, that is fair. Okay, what do you guys think about Kirby? We'll do Kirby, then we'll jump into the order of things. Kirby's the reincarnation of an eldritch being. All right, so you got the deep backstory. Chris coming out of left field. Is the Black Phone 3 happening? I haven't seen Black Phone 2, so no spoilers to that. I do have Black Phone 1, part of my 13 movies that I don't think it's posted yet. I think it's coming tomorrow. So I guess in 8 hours, 8.5 hours. So I haven't seen Black Phone 2, so as I said, no spoilers that, especially because it's so new. I assume if it does okay, I think the people had mixed thoughts on how well it was, but I could see them doing a third one maybe. Kirby, I dig the games, B+. Sure, Black Phone 3 would eventually cause money talks. Maybe. It depends how much money Black Phone 2 makes, or has made, I guess. I really was looking forward to it. I was pretty hyped, but I may not see it in theaters because I feel like the reception's been like, it's okay. I like the Freddy vibes of it. All right, Kirby. So we have S and B+. Oh, man. I gotta be honest, Kirby to me as a character is like D. If I'm playing Smash, I don't think I'm picking Kirby like in the top however many characters. Like even Smash N64 with like 8 characters or 10, whatever it is. Kirby's probably on the back half of that picking. S and B plus. I can go B. I'm debating if that is justified enough for A. I don't know if I can say A. Kirby's just so. It sounds like you really like him, which I can appreciate, but he's just kind of just a blob. He's just kind of like Ditto in Nintendo form. Well, I guess Nintendo also owns Pokemon, but looks like a pink pillow. Yeah, I mean, he's just kind of like a Jigglypuff almost. Also, don't play Smash Bros. It's like a more fun local co-op experience. Not even like 2-player. Like it's a fun like 4-player co-op experience. You're settled for the B. I think I can agree to that. Because honestly, it sounds like you know a lot of depth to Kirby, but based on the information that's presented generally, I don't know. There's better Nintendo characters in my opinion. But we can agree on B. Oh, it makes you think Jigglypuff? Yeah, for sure. All right, Wonder Woman. Ooh, I guess the other thing we have to decide. This one I think we do have to agree on. So we talked about the actor's involvement in the character. I personally think, well, that's going to be tough. Do we treat these characters as the character or the actor playing the character? So what I mean is, do we think of like Daniel Craig playing James Bond? Or do we just say, this is James Bond, it's the Pierce Brosnan, it's the whoever else version of James Bond? I wanted to do the latter, where it's like encompassing the entire character. It is hard when there's a picture though. But I think if you guys are good with it, we'll say like, this is James Bond. It's not necessarily just Daniel Craig's version of it. But I can be persuaded otherwise. But I think we treat it as like the character overall. Oh, you want to just do actor? I don't mind whatever you guys think. And you're gonna head out. All right, thanks for hopping in, the Resident Evil. Appreciate you chilling for a bit. I don't know about Wonder Woman. Never seen the movies. Gal Gadot did an amazing job playing Wonder Woman in Justice League. You guys want to do treating it as like the portrayal? We can. Are there multiples even? Because this is obviously Batman. Are we seeing is there another? There is another Batman. Okay. I stand corrected. We will treat these as the character, and if there's a live action, it's the actor playing the character. So this is specifically Affleck playing Batman, for example. Gal Gadot, Wonder Woman. Gotta be honest. I kind of feel like it's between D or F to me, but it's up to you guys. She's okay as playing the role. Wonder Woman's okay as a character. A lot of the DC characters I don't feel like are as interesting. Like this is just kind of like obviously slightly different backstory, but in some ways you're just playing like the Superman of like your story. This one picture says Justice League. You're not wrong. This is gonna be one of those things where we do the tiers, then we get to the bottom, we see Resident Evil, and it's just like it's every Resident Evil game. So we'll make a call on that when we get to it. Wonder Woman F, truly terrible. Let's do it. You said it, so I don't mind putting it there. If I was the backup of it, I'm good with that. Yeah, there's an older Wonder Woman. I don't know if it's on here or not, but DC heroes truly suck aside from Batman. Yeah, I do feel like their villains are a little bit stronger. Okay. We have Harry Potter, Daniel Radcliffe. I already know where I think Cope's going to go with this one. Do you have a good Dobby impersonation? Was it Harry Potter must not go back to Hogwarts? Harry Potter, to me, he's like a C tier character, but I feel like I'm gonna be vetoed here. Aquaman was pretty decent. Peacemaker. Peacemaker is not a villain per se, but he's kind of like an anti-hero, isn't he? Like the Suicide Squad people, I think they're kind of anti-heroes. S tier. Oh, God, guys. S plus. See, the problem is I did have my traditional rule where, like, if I didn't feel that way, I would put it at like a capping of an A. But both of you are saying S, and I feel bad if I don't put it in S. What is it about Harry Potter specifically? So not the world, not the entire Hogwarts vibe. What about Harry Potter as a character individually do you like? He kind of has his origin story is Batman, right? Like his parents killed. He had this like power bestowed upon him, this responsibility bestowed upon him. Just in the wizarding world. If Bendy was here, he'd say S plus 2. Hell, Bendy's not here, so I mean maybe they are and they're not chatting, but I know the TV shows using the same characters. You mean like the same, yeah, not the same actors, but the same roles. I mean, it's just kind of recycling the movies. Didn't like with Abuse of Anton, unlike Harry did. True, he had the muggles dealing with him. Lost everything, was still determined and loving. All right. Can we have an agreement here? A gentleman's handshake? I think most of you people in the chat probably are not big into anime. If I allow Harry Potter to be S here, will you allow my anime influence to play a large role in where they get placed? I'm making a trade here. It's the trading block. I'm offering up Harry Potter for my list of anime characters. Boy live, come die, calling that kind of bravery. Are you talking me into it? I can be persuaded. The problem is going to be when we get to like, I should have maybe left this part out, but when we get to like some of the characters, if I put them above Harry Potter, then it's going to be fighting rules at that point. I do from Helsing on here. Yeah, I've never read Helsing. Okay, someone keeps inviting me to play Minecraft. I don't even have Minecraft. All right. Fine, we'll do it. I can't promise he's going to be at the top of S tier, but we shall concede. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind Minecraft. I've just never played it. I feel like Minecraft is like the Lego for video games, which I also was never major into. Or I guess for the older generation Lincoln Logs. If you put characters above Harry Potter, you get the Vada Kedavra. I will say though, a lot of the anime characters, I assume you guys haven't watched. Whereas I've watched Harry Potter, so I do have some input. I'm just not a diehard fan. All right, this is the dude from Sopranos, right? I wanted to say Goodfellas for a second, but this is Tony Soprano? I never watched Sopranos, but I think this is him. So I'll defer to you guys because I didn't watch this. Tony Soprano? All right, that's kind of what I thought. Kind of tricking me starting Harry Potter marathon. Go for it. It is weirdly played during Halloween and Christmas. That one makes more sense. Sopranos, never watched it. All right. No ideas where you go. Okay, we have Will Smith from Men in Black. Agent. There's J and K. Is he K? That comes afterwards? Probably A tier. Is it Sheena Abuser's wife? J is who he is? Okay. My bad. We'll probably keep Soprano in. No idea if you're good with that, King Matthew, since I've not watched it and Cope had not either. Tommy Lee Jones is K. Okay. I was just trying to imagine them like yelling their name to the other one. Men in Black B plus, even though, yeah. Yeah, here's prime example right off the bat, where it's like, you didn't really do anything overly wrong, but you're kind of not my favorite actor, given the things that have transpired with him. Cool character. Honestly, C maybe makes sense. Because Will Smith kind of sucks. Like modern Will Smith. Cool character back in that movie where he'd probably be like a little bit higher, like in a B. So maybe C. B tier. I don't really remember Men in Black 3. That was the one that had no. Isn't there one that was called like International or something? Well, what was the one that had Hemsworth in it? And it was like a female cast. Is that the one that came after 3? I know, separate the art from the artist. I think in some instances you can, sometimes you can't. I'm gonna allow you guys to make your own choice, and for this one, it's marginally influencing my thoughts. Yeah, Cope, I'm not a big Swift fan. I know my wife likes a lot of her music, but not a big fan of her overall. I didn't watch the Men in Black movie. Got it. C is probably okay. Honestly, I debate putting him in D, realistically. What do you guys think, C or D? Okay, Matthew said B, I think. You said B plus. So I'll do C, I guess. You guys were thinking even higher. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure she does a lot of good, but sometimes the negatives you think about too. Is this Star Trek? Is this Captain Kirk? I didn't watch the old Star Trek, but I think that's who you are. T Swift as well. Good news, I don't think she's going to be on this list, so we won't have to rank her. I don't think she's like as bad as it sounds like you guys do, but not my cup of tea. You know who this is? Yeah, we'll keep you in no idea. All right, Sarah Connor. To me, Sarah Connor's an A tier. If you don't know, Terminator protagonist. You only know Patrick Stewart's character from Star Trek. Open to feedback on Sarah, but I think A plus, yeah. Probably not my favorite character in the franchise, but I mean, she's like a Ripley. She's like the badass female role. S tier. True. I didn't really like the recent Terminator, but I thought she did a pretty good job. Although that one scene where she's like on the highway has kind of a cheesy line where she recites like one of the old quotes. For now, I think we'll keep it top of A, but maybe we'll do some adjusting by the end. All right, maybe we'll do a few more of these and then I'll grab another drink of water because I think my throat is late. You're going to start hearing my voice get like, All right, we got Dom Toretto Fast and Furious. Once again, I don't really love Vin Diesel as a person from what I've seen, but Dom Toretto, pretty cool. To me, maybe he goes there. You like the recent one? I feel like we can talk Terminator spoilers at this point. I really hated the retcon at the beginning. And I know people have their own opinions on exactly how retconning it was, but spoilers, I think John Connor is probably my favorite character. Like in Terminator 2, that's probably why I like that one the most. And you kind of just undo his whole story. So, and instead we just kind of did the same story just with a female lead, which is fine. I just feel like it wasn't very creative and kind of dumped on the things I did like. The characters weren't annoying. They were okay. Dom family B+. A tier. Brian is a better character. I do like Brian better. Yeah, Paul Walker, it's so sad with his character. Not his character, his actual life, what happened with him. Kind of sad. I think got in a car accident is how he passed, but it wasn't like Fast and Furious car accident necessarily. I think maybe they were speeding a little bit, but he was the passenger, I think. Also makes me think of Ryan Dunn. Not that we're just going down the sad rabbit hole, but you would think with all the stuff that happened with Jackass, the thing that Ryan Dunn was undone by was a car wreck. I'm pretty sure was speeding in that one, though. Not that makes it any better, but yeah, Dunn was. I mean, that crushed. I feel like Bam Margera. Thankfully, he's like gotten his stuff together. It feels like I see his stuff on Instagram all the time. He's like skating a lot now, but yeah, Dunn was one of my favorites. He's going so fast drunk. Yeah, he made some poor choices. That doesn't mean he deserved his outcome, but it sucked. Yeah, I mean, it was self-inflicted, whether or not it still sucks, though. If you think about it, Brian was more of a main character than Dom. Yeah, I mean, Brian was the main character of the first one. It was like mostly from his perspective, like doing the undercover cop thing. Him and Bam were probably my two favorite from even the Jackass crowd. I think I liked more of the skateboarders in that group. Then you had Viva La Bam, which I've talked about a little bit before. Oh, you're good, King Matthew. I could probably pull up a picture. He was in Jackass. He was in CKY. Was he in CKY? He was part of. Do you know Bam Margera, like the skater / guy who was on Jackass? Let me pull up. Not to make it like all sad now, but okay, of course when I search his name, the pictures of the car crash are like the things that show up. Let me grab you. 1 second, we'll do that. Where's like a good picture? That one maybe? This guy. He was part of the Jackass crowd. But yeah. I don't know how we went down that side tangent. I think we were talking car accidents with famous people with Paul Walker from Dom Toretto. A bit of a rabbit hole. That was like a Wikipedia rabbit hole we just went down. Throw it back on screen. Skateboarding Viva La Bam. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, there were some pictures. So sorry about that. But that's who the character we were or the person we were talking about. The only one you know is Johnny Knoxville. I mean, he was like the main character of Jackass. You definitely had like the CKY group, the like Margera and them. And then I feel like the Jackass was more like Knoxville, Steve-O. Yeah, he did some decent movies. What was it, The Ringer? That came out, which I feel like you could not make that movie today. But he was kind of funny in that one. Was he, No. I'm trying to think that he's in like a serious movie, isn't he? I was thinking of The Rundown, but I'm like, no, he's not in that. Like, is he in some movie with The Rock, though? Walking Tall? I'm just kind of naming movies now. He was funny in Bad Grandpa. I mean, that's kind of the same. That's like Jackass, pretty much. Steve-O, Wee Man. Yeah. Chris Pontius, or Party Boy, whatever you want to call him. He is in a serious movie. Yeah, he's done more serious stuff, too. He's in Lords of Dogtown. I think I remember that. It's been a while since I watched that. Party Boy, yeah. That was like the thing that people like back in the day would do. All right. Anyway, Dom Toretto. Now that we've gone down that rabbit hole, do we like Dom Toretto more than Kirby? I feel like I already got putting Kirby this low was already not great for feedback, but yeah, the surfing skate movie. You like Dom more than Kirby? All right, let's do it. Don't nobody tell the Resident Evil what we did. Just between us and 5 other people on stream. All right, Samurai Jack. Kind of a cool show. It's made by what's that guy's name? He's got like a crazy last name. It's the same guy that made Primal. I want to say George, like Tarkesian or something like that. What's the guy's name? I was a little bit off. Genndy Tartakovsky. Never heard of it. You haven't heard of Samurai Jack? I mean, it was kind of a little bit later in the cartoon era for me, but it was a little bit more adult oriented. No disrespect to Kirby. That's fine. You can disrespect Kirby all you want. Never heard of that. No opinion. Kangaroo Jack, that is quite different. Samurai Jack is kind of cool. Should I just pull up tabs at this point for these characters if you guys don't know them? Let me grab. Not that this is gonna like change anyone's opinion. This dude. Loves that show, but he's not here. I enjoyed it. I don't think I watched it all because it came out a little bit later where I wasn't watching as much. I think it was on Cartoon Network. The guy you see in the middle here is the villain, but Samurai Jack. So we can keep that open just in case. Samurai Jack to me, he's either low B or high C. Oh, you guys said you haven't seen it. It is a bit Mulan looking. I mean, it's like Japanese animation. He has it all on Blu-ray. This is hard because I would put Samurai Jack above Kirby, but it's also in B, so I'm like trying to like comprehend where I put you based off of that. There'll probably be some cool characters later, so we'll keep you in C for now, I think. But you have potential to move up. All right, Daniel Craig Bond. Maybe we'll do up to Spider-Man, then take a break to get some water. Daniel Craig's Bond. Not a huge 007 fan. He does a pretty good job, though. He also doesn't have much emotion, which I don't want to talk about that, but maybe Bond isn't supposed to. But I don't feel like Daniel Craig has much emotion in anything he acts in. He's very stoic. Casino Royale is one of your favorites. He was a good Bond, but once again, I don't have like this deep tie to a lot of the Bond characters. A tier? Part of me wanted to say like maybe just below Dom. A? All right, you guys really like him. All right, how about top of B? Can we agree to disagree and make nobody happy and put it top of B? Like, I feel like Sarah Connor is more iconic than Craig. It helps that she's like the only actress to play that role, whereas he's been played by a few different people. Behind Dom. I'm debating that you can, like, this is the problem with text. That seems like a either please put him behind Dom or like, come on, behind Dom, really? I'm assuming the second one of those, but I assume it was a sarcastic, like, are you serious? Especially since you said A, so. All right. Yeah, we'll keep you there for now. Put him behind Dom? Okay, I misinterpreted that entirely then. As I said, that's the flaw with text. Represent doesn't sense, right? We'll just be like halfway through the list and I'll just gonna pop up like, what did you do? It'll be Wendy from the end of Alien Earth. All right, so while I am a fan of anime, I haven't seen them all, admittedly. There may be even characters from here that I'm not going to recognize. I am confident you are from Bleach, which I've not read or watched. So I don't mind putting you down in no idea for this one. I do want to probably read it at some point, but can't give an opinion at this point. All right, Superman. Is this Christopher Reeve Superman? Does he looks like animated. I'm trying to even tell what's happening here. Is this just like old graphics or something? Old special effects? Yeah, I think so too. So there's a lot going against this one for me. I'm not a Superman fan. I feel like he's kind of a flawed character in that he's not flawed, if that makes sense. Like, I know there's kryptonite or whatever, but you literally have just like the perfect character, which I know there's depth to him and whatever, but I never really liked him as a character. Could we bring it around? I think it's Christopher Reeves. We'll have to see, maybe. Fun fact, I did meet one of the Superman actors. What was that guy's name? Let's see. Which one of these people was it? Brandon Routh? Is that you? I think that's him. Yeah, I think Brandon Routh. Which one is he in? Superman Returns. Okay. I don't know. Another side tangent I just went down. I don't think I have that picture, but I have it on my phone, I guess. Not that anybody probably cares. I'm pretty sure there's like a drink spilled on my shirt in the picture, though, which is lovely. Where would you have been? That would have been 2019? Yeah. This isn't going to show up at all, but we're at a party. many years ago at this point. All right, loathe Superman as a character. I don't know if I feel that passionate, but I don't like him as a character. I would agree. Frodo's on this list. I prefer Batman. I think he's more relatable as a character, although he is like a billionaire. So how much relatable? He's human at least. So F tier. You guys both are saying F. He's in Superman Returns. Batman's the best. Also played a racist cop in The Rookie named Doug. That's a different The Rookie that I'm thinking of. When I think of The Rookie, I think of the movie with Dennis Quaid being a baseball coach who turns into a baseball player, which is based on a true story. Anyway, Reeves, you want to put him in F? Sure. Behind Wonder Woman, we think? I think here's one where I'll say the actor portrayal, while I don't like Superman, I'm assuming this is probably the best version of Superman. So that may make it above Wonder Woman. Let the woman be head of the men. The problem is there's probably a better Wonder Woman, and I assume people think this is like the best Superman. I know David Cornsweet or whoever just played the recent one is supposedly pretty good, but I don't care, honestly. Fair. I mean, you mentioned the DC heroes are all kind of meh. Michael Keaton, yeah, he was solid. All right, you guys aren't gonna know this next one, I don't think, but this is, although I had to think about this one. So I don't like how they have the picture here, because this, if you saw this picture, you'd be like, this is the person they're talking about. But this person's here. So I'm going to interpret this picture as referring to this character over here, which is All Might, which is from My Hero. This guy. Which is also kind of a superhero-based show. So I do personally really like All Might, I will say. The only anime you know of is Dragon Ball Z and Naruto. I mean, those are the iconic ones for sure. I mean, you mentioned liking Harry Potter and maybe somewhat superheroes. My Hero is kind of similar. It's based off like you have these students who are like going through this like hero academy, kind of like Hogwarts. And there's almost like a Voldemort character. You have these things called quirks, which are their like abilities or whatever. And the main character doesn't have one originally, and he gets granted one by the guy we just saw, All Might. I'm a little torn because I feel like you guys are gonna be like, that character sucks because you haven't seen it, but All Might is A for me, I think. This person here that we cannot see. We'll keep Sarah Connor in front if we want. But he's a cool character. Also, doesn't hurt that I know a lot of people are like very passionate that like, oh, subs is better than dubs, but I do watch a lot of dubbed stuff, and the voice actor who plays this character is probably my favorite anime voice actor because he plays a lot of my favorite characters. Harry Potter isn't my favorite Harry Potter character. I don't even think he's in the top 5. Well, this is like, so All Might, what's a good correlation? Who would be a good comparison? I don't want to say Dumbledore because I don't think that one fits. There's also a character in My Hero that's very similar to Snape. He's like the teacher to the main character. He's like his like master almost. Yeah, actually that may be a good comparison. All Might is kind of like, well, Hagrid's not very powerful, but a similar comparison maybe would be like kind of a Hagrid, but if Hagrid was like a teacher, so like maybe like a McGonagall, I don't know. Either way, this is like the teacher. Hagrid is powerful in his own way. Fair, but this is like, I know we were just dogging on Superman. This guy is almost like Superman as far as like powers. He has flaws actually though, so. Okay, is this the dude from like Archer? I don't recognize this face. Kind of looks like the guy from Archer, but it's black and white, so I don't know. No idea is my thought. It is Archer. I never watched it, so don't know. Snape or Hagrid's probably your favorite character. Okay. So maybe you would like All Might and A in that case. You don't like Archer? All right, thankfully I know Harry. Matthew dropping the Harry Potter spoilers. Didn't like Snape killing Dumbledore. Was already dying. Never seen Archer? Yeah, we'll keep you in no idea then. All right, Rocky Balboa. So while I'm not a big Stallone person, Rocky is probably my favorite portrayal of Stallone. It's kind of like a rags to riches story. No, come on. Come on, Adrian. Can't do that. I mean, let alone, I feel like at some point I would maybe do a super chat video of his speech in Rocky Balboa. Like, that speech is always the like pump up or like don't get yourself down type of thing. Hate the movies. So it's probably not good that when I started my channel, I originally planned on doing a Rocky ranking list, which maybe I'll do a short of that at some point because that feels like a pretty easy one to fly through. Rocky was an interesting character. It's a character who didn't win. Okay, I love this. You two especially are the dichotomy of man. We have S and F. Barely like him in Creed. I didn't really watch the Creed movies, I will say. Do it because you like it. You know what I can agree on? Maybe top of B. Yeah. Probably there. I would debate Dom first, but King Matthew did say S tier, so we'll give him the nod over Mr. Toretto here. All right, Bugs Bunny. What the hell is this? Like, what main character? I guess he is the main character of Looney Tunes, but it's not like what trials and tribulations is Bugs Bunny going through? Trying not to get shot by Elmer Fudd. Like, I don't. He did, carry Team Space Jam a little bit. He made Mike's Magic Stuff at halftime, so there's that. Rocky 3 is probably your favorites. Rocky 3 is probably my second least favorite. I don't feel like Mr. T is that intriguing. The only parts I really like about Rocky 3 are his friendship with Apollo. Like, that really is where that blossoms. You enjoyed Creed. You like Michael B. Jordan, though? Yeah, I mean, he's kind of... For a while, he was in just, like, popular stuff that wasn't, like, top tier. But he's definitely... I could see him being in a lot of Oscar stuff. Bugs Bunny's... he's not the main character. Michael Jordan's the main character in Space Jam. You go to his house, even. He's the character they recruit. I mean, I guess during, like, the Looney Tunes scenes... Jordan is elsewhere, but he's also he's playing baseball. You're saying B tier for both of you guys. Oh, really? Bugs Bunny B tier? Give me Bugs Bunny's lore. I mean, maybe he doesn't need to have lore. He's just kind of a fun character. with Sinners, he's trying to branch out with Ryan being the director. Yeah, he definitely crushed both roles. And actually, when I went to Spirit the other day, I saw a I don't remember if it was a smoke or stack costume there. It's freaking Bugs Bunny, dude. I mean, yeah, it's hard when you have like these deep, like, it's kind of like how you think Harry Potter, or like these characters that have these deep stories, and then it's like, this is a very surface level character. That doesn't mean they're bad. Like, you need them to exist also, but how do you place them in comparison is the challenge. He's a rabbit that eats characters and says, what's up? Eats carrots and says, what's up, Doc? He probably eats characters in some, like, is there a Bugs? There feels like there should be a Bugs Bunny, like, bad horror movie at this point. Not to give anyone ideas, but I mean, I guess we kind of have Big Chungus. Put an all cartoon with him, you know, you chuckle. You're not wrong. Not wrong. Sure. Should we put him above Kirby? Should we just keep like slandering Kirby? At the end, Kirby's gonna be like, or what do we want? Where in B are we thinking? I think you guys are not gonna want to put him above Craig. They have Sinners costumes. Yeah, it was. I mean, it was kind of just like a, I don't know, like a striped pin suit, like a red or a blue one or whatever. Probably like overpaying for it, but I guess it was kind of like back. I think when I was like in 8th grade, it was like the last time I really dressed up was 7th grade. Actually, maybe it was. I had like a pinstripe mobster suit. It was just looked like that, but with like color to it. It'll flip if you call Tom and Jerry bad. That may happen. We'll see. It's funny the like layers to this stuff. Like, I think when JDev's here, he normally calls everything cartoons, and I'm like, no, anime is better than cartoons. And then you guys are like, no, cartoons. So there's like so many deep cuts to stuff. Just put him by Will Smith. You think Bugs Bunny? So are we re-acclimating him? We can put you at the top. Oh, you guys were talking me into the whole B category though. Only cosplay I have is Pearl and Rose the Hat. That's kind of fun. Maybe top of C. How's that sound? I know it's like not satisfying any of those, but is this Daredevil? I don't think I watched the Daredevil Netflix show, which I assume that's what this is. So I'll defer to you guys if you have an opinion. I did watch the Punisher Netflix show. That looks like Katniss from the Hunger Games. Are you jumping down? I'm assuming you don't mean the guy that I just grabbed. Brian Cox, he's great. B. Have you seen Daredevil, King Matthew? That is who this is, right? I'm assuming. If you haven't, maybe I'll keep you here, but if you have, I'm willing to throw it up there. Charlie Cox, my bad. Oh, wait. Is this the guy who voices the main character in Expedition 33? Isn't that who does that? Who voices the Rob Pattinson looking character? I think Charlie Cox is the voice actor for the main character. Apparently that didn't come up with enough. Voice cast. Yeah. He's the main character in Expedition 33. Sorry, that is Daredevil. You're good. I am equally as blind sometimes. Mostly long distance. He is, yeah. Also, I did confirm the other day. I wasn't sure that is not Rob Pattinson. Apparently, that plays the like mocap of it. It's some other like French guy who does not look nearly as much like the character as Rob Pattinson does. I will stand by. Gustav, that's the guy. I've only seen him in the Spider movie and scenes of show here and there. Daredevil is fun. Probably C tier because Punisher makes the show better. So you've seen Daredevil? Because if you guys both agree, I don't mind putting it up there. But I've never watched it, so I don't want to chime in too much. You said B, then C. I mean, how many of these do I feel like I haven't seen? If you guys feel passionately, I'll put it up here. He's better than Affleck. I mean, that's not saying a lot. Let's be honest. Daredevil wasn't the greatest movie. You've seen it? If we're putting it up there, it's probably going there. You said C, you said B. You talented, does a good job. Well, I am looking forward to Expedition 33, so maybe I should be swayed by that a little bit. There? That seems okay. All right, we'll do the next 3, then I'll take a quick break to grab some water. All right, we'll see if we can probably finish this list. I mean, it's only 12:15. I really want to play it at least. It's definitely like a story-driven game, so like a really lengthy one. I did mention I don't normally buy stuff that's like super new these days, which they came out earlier this year. But maybe around like the Game Awards, I would consider grabbing it. I think it is lower than a normal priced new game. It's like $50 instead of like 70. But I expect it'll win Game of the Year this year. Be interested to watch. Yeah, I know Robert mentioned streaming it too, so I don't know if he'll get to it first. I think he owns it already. Ben Affleck went on to become a good Batman. A lot of people do like him as Batman. I gotta be honest, I'm not. Ben Affleck will never be a good superhero for me, I think. He does better with drama instead of like action, I think. I like him when he's like a down on your luck Boston guy as opposed to like a superhero. Also, did you guys hear that thunder? My window is open, but I guess in the event the stream just drops, there's a chance it'll be because of weather. We'll see. You have the game, but you'll suck at it. Expedition 33. I've heard the parrying is kind of tough. Like enemies do like fake outs if they're going to hit you, and so you have to like be ready for it. You guys okay with Daredevil there? We'll keep you there. This is Blade. It does look like it is. It's kind of chopped off at the bottom. Wesley Snipes, Blade. Blade's kind of cool. I'd probably go B tier. Not a big attachment to the character, but he's kind of a badass. Good with Daredevil. Cool. S tier. Wow, you guys are going in hard on Blade. I know you like vampire stuff, so that kind of makes sense. Blade to me is not much different than Underworld, though. Like, do you guys like Wesley Snipes that much more than is it Kate Beckinsale? I mean, maybe he's more like badass because he has like a sword, a blade, if you will. You're in the third movie trying to be too comedic. He was okay. It's been a while since I watched the franchise. You both said S. Heavy on the S. Man. How sad would you be with A? You're probably like, put him in front of All Might. But Underworld film's a totally different vibe. Can't compare. Fair. A is great. we'll do that, I guess. Can you guys tell who this is? This feels like a Scream 5 type of portrait here. Who are you? I'm like, is that Buffy or something like that? Who is this? Scully? Should I know who that is? Who's Scully? Underworld, first film was good. I think the first two are okay, right? Like Evolution, is that the second one? Oh, the X-Files. Yeah, I could see that. For me, it's in the never seen, so. Really got watching the vampires was watching Buffy. Speaking of Buffy, that's good timing. I didn't really watch the X-Files. So. Doesn't strike me as a character that I would love if we're just like solving cases, but you never know. I think we may put you there unless you guys both feel like she deserves a spot. All right, yeah, we'll keep it down here. Interesting. So we have Spider-Man here, and I know we were picking specific Spider-Man. So we have Toby here. We have Tom Holland here. Is this Garfield? Not the cat, but like Andrew Garfield. I was debating if it was an animated Spider-Man because it looks very digital, but I think that's just like the special effects. I assume maybe this is Garfield Spider-Man. Just glancing at things a bit. I was gonna ask which is which. Yeah, I know this is the cover for Spider-Man, and this is obviously unmasked Holland. So I guess this is Garfield from the Amazing Spider-Man movies. Husband loves the X-Files. She's in the Hannibal TV show. No, because Miles' outfit was black. Like at most, this is like animated old school Peter Parker. But I think this is probably the Amazing. Yeah, let's look up. I can just even look. It may be the cover photo of one of them. Some heavy thunder. Yeah, it's the Amazing Spider-Man. It's from 2. That's what I thought it may have been. So I like him as an actor. His movies kind of sucked, but we kind of have to view him not as the movies. He felt like too old to be playing a high schooler, which I think he was still supposed to be playing. Honestly, I mean, he was fun in Far From Home or whatever. But his movies, he wasn't the greatest in. Underrated. Better job than Tom. I don't know if I would say that. I mean, Tom's movies are better, so it's hard to pick that. Yeah, I kind of think of him as in The Social Network. That's the one I think of a lot. Honestly, I was going to say F. So if you're thinking he did good, B, I think D is where I'm going to stick him, if you guys are not overly offended. Hacksaw Ridge with Hugo Weaving, huh? All right. Damn, we have so many. We did have 150. These are going to be like so filled out at some point. Tom in Infinity War will forever kill me. He's a great... Yeah, he does the like... I mean, both Garfield and Toby didn't do like the young Peter Parker thing, really. I feel like Tom Holland kind of did because he always will look like he's 12. Social Network in love with that film. I'm curious what the second one, how well that one's going to do. Don't feel like they really needed to retouch it, but they are choosing to. All right, let's take a quick couple minute break here. And if you want to get soda or a snack or something, I'll leave the list up. Let me scroll down so you can kind of see what's upcoming. And we'll be right back. Appreciate that. Let's see. Let's catch up on chat a little bit here and then keep these going. We should be able to finish this. This will be clearly the last tier list for today, but let's see. I'm trying to watch too many war films in it. Yeah, I think I used to like them a little bit more than I do. I don't know if that's a weird thing to say, but I used to like Saving Private Ryan as a movie. I do still want to watch that Warfare movie that came out. I think it's on Max now. I think ironically, like all the actors in that are like British actors playing American soldiers. But I know the Social Network 2 is supposed to have Mikey Madison, Jeremy Allen White. I mean, that's a good reason to watch it, I guess. You give us some solid actors. Yay, Ant-Man's on the list. You like Ant-Man? We'll never spell Social Network 2. I don't know if Fincher's directing it. I'm also not really sure what the plot is. Like, is it the follow-up after like the lawsuit? Is it them turning into Meta? I don't really know what could be interesting with it, but I'm sure they have something planned. Also, I kind of feel like when the Social Network came out, people were at most neutral on Zuckerberg. I kind of feel like most people don't like him today, so I don't know how well that could do story-wise. I feel like Tom from MySpace is like up here and Zuck is like down here somewhere. But maybe it doesn't matter for the movie. You want to watch Warfare 2? Yeah, I heard great things and I want to see it in theaters. I think that came out around when Drop came out, but I didn't wind up seeing either of them. Aaron Sorkin's directing the second one. Do I like Ant-Man? Ant-Man, we'll get to Ant-Man, but I don't think he's pretty average. It was different. Yeah, it does feel like, not to go down Belair-Fonks's rabbit hole of like politics, but his comment about Game of Thrones and House of Cards, or not House of Cards, House of the Dragon being different eras. I feel like we're in a different spot with Facebook or Meta today. So maybe it'll be great. I don't know. Okay, Indiana Jones. I'm pretty neutral on him. I think I like the idea of Indiana Jones. It was kind of like the Nathan Drake for the older generation. I'm pretty sure Harrison Ford's kind of a dick, but I imagine most actors are. I mean, he is Indiana and Han Solo, so good for him. Indy F. I think hypothetically I like him, but I don't think I actually do. Kind of thinking maybe just above Tom Holland, or not Tom Holland, Andrew Garfield, Spider-Man. A tier. Oh, here we go again. A to F. That ain't Han. True. He may be on this list. Is it gonna be? He may be the only person I can think of that would be like double actors on here, but not sure. He's not the main character, I guess, so. I will say when it comes to like favorite characters for stuff, I'm a little emo in that I think my favorite characters from shows or movies typically isn't the main character. I kind of typically like that second level character the most. You said A, you said F. Does that deserve to put you at C- then? If it was Han, it'd be higher. Yeah, he's not a main character unless there's like the Solo movie, which it's not even Harrison Ford in that, right? It's in Shrinking. Oh. I don't want to leave King Matthew in the non-considered point here, so I'm debating the C-, but I want to like you more than I do. That's the problem. So I've never seen the Solo film, so I can't chime in. I'm not like the biggest Star Wars fan. I'll watch like the mainline stuff and dabble a little bit beyond that, but you liked it? I heard it was like okay. Like I think people viewed it as like a B level type of movie, like a 7 to 8 out of 10 maybe for most people. I think Harrison's problem isn't like being seen as Han Solo. Yeah, I think he was pretty happy to have his character get killed off in the new trilogy. Mainline is in like any of the like 1 through 9, but those are obviously the OGs. Like not the latest Disney spin-off stuff like Solo, or I've only watched like the first episode of The Mandalorian or any of those other variations from the main show or the main franchise. Why do you look familiar? I think I know this actor. I don't know what this is from. I'll see if you guys can tell me. Frasier? That's a no idea for me, but if you guys have an idea, sure. It is thundering a lot outside. Honestly, if my power doesn't go out, I'll be very happy, but if it does, you'll know what happened. It made sense to kill Leia. It came out to come with all. I mean, these are older movies coming with all the spoilers today. But the one that they should have done in The Last Jedi. Yeah. I never got into the show. I guess I'm spoiling stuff too, so I can't. I'm like being hypocritical there. I did just talk about him being killed off, and yeah, I'm doing the exact same thing, so I can't talk. Never got into the show. Praise your power stays on. Yeah, hopefully. Unlike internet, that thing will not stay active. So, you've never seen Frasier either. We'll keep it off then. All right, Puss in Boots. Weirdly enough, they're making. No, you're good. It's. I mean, I enjoy talking about that stuff, and sometimes you get kind of. Not. I mean, everyone's watched different stuff, so it's hard to know. Also, when stuff is like years old, it's a little bit more willing to talk freely about it. So I get it. I hope the king spoil. Puss in Boots. It's weird because this is more of like a Shrek spinoff, but I think the new Universal theme park they're opening, there's a Shrek section and there's also a Puss in Boots section. So apparently a strong enough character. I feel like a funny character. I don't know if I really view you as a main character. Like, to me, you're fun, you're cool, but you're kind of like there. Funny, cute, I haven't seen much of him. Yeah, I feel like it's cool. It's almost like the Bugs Bunny, where it's like, you're very surface level. That's, is that Antonio Banderas who plays that character? I feel like as a character, there's not much that's going on. It's just a cats are probably F tier. Maybe we'll keep it in D then. Is that too high? Should we put you below? Spy Kids. All right, Tanjiro. So the main character from Demon Slayer. Trying to debate who's my favorite character from the show. He's probably pretty high on the list. I don't think that's a common choice, but I do like Tanjiro. It's not exactly similar. So I feel like a lot of shonen where there's like curses or powers do have similarities to Harry Potter. As the show name suggests, I mean, also his whole family gets killed in the first episode, and he wants to become a demon slayer to turn his sister back into a human, essentially, because his sister gets turned into a demon. The rest of them all die, and she's like a unique demon to where she's not actually like demons in this world attack humans that kill humans. She can like control herself, which is like a unique trait of his sister. But he's trying to like defeat demons essentially and potentially return his sister to her normal form. Childhood right there with Spy Kids. Yeah, I think the first one's the only one I have watched. Isn't what's his name from FNAF and the Hunger Games in that? Josh, I always butcher his name. Hutchinson, something like that. But Tanjiro for me, I feel bad if I put all these anime characters up in A. I keep forgetting this is All Might, not Deku. This picture is so misleading. I mean, the thing with, like, not every movie, like, for example, Will Smith here, while he's a main character, he's, like, part of the story. I think a lot of times with shonen, like, the main character is, like, the story revolves around them specifically. And I'll keep you there for now. Ironically, two people that, like, kill vampire-esque creatures with swords. Spy Kids 3 was decent. It had Glenn Powell. It's kind of funny, those older, like, I don't want to say bad, but like lower budget movies wind up having these like side characters that become famous. We may wind up adjusting the anime stuff at the end. We'll see. I don't know how many characters there are. All right, we got Batfleck here. Ben Affleck's Batman. I think King Matthew was a fan, and I think a lot of people view him as like the best. I don't see it for some reason. Like, to me, he's like down here, but I can be persuaded to put him higher. All right, you guys are here? Are we still in the same stream, or did it start a new stream? If you know the answer to that. Also, I hear another strike of thunder. You're here? All right, cool. Do you know if it was the same, or is it a new? In the same stream? I'm impressed it can do that. Although I'm not seeing that on my... Although my internet went out overall, so maybe that factors into if it stayed. It never ended. All right, cool. I'm glad it can do that now, because I feel bad if I'm like on the back half of a stream and I want to continue. If it sends out like a new announcement, I'm not trying to like flood people's YouTube algorithm. Yeah, it does seem like, I wasn't sure. I know when I've had the Wi-Fi drop, but my computer restarted, like everything went out for like a second, like the lights, everything. It just kind of like flashed. And then the Wi-Fi took a bit to come back on. I will say, well, since it's the same stream, maybe I would consider keeping it going. But if it happens like too much, then we'll probably just call it. But hopefully it stays for the most part. All right, let me grab the music again. That cut off because everything closed. All right, appreciate you guys still hanging out. I know probably annoying to have it stop and then start back up. So, all right, I will have to refresh my tabs because it is. I can hear the thunder going. So if it happens again, I may keep trying because it does seem to be the same stream. Although I know it's not good for your computer to like shut off without you turning it off. So there is that. Yeah, thankfully, I think the web browsers always save, like even old tier lists that we did. I think if I don't refresh my cookies probably or whatever, it'll keep the historical information. So this one should be the same. Yeah. Cool. Well, I appreciate you guys still hanging out. I know it's A, it's late, but then B, that's probably not fun to deal with. So, all right, we were talking about Affleck. You guys chimed in a little bit, and I lost you. Hate doesn't come close. F. Dang. I mean, I don't think he's that good either. B tier? Yeah, I still... Hopefully it doesn't crash again. It may. I feel like over the last couple of years, I've had more power outage stuff than I really ever have had. I don't even know if it's supposed to rain tonight. I know this weekend it's supposed to, but I don't think it's supposed to really tonight. All right, anyway. So Affleck, we're saying F and then B? I mean, maybe in somewhere in that D category. Batman v Superman? I didn't really like that movie. I feel like we were trying to, it like the entire movie had just had like a dark filter over the top of it. I know we were going for like the edgier Superman and Batman, but the final fight in that movie wasn't great. You have like the Wonder Woman appearance too. Part of me was wanting to move you up, but I don't know if I really can. I like Spider-Man more than Batman as a character, I will say. They're both cool, but I think I like Spider-Man a little bit more. Does this D category make sense? Should Puss in Boots be higher and putting Spider-Man next to Batman? I mean, Garfield's not the problem is that the movie association is there, even though you're not really supposed to. Like the Amazing Spider-Man movies, let's be honest, they kind of suck. But I don't think that's his fault. I think the movies just were bad. All for Justice League 2017 done do Superman's Fate. And now we're doing the DCU instead of the DCEU, right? I think we'll keep you there. Maybe we'll do some adjusting by the end. All right. Kung Fu Panda. This is Jack Black, right? There's like 4 of these, I think. Let me see. Let me check the weather, see what's supposed to be for next few hours, because it's coming down here. What do you guys think about, what's his name in Kung Fu Panda? I don't even know if I know the answer. I think I've only watched the first Kung Fu Panda, which it was a good movie. I will say that. Yeah, this is talking about rain tomorrow night. It says isolated tonight. I guess we're in one of the isolated showers, or storms rather. Also looking at, this is unrelated, but there's apparently Hurricane Melissa near Jamaica. Yeah, tomorrow night's a 90%. Maybe we won't stream tomorrow night. I kind of want to, but maybe Saturday. We'll see. I didn't think I would ever have to like consider weather when it came to like doing computer stuff, but Poe was his name. That's right. Kind of cool. I mean, I don't want to compare everyone to Harry Potter since he is up top, but like you have an unlikely hero here. I guess Harry Potter's not really an unlikely hero. This is more like Deku this character or this guy who started off with like no abilities and then got stronger. Play it by ear. Yeah, that's probably what I'm doing. Story of my life and of the channel too. That sentence out of context sounds weird. That's probably the case frequently with stuff we say on stream. He's not the best. I'm not a big Kung Fu Panda person though. There, I don't know. As I said, I did like the movie, but not enough to watch the other ones, apparently. What's up, Bendy? What was it? You were supposed to chime in earlier. Was it Harry Potter being S was your something Cope said where you would be an extra vote for something? I exist again. You exist here again. I think you've said that before. You always existed, but in the chat you exist again. I don't know if they're gonna have Sydney. I don't know if we're gonna dabble into like horror specifics. That feels like maybe a Final Girl list would be more so her alley, or a horror characters list. These feel like more like mainline entries, like action based stuff. What do you guys think about putting Poe there? Final guy. Yeah, there's probably something out there like a horror characters list. I think that's okay. The problem with this Spider-Man is I generally like Spider-Man as a character, but we're going to have 2 more of them. So does he need to be this high, or can we drag him down too? I did like him in the recent Holland one, but that, I don't know if that should count really. I don't know. We'll keep him there for now. Fits there. I have no opinion on said Banda. What do we have here? This looks like this goes with this same picture. Are these? I mean, they literally, the line almost matches. Is this another X-Files person? Are you really the main character if there's 2 main characters? Don't know. Ben, you can chime in on our existing list too if you'd like. I can't promise I will make changes accordingly, but you can criticize the list at least if you like, or agree with it. No clue. That's how I feel. Okay. Yeah, this is, I mean, they literally, you can see the line, but it's very much like a similar portrait there. All right. Hawkeye. I feel like he was kind of a cool character. I would never watch a movie that probably just had Renner's Hawkeye as like the lead, which this is supposed to be that. Yeah, I don't know if I'm judging, like, I like the character, but if I'm judging him as a main character, he's not that great. He's good as like a secondary or even third, tertiary character. But he's not, I don't know. B? Yeah, I did not watch the show. Him and Black Widow are kind of in the same realm for me, where it's like, you're fun, but if you didn't have like Thor and Iron Man and Hulk and Captain America around you, would you be that fun? I don't know. I mean, he's kind of just like a superhero version of Legolas. You like him more than Thor? I don't think I do, but to each their own. Definitely A tier. He's underrated and misused. Well, then can he be A tier if he's not used enough? So you guys said A and B. I don't know. Honestly, part of me is like there, but that feels right to me. I don't know 90% of these characters. Really? I mean, that's fair, but I think a lot of them are we're kind of in the Marvel section here a bit. I don't know. Maybe you guys will riot if I put Hawkeye there. Oh, I just realized that I've been playing the music. It hasn't even been on this whole time. All right. You need to broaden your horizons. All right. The hard part, once again, is, I mean, not to the same extent as the desserts, but like these are all main characters. Iron Man. Or I guess Tony Stark. I feel like I was more of like a Thor fan. My brother liked Stark. To me, he's like either there or there. I mean, to be fair, Robert Downey Jr. is Iron Man. Like, there is not really any other representation I would think of at this point in time. S tier. I mean, he was the beginning of the MCU. I will say that, but that's his movie. That's not him as a character. B minus. All right, we'll go with the B minus. You said S, you said B minus. I'm like down here. I can settle in this area. Tom Cruise almost cast as Iron Man back in 2007. Bet he regrets that choice, if that's the case. Every time I hear thunder, I'm like, oh, it's gonna go out again. Okay, we'll keep you there, I think, for now. This is what's your name? Daisy Ridley's character in Star Wars. I'm blanking on her name even. I wanted to say Leia at first, but that's clearly not. That's Fisher. Rey. Yep. Rey. That tells you all you need to know about my thoughts on Rey. I feel like Rey was just like another Luke Skywalker attempt. I mean, she's cool. A minus. I mean, I was gonna be like there. A minus, you're saying? F tier. I love. I should just call these streams, like the tier list streams, the dichotomy of man. Or the let's piss everybody off stream by satisfying nobody's thoughts. You like Rey? I don't hate Rey. I just feel like she kind of just did. She was just Luke Skywalker again. Which, I mean, you could probably say that about like new Star Wars protagonists anyway. So A minus and F. How about like C plus? That seem fair? That seems okay. That's why it's ranked for. Yeah. Yeah, the challenge, I mean, not a lot of people do tier lists where it's like community voting as much. But when you do have everybody, you get like a blend of different opinions. So it's a little making everybody mad. That seems like an okay spot. I probably like her more than Hawkeye. Okay, we're approaching some of these weird ones. Which I'm now understanding why Justice League technically is here, because who's the main character of the movie Justice League? Well, it's like, well, the Justice League. But that's kind of a cop-out, if I'm being honest. We'll play along, I guess. So we have the Teen Titans here, right? Robin, Cyborg. I forgot the name of you two. I saw one of these in theaters, but was not big into it. Is it the Snyder cut? Probably. I mean, it's like black and white. I could see that being the case. Robin was probably B tier. You don't know Robin? Like from Batman? I guess technically in the like Christian Bale universe, it was what's his face? Angels in the Outfield. Inception dude. Who played Robin? Kind of one of the weakest parts of The Dark Knight Rises, though. Robin from Batman Robin. Yeah, duh. I assume we're treating all of these, honestly. I know you guys are talking Robin, but I think all 4 of these are technically who's being represented here. Maybe there. I do like Robin, but this is Teen Titans Robin, which I thought was just okay. You like the Dark Knight Rises Robin? I don't think he was Robin, though. He was just like a human character that didn't do anything. It seemed like they teased a lot towards Robin's development, and then they just kind of ended the movie and we never got the payoff. Maybe there we'll go with. All right, so we have Protagonist from Black Clover, which I started to read this and started to watch it. I didn't get as far as I would like. Another show where they use magic, where Protagonist is like he's like the one who's been like neglected, and then he becomes kind of the chosen one. I'll put it in no idea for now because I have not absorbed enough of it. I will say the dub, which I mentioned watching more of than subs, I don't like the voice actor. It's kind of a whiny voice, but they're playing the younger version, so maybe that makes sense. Teen Titans is a show. Yeah. It's the show. It's like the kid versions of these characters. Just because he doesn't have the suit on in the movie doesn't mean he ain't Robin. Yeah, but he doesn't really do anything, right? He just kind of like like if we had a movie that was just Bruce Wayne almost. Like, okay, are you gonna watch a Batman movie that was just about Bruce Wayne's life? In fairness, Batman Begins is kind of that, I guess, but also not a big fan of Batman Begins. I think The Dark Knight is really the only one from that trilogy I do like. That's fair if you liked it. I think J-Dev's like one of his favorite movies is The Dark Knight Rises, so no shade. Cop to detective to Robin. Yeah, I think if we had more payoff, I think that was the thing. Like, we didn't get the payoff of that character. You like Batman Begins? I remember seeing it in theaters and being kind of underwhelmed. Cool to have Liam Neeson as what, Ra's al Ghul in that. I think Rises the most. It's hard not to say like Heath Ledger though, like as the Joker. Bane was okay. All right, we got Samus here. I think, well, I will still consider their feedback even though they've bounced. I think the Resident Evil said they would put Samus in S tier. Is this the only version? So technically this is like Metroid Prime, but I think this is a character since it's from a video game franchise. I'm going to consider it probably the whole franchise. It's not a live action, so I think we can do that. Samus is pretty cool. You thought that was Bumblebee from Transformers? I mean, it's kind of robotic. Death Bias. You think with Ledger's Joker? I don't know. He had some great scenes in that though, like want to make a pencil disappear or whatever else. The opening was cool too, like the bank heist. I mean, I'm not a big Heath Ledger fan. Like, I feel like a lot of his movies aren't movies that I typically would seek out. I could see why you would say that, but I don't know if that's why I like it more. I also liked Two-Face. I liked Officer Gordon. So some of the other elements, the Bruce Wayne love story probably wasn't that great with Rachel or whatever. That's probably one of the weaker parts of that movie. Two-Face was great. Yeah, I liked Two-Face in that. Probably equally as much, maybe a little bit less. When he like goes crazy and starts doing the coin flip. Gotham TV show Joker character is better, plus there's different versions of him. Yeah, I've not watched Gotham. All right, Samus, we're talking here. So I haven't played a lot of the Nintendo games lately. Cool Smash character, I will say. Super Metroid was also one of the better Super Nintendo games. I may be thinking like there. I debated going A. But I don't know. The reason like Batman Begins was it sets up the story of Batman is... Yeah, I don't know. Scarecrow was okay. I didn't really love... You guys both do, apparently? It was okay. I'm thinking Samus maybe B+. That probably works. You have a bias there. Okay, that's fair. At least you admit it. I think a lot of people will just blindly say it and not own up to it. All right, we have Goku. Weirdly, we have a picture both of kid and adult Goku here. So Goku's not my favorite Dragon Ball character, despite being the lead. One of the criticisms of DBZ is that every time there's like a serious like fight or like dire situation, a lot of times it's let's just hold off the bad guy until Goku shows up and saves the day. He's not, he is actually kind of a flawed character. I was about to say he wasn't, not strength wise, but he's flawed in his personality. Tries to be comedic a lot. Huh. I'm going back and forth between A and B here. Kind of thinking of doing that. Maybe even that. We'll just lump all the anime characters together. Zero opinion on him. There's some great lines that he has throughout the series, like when he goes Super Saiyan the first time. That is Goku, yep. Yeah, maybe somewhere like there. I could be talked into moving him down to B potentially because he's not my favorite character from the franchise, but since he's the only representation of the show, maybe there. We'll see. Maybe we adjust as we go along here. Probably A tier. All right, we'll keep him there for now. Weirdly, we have this. Definitely appears to be very pixelated, animated Superman. Are we sticking with our trend of Superman in F tier? Part of me wants to put Ben Affleck in F tier, honestly, because I'm like, you gotta be better than him, right? But maybe we won't do that. Probably F tier. Justice League Superman, like the old TV show. You're saying? I probably would enjoy watching that. It probably ages better than the Christopher Reeve version of things. Maybe we'll just keep you an F though. I'm not a Superman fan. I can be persuaded otherwise, but I do want to watch the new one though. I've heard pretty great things about it. Okay, Gilly says A. Well, we can move you out of F. I think the highest we're going to go with this is D, though. How about that? It's probably not going to make anybody happy, but feels like maybe that. We went up one entire rank. Just watch it because I don't know shit about most of these. Well, I appreciate you hanging out. That means a lot if you don't have like any interest in what we're talking about, but you're still hanging out. So, yeah, I mean, I would say check out a lot of these because there's stuff that I think you would enjoy. Granted, I don't know your entire taste of stuff, so Cope probably has more understanding of what you like and what you don't like. Doctor Strange, you're thinking B. Yeah, Doctor Strange is another one that I feel like is a fun secondary character, but when you make him the main character, I don't know how well. Like, he was cool in No Way Home, where he's like scolding Peter and stuff like that. A tier. You guys think A and B? How about just under Iron Man? Do we feel okay about that choice? I feel like when I think of Doctor Strange, I just think of him doing the like whatever like goofy hand gestures he does when he's doing his magic. One was alright, Multiverse of Madness was trash. A. Now I feel bad if I'm like the one dragging this down, because I mean, for me, he's not that great. Granted, Benedict Cumberbatch is pretty much taken on this role, so if I associate you with the character, that probably means a lot. Like, as I said, this is Iron Man at this point. There's more Supermans than anything else. I mean, it's the most popular character in superheroes for the most part. Well, I don't know. I'd be curious to see what that looks like. Spider-Man's probably pretty high, actually. Spider-Man, Batman, Superman. Something like that. So you guys are saying A, B, and A. So then I feel bad if I put it in B minus. But he would probably be like a C character for me. You're okay with all the Batmans? Do you guys want him above Stark? I mean, we can move you up higher, I guess. Like, middle of B we could do. Behind Iron Man works for you? Okay. True. I mean, Robert Downey Jr. was kind of he was having a rough go of it for a while until he kind of reclaimed his throne in Hollywood. Above Stark is fine. I'm okay with probably honestly anywhere from like Toretto on down. Is my thought. Part of me feels like Daniel Craig is still too high, but oh well. Yeah. I think I kind of go back to the point where like what I mentioned with Goku, like he is kind of like the leader. I mean, there's Captain America, I guess, but like a lot of times I prefer not the like just alpha male kind of one note personality. He does have some variety, I will say though. You like Kirby better? I mean, Kirby was recommended for S tier. All right, we have Henry Cavill's Man of Steel Superman. I do like Henry Cavill as like a person. I feel like he seems like a good dude. He's like a big gamer and like nerd too with his like Warhammer stuff. So I'll try not to make that influence me. I probably like him more than Batfleck, if I'm being honest. Probably A tier. My pink bubble, sue me. That's fine. I mean, the Resident Evil had him S tier. I could see, honestly. I'm kind of moving stuff around as we're talking here. Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think overall? Cavill is great, just bad scripts. Yeah, that's the point. I'm trying not to let the movie judge my opinion of the character. Like we did. Well, we kind of did, but like Garfield playing Spider-Man here. We got 2 A's and a black. Was that the feedback I've seen so far? I'm trying to think what's like my limit on how high I'll go here. Does that seem okay? Probably not to anybody, but maybe. I mean, 2 A's, it's hard not to like go even higher. Part of me just, I don't really care for Superman, but I thought he did a pretty good job. I don't know. We have such a lengthy list still. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 rows of like 10 deeps. What are we, like halfway through this? Yeah, to Henry Superman. Yeah, maybe we'll keep you there. That's balancing out the polarizing viewpoints. Captain Marvel B+. I don't really like Captain Marvel. Fine, we're making good time. Perhaps. B+ for Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel is just Superman in female form though, right? Like no flaws, just kind of bland. C tier, most boring character ever. I mean that, I don't know if I'd go that far, but I probably am closer to that than B+. Honestly, if it was me, I'd probably put Captain Marvel like in F. So B+ and a couple C's. Okay. It probably not gonna make anybody happy here, but I'm thinking like middle of D right now. I don't know. She just like, there's not really much going on. Just like, I am all powerful. Okay, well, you guys are screwed. The reason the first movie was great because Sam Jackson being in it. I mean, was the first movie great? I don't even know if I would go that far. Yeah, I don't know. She doesn't do much. She's just Superman for the MCU. Yeah, I think that's maybe okay. Unless you guys really want to. I can maybe be talked into putting her like higher in this tier, but I would be reluctant to put her up here with these people. She doesn't do much in Endgame. Yeah, that's true. I love how throughout this entire list, the one I like gave up on with you guys is the only one we have an S tier at this point with Harry Potter. kind of interesting how that worked out so far. It'll probably change, but okay. I don't know how the heck we're gonna do this. We can do no idea if you guys prefer, but apparently we have the entire Justice League. So we have this character plus this character plus like this character and like 4 more characters. Either just gonna dump it or we can judge them as a team if we would like. I don't know how. I mean, if we're judging them as a team, it's like going there. F. Cope, I think you and Gilly have like the exact opposite opinions on like everything. Because I think Gilly was liking homie right here, but is not a fan of this. But you hate Superman, but you like Justice League. C minus, F, and you enjoyed it. A lot of time we are opposite. So C minus, enjoyed, and a couple Fs. Well, if we have a couple Fs, I don't know if we can keep at the top of D even. There, maybe? Just above a bad choice in the group? Maybe something like that. Okay, we got Rambo here. So, as mentioned, I'm not a big Sly fan. Rambo is also kind of one note, just mindless, brute shooting stuff. Oh, a kitty's on the list. You talking about Puss in Boots here? From the Shrek world? FD. Are we all having an agreement on Rambo here? Zack Snyder's Army of Dead was great. He does, didn't he do the 04 Dawn of the Dead? S tier. Okay, that's what I was expecting. I'm glad we returned to the normalcy of having the exact opposite scores. I was a little worried that we were all going to agree for a second. Army of Dead was good. Fave will be Sucker Punch. Sucker Punch is kind of like a little bit Scott Pilgrim-y, isn't it? Rambo 4 isn't so bad. I mean, that's already deeper than I'm at this point. 5 is meh. Okay, so we got S, D, F, and I also kind of put him in probably D. Probably buys because you love Sly. I mean, I know him and Schwarzenegger are kind of like the icons of that era, but I like Arnold a lot more, I think. Outside of Rocky, I'm not a big Stallone, which we do have 2 of him on here. I know we kind of talked about maybe a Han Solo appearance, but D, F, and S. So either going to put you there or there, I think. If somebody says S, it's hard to keep him in D. I don't know. Maybe there for now. Yeah, I was definitely more of an Arnold fan. I feel like Arnold was like funnier, which helped. Can't forget Bruce Willis. True. It's another one from that era. All right, maybe C minus. I don't know. Why do you look familiar? Who is this? You guys know? I feel like I should know the answer. Hawkeye from MASH, S+. I never watched MASH. I don't think I'm familiar with the IP. S+. Oh God, we're having one of these again. I haven't seen. King Matthew hasn't seen. But then we have the S squad coming in hot. What makes Smash so good? Never seen. Uh-oh. Problem is, my rule is normally if 2 people have seen it, I keep it on the list as opposed to dropping it down here. We have a 3-2 right now. The problem is the 2 aren't like a middle of the road. It's like best of all time answer. Let me look up MASH real quick. What did you say his name was? Hawkeye. He's from the Last of the Mohicans? From the 70s. It's about a staff at an army hospital in the Korean War. So you haven't watched it, but you still think S, huh? All right. I'll let you guys decide what you prefer. Maybe the 2S candidates here. Would you prefer keeping a no idea? Or would you prefer putting it at the bottom of A? That feels like maybe a balancing out, kind of. I am familiar with MASH, but I've never watched it. I don't care. Bottom A is fine. 251 episodes. That is quite a bit. That is super lengthy. Is there both black and white and color in the show? Because the picture is black and white, but when I looked it up, it looked like there was color. Well, the only picture, maybe it's like an old photo that's being used from. The only picture I'm seeing black and white is like his military photo. I'm hearing so much thunder right now. Yeah, it appears like the show is mostly color. It does eventually become color. Same with Gilligan's Island. What do you, Cope, you or Gilly think? Do you like it there, or is that too like disrespectful? Some people prefer it being on the list, which I don't know if I prefer that, or because I feel like if I put it here, then I'm not like offending anybody. But hey, he's good. All right, we'll rock with that. Batman. Is this what's his name? Is this Clooney? Who is this? Is this Keaton? Can't really tell from the picture here. Let's see. Looks more like Clooney, I think. I can't tell. Might be Keaton. Yeah, I'm trying to judge that right now too. Now this picture looks more like Keaton, actually. I think it is Keaton. Yeah, I think it is. I've watched the older Batman, like, actors, but it's been a long time. It's been quite a while. S, S, and A, I guess. Part of me wants to say, like, stick you right there. It's close. It's not entirely. We probably should just slide stuff up because I feel like I've just not touched the S category, which results in it just being the Harry Potter tier, unfortunately. So we'll probably slide stuff up eventually. All right. We have Naruto here. And I've watched like only a few episodes. I read the first few volumes. Not enough to have really an opinion though. I think King Matthew said you've watched it, so I'm open to like chiming in on it, but I would probably leave it here because I haven't consumed enough of it. B tier. Yeah, are you okay with no idea? Because I would debate putting it in B tier, but I'm afraid of like really liking the character and just like dogging on it here. It seemed cool from the like few volumes that I did read. Some heavy thunder now, jeez. All right, cool. This is Cowboy Bebop, right? I haven't watched it, so don't know, but I'm pretty sure that's who you are. Then we have Deku. I'm gonna fly by these unless you guys want me to stop. Deku, I also really like. I keep thinking that's him up here, but that's All Might we're saying. Honestly, they may be kind of a pair for me. WTF, I don't know what that's referring to. Cowboy Bebop. Definitely no, I'm in that series maybe the most out of anime. Okay. I heard the live action wasn't that great. Never got into it. Deku D, no. Is that what the WTF was for? I mean, he's pretty much Harry Potter, but you put Harry Potter in S, but you put Deku in D? He's like this superhero anime Harry Potter. Never heard of Cowboy Bebop. I've heard the anime is actually pretty good, but I haven't watched it. Yeah, I did hear the live action. It has what's his name from Searching? Is that the one? And Harold and Kumar. I forgot the guy's name. It's like John Cho, something like that. That may be totally off base, but whatever that guy's name is, I think he's. Deku is a crybaby at times. I don't know, dude. I mean, we showed All Might earlier. We can show Deku more. Like, does this guy look like a crybaby? I mean, somebody drew this, I think. Yeah. He is, like, emotional, but that's, like, character. Like, you don't want someone to just be, like, mindlessly Superman. I mean, there's him, too, technically. That's a bizarre picture. Here's kind of your main three people here. I think that makes him a stronger character, like somebody who is like that, like overwhelmed by stuff and to still rise up. I kind of am a sucker for that stuff, though, if I'm being honest. Like, it's easy for a hero to be strong or whatever, and I feel like somebody who's like someone who has flaws and things they have to overcome, if they become a hero, that feels like that means more to me. He was in Star Trek 2, that's true. Afraid to Bebop and Rocksteady from Ninja Turtles. That they're probably not gonna be on the list, but they are cool characters. Watching an actor act will be more impressive to me. I don't know. Have you seen some of the? I would probably get copyright strike, but the voice acting booth sometimes. I think he's kind of a dick, but the voice actor for Goku, for example, I think he's like passed out in the recording booth from like yelling so extensively. I think it's almost hard. Maybe, I mean, they're both hard, let's be honest. But to show emotion in your voice alone, because you can't do a lot of things. I mean, the character will emote or whatever, but you're restricted by how you can express yourself only through your voice. So I think they both take skill for sure. Anyway, I mean, I put Deku below All Might. there is that. I kind of debate who I like more, Deku or Tanjiro, though. I will say I'm in like season 5 of My Hero right now, and it's kind of a big filler season, it feels like, where they're just doing like class activities. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to care what you look like, but that makes it more accessible too, though. Like, if somebody who's like, I don't know, in theory, somebody who's like disabled could play like the protagonist of a story. So that's kind of a cool aspect of it. Like, it's cool when Tom Cruise is doing like his own stunts and stuff. And I'm like, oh, you're still Tom Cruise at the end of the day. So you like animation because art. Yeah, I mean, some of the visuals are cool. You also can do more with animation, not to go down the whole rabbit hole. I think I'm just defending the like weaker side here. But like Dragon Ball, I don't think is ever really going to be that great in live action. It just doesn't work as well as it does in animation form. Anyway, we can, we'll come back to Deku maybe. Pikachu. I mean, you don't actually talk, you just say Pika, but you do act and stuff like that. You like shock people when you're angry. Pikachu's S tier. Okay, Matthew, I feel like your S tier is so bizarre. You have like Pikachu and Rambo up in S tier. It's like the strangest combination of characters. It feels like a Suicide Squad assemble of characters. I mean, it's cool variety, I will say. I don't know, from cuteness. I mean, technically another Smash character. I really got into Pokemon when I was younger. I kind of fell out of it a little bit. S plus. You guys you can't be serious. I feel like half the time we're saying like we need more emotion from our live action where they're like really showing mannerisms and like real abilities, and then we're over here like Pikachu's an animated animal, S tier. So it's like I can't, the inconsistency is across the board. I have cards. I had cards. They got stolen, unfortunately, which made me a little bit bitter. So when Rammer runs out of bullets or Pikachu, that is true. That'd be a good kind of combo. Good tag team. Detective Pikachu movie was pretty good. I don't think this counts as that because this is like the animated character. Yeah, I probably could have a nice retirement with the cards that I had that got stolen, but they're gone. So I've always been like reluctant to look up like what are the value of those things that I had, but that's just gonna be like depressing. Yeah, Ryan Reynolds did the live action voice. Okay, we said C and 2 S's. There, maybe. B. Pikachu is kind of just okay. Not my favorite Pokemon, so like, is Pikachu your guys' favorite? Kind of like Ash should be here. I don't know if he's on the list, but it's weird that we have Pikachu, but not Ash. Not Ash Williams, but I mean, it's the same level as Kirby. They're literally doing the same face. Ooh, Michael Scott. Interesting turn we took here. We went with a comedic role. Is Michael Scott my favorite The Office character? Maybe that'd be a fun list to do at some point. I don't know if you guys are really into The Office, but one of my favorite shows. Michael Scott. Season 1 Michael Scott kind of sucks, but seasons 2 through 7 Michael Scott, I'm here for it. Yeah, this is, sorry, if you don't know, this is the manager from The Office, the branch manager of Dunder Mifflin in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Never seen it. I mean, it's a very specific type of comedy. It's your relatively standard sitcom comedy, like Parks and Rec, stuff like that. Yeah, season 1, I don't like. I mean, some of the episodes are funny, but he is kind of just a dick. You're thinking B. I've seen clips. Yeah, I mean, The Office clips are very, like, memeable at this point. While I like The Office, do I like it solely because of, like, Steve Carell's role? It is hard to judge comedy against, like, shonen hero over here, or, like, superhero. It's like Batman and Michael Scott. They go hand in hand. You said B. I don't mind, like, there. He definitely carries the show. Like, it dips in season 8, and that's partially because Steve Carell is not in it. Season 9 is okay, but 8 is really bad, I thought. All right, let's do another row, and then I may take a quick water break again. Let's get up to Peach, probably. We have Solid Snake from Metal Gear. Honestly, to me, I don't really care for Metal Gear. He's a cool character, I'll admit. Like, to me, he's probably, like, there. Yeah. Maybe, like, there. S, yeah, I imagine a lot of people like Metal Gear, so. S, B. I'm assuming we're gonna wind up being worked up higher at this point. Yeah, I don't care for it either. We can put them up higher. S and B, you're saying? How about, like, there? See, we'll do the Kirby line here. Is he better or worse than Kirby? Probably a little bit more depth than Kirby. Does Kirby ever even talk and stuff? Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe there's, like, speech bubbles or something, but I don't think Kirby says a lot. Probably better than Kirby. That's okay. I'm good with that. I don't have an attachment to the character at all, but I can acknowledge that it's a popular franchise. Yeah. It feels like it's a very much same as Pikachu. We're just making noises. It would be funny if when Kirby, like, absorbed people and took on their powers, if they also, like, imitated their voice. Okay. Well, we were saying we were sticking with the actor because this is what, Anakin here? But I don't really care for this version of Anakin. I like Kid Anakin. I like Vader. F. That feels a little bit harsh. I think it's Luke, I'm your father, but it's also, that's not how you spell Anakin. S tier. I would love to see a King Matthew and Cope collab effort on a tier list. Everything would just be in C because it would be back and forth S and Fs. They would just be filled out. You hate Star Wars 1, 2, and 3? Dang, hate? I feel like maybe this isn't true. We typically have, same with, like, presidents, anything where it's like, when something new comes out of a thing that people are passionate about, like, people love the original trilogy, 4, 5, and 6. 1, 2, and 3 came out. People definitely hated on 1, which I don't really understand because I had a good time with 1. But it was like ripping on that. And then the sequels came out, 7, 8, 9. And then people liked 1, 2, and 3 again. And people hated 7, 8, 9. So it kind of feels like we hate the thing. Time passes. And then we grow to like the old thing. which I understand that. It's kind of what I mentioned how I feel about Amanda and Hoffman, where it's like you're around it enough that it's fine. With horrible spelling. Phantom Menace was alright. Attack of the Clones was alright. The one thing I didn't love about Revenge of the Sith, third one, right, is you have this big battle between Anakin and Obi-Wan. And you know they're both in the rest of the franchise, or at least like the next one. So you're like completing this story from like point A to point C, and you're putting in point B. And you know that neither of them are going to die. Granted, it was still cool when he was like in the lava or whatever, but sometimes when you know both sides of a story, it's hard to get really invested. You like Rogue One. But you guys said F and S and C. So C is probably okay with me. Maybe like right there. Must have been confusing back in the 70s when New Hope released. Yeah, obviously I wasn't going to see movies back in the 70s. I don't remember, like, how did they market it? Was it marketed as Episode 4, or was it just like Star Wars: A New Hope? Don't remember, or don't know, rather. Okay, we got Toby, Spider-Man. There's some good and bad with him. He is probably my favorite version of the live action Spider-Man. Kind of was the first Marvel live action like movie, it felt like. I remember it came out in like 2001-ish, 2002-ish. And I think half of the movie has the Twin Towers in it, and then the other half doesn't, if I recall. Toby B. C. Oh, you guys don't like Toby. Yikes. Spider-Man 3, that's another one. People hated when it came out. Time has passed. You had the bad Garfield ones. You had the okay Holland ones. And now people kind of like 3. I mean, Venom was awful in 3. I don't think that can be argued. Like, Topher Grace as Venom. Come on. The Sandman story was okay. I think the problem was there was, like, studio versus director conflict as far as what story they wanted to tell. Because it was Raimi, right? I think he wanted to tell a Sandman story. In the studio, probably rightly so, were like, people like Venom. Put Venom in the movie. So you got this, like, blend of things that didn't really work. But you said SBC, which is also a crappy old company these days. Top of B or... I was going to say probably A myself. X-Men 2000 Wolverine's your favorite live action. I think we're either putting you here or here. I mean, we're judging not the movies, we're judging the character, I guess. I could be talked into, I think, either of these. Oh, you guys said B and C. You really don't like Toby's Spider-Man? I think either A- or B+ is probably where it winds up. Yeah, I don't know. We'll put you maybe there for now. Who do we got here? Are you like from Conan the Barbarian or something? Is this like Xenon Princess Warrior? Hopefully some Lucy. Yeah, I don't have my thought would be here, but I'll let you guys chime in on this one. A, then C. Okay, I mean, looks like a badass. Never seen. I would probably lean more towards the lower end of that, but A, then C. Either to kind of balance out those, I would. It's so weird to have Pikachu on this compared to like these other people. B minus. I was tempted to put it here, but then I'm not taking into account the A enough, I don't think. Probably, this is probably one of those where like I don't necessarily care about the plot as much, whereas the character probably is pretty cool. We're getting a little bit heavy on the B category. I probably should slide some of these up to S though. Maybe we'll do that for now. But we'll probably do some adjusting. All right, Luffy. So I've watched a lot of One Piece. There's like 1,000 episodes at this point. Played the card game for a bit. What about to head to bed? That's totally understandable. It's like super late, so I appreciate you hanging as long as you have. We'll see if we finish off the list. I guess it depends on who all is still hanging out. We may have to save it depending on who all is still here, but I totally get it. Thank you for hanging out as long as you have. One Piece, while I've consumed a lot of it, and I haven't gotten to some of the better parts in the anime, I kind of think Luffy sucks as a protagonist. You think B? Like, he's just kind of a goofy kid who's just like screwing around and just is all powerful for the most part. He gets like somewhat unwarranted power-ups. I know he has like his crew or whatever that helps him. So if you're unaware of this franchise, it's like a pirate TV show where the goal, it's called One Piece because there's a treasure that they're trying to seek out called the One Piece that this pirate like hid long ago. Then he got killed, and pretty much everyone in this world is like searching for the One Piece. Yeah, I like the live action. Honestly, if you haven't watched it and you're not an anime fan, I would check out the live action. My wife really enjoyed it, I think. She can tolerate anime stuff though, but the live action is what you'd expect. It's not the same art style. So maybe if you're more of a fan of like actual actors, that one would be a good taste into the world a little bit. I know some people weren't fans of it. I think they're probably just like snobs of the IP because it's hard for me to say that it's not good. I'm looking forward to season. I think they've already announced seasons 2 and 3 at this point. We can keep Luffy in B. He's okay. He probably would be more C for me, but he's kind of annoying, if that makes sense. I mean, you can kind of tell from his like goofy smile. Captain America, a very blurry photo of what appears to be Chris Evans, Captain America. True, Bendy. Have they made that? I feel like that was supposed to come out like earlier this year, at the end of last year, and I haven't seen anything with the One Piece. But to your point, it's a very condensed version. You love the, yeah, I thought you enjoyed the live action One Piece. So maybe Cope, check it out if you're interested in seeing some of that stuff, but you're not into anime. It's like a action adventure. It's almost like a Pirates of the Caribbean, but for like people with powers. S, A. He's not quite Superman for me, but he's kind of one-dimensional for me. Obviously, he's human, so he can be beat. So there's that. S and A, huh? For me, he's probably a C tier character. I'm starting to do the stuttering at this point. S and A though, we can move you up to B. I mean, the shield is cool. It's very iconic. So yeah, you probably deserve B if I'm being real. Where in B do we want to go? We have kind of the superhero clump of people here. Better or worse than Iron Man, I guess. I mean, he has some backstory with her as well. There's a little bit more depth to his character, I will say. Also sad how Avengers Endgame ends with him. Both of these characters, I guess, ironically. Goes above. It's funny when we had Chris Evans playing the Human Torch in Fantastic Four, then he just like pivoted over. I mean, I don't have a big attachment to either of these two, so I could be talked into moving you up. Is it weird to have you after Toretto? I kind of feel like Toretto, I know he's an action guy, but he's almost like a comedic inclusion here. Middle V? Is that still too rough? That seems all right. All right, I don't know if I recognize this character. Is this from Chrono Trigger? I'm kind of getting the art style of Akira Toriyama, but is this Chrono Trigger or am I off base? No idea. Yeah, what is... I'm assuming not, since you guys are saying no clue. We'll put in no idea then. No, it's not that. I was thinking of the other character with the red hair. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I should know what this is, but I don't. It's not the guy from Gurren Lagann, is it? I don't know. We'll keep it there either way. Star Trek? I don't have a strong enough opinion. Honestly, if I did put it up here, I would probably like dog it. You think A for Picard? I've heard have you watched like the recent Star Trek Picard show? I heard that was awful. I don't know if that should sway you, but I've heard that was not good. I've heard that kind of ripped on his legacy a little bit. I don't care enough. I guess if only Gilly has feedback, maybe we'll keep it and no idea. I know a little bit about the character, but I didn't really watch the show, so I don't know. Didn't want to ruin my childhood. It did seem like there's some potential there. If you're okay, I mean, maybe you prefer it up here, but we'll keep it no idea because I don't want to put it like low. It's probably a cool character. I just didn't really watch Star Trek. All right, we have Black Widow, which to me, I feel like I mentioned this earlier. I mean, her and Hawkeye kind of go hand in hand to me. Honestly, I may not even like her as much as Bugs Bunny. I like ScarJo, but C, A+. Well, we have a predicament now then. I mean, I just feel like she's the same. It's like the same as Hawkeye, which I think you also had Hawkeye higher, so. If you want to put her in front of him, I don't mind that. A. Well, I didn't watch the Black Widow movie, so I will say that. I just know her role from Avengers. In front of him, yes. Should we go any higher? Bendy said A also. I don't want to, like, both you guys said A. Does that warrant the B category? Sure. Would I put her there? No. But multiple A's. I think me and Gilly are more aligned with like in this realm, but that seems okay. You like that movie? All I really remember hearing was that she tried to sue, or she did sue Disney, I think, over I think she was getting paid on just like box office sales, and they put it on Disney Plus, and she was like, what the hell? And I think she won her dispute with them. We start to slow down. Badass version Smells Like Teen Spirit. You may like, this may be in the cream cheese category, but I don't really like Nirvana that much. I do think that's a decent song, but I'm not a big Nirvana fan. Florence Pugh is the best part. We'll keep it in B-. I think that's probably as high as I think is fair. Master Chief or Master Cheeks, whatever you want to say. This is not the live action, so whatever garbage is going on there. I mean, you can argue not much personality, but GOAT, yeah. I think Harry Potter's been dethroned temporarily. It is weird though, like when I was only playing PlayStation the last, I guess like almost 10 years ish, I was kind of done with Master Chief. Like the games I thought kind of sucked, like the later ones, so I was a little bit off the franchise. But coming back to PC and playing the old ones, I'm like, no, he was a cool character. They just kind of did him dirty. Books flesh him out. True. I've not read them. I know there's like The Flood or whatever else. I guess we're arguing if this counts, like the books count towards this picture. I don't know, but don't you dare. I told you I'd put Harry Potter in S. I would not commit to being anything else. So I'll admit Harry Potter probably has more depth, but Gilly's pointing out that maybe there's more. Master Chief, is he chiefin'? Is that what you're implying? There's closer spelling there. I mean, Bendy came in with an S, so I think we have to. Okay, so we're doing this again. We're doing these teams. We have the entire Fantastic Four. Ironically, is this the Chris Evans one? Or is that the Miles Teller one? This is hard to see. Is this the Miles Teller one? Can you guys tell from this? I don't know if it really matters because they both kind of suck. Master Chef. Fodder rating. This is certainly not the newest one. It's either the one with Chris Evans or Miles. That looks like Miles Teller more than Chris Evans. So I'm assuming this is that one. I would probably agree F. Like this may be bottom of F. I don't think there's much to dispute there. You guys can tell me I'm wrong, but Gilly agreed that it's probably F. It's bad. All right, yeah. We'll put you here. Since we are doing the teams for some of these for some weird reason. Okay, this is Seinfeld. Wasn't one I really watched. Also kind of assume he's a dick, but he's like the highest paid comedian of all time, so train wreck movie. Yeah. S, but I'm biased. Oh, for Seinfeld? I never got into Seinfeld. I, in good conscience, cannot put him against or above Michael Scott. S and F. Okay. I think the balance for that keeps him within range of down here, that and Frasier. Bottom of C, that's between S and F. I also probably put him low, but I didn't like I've seen the show obviously, but I haven't like watched it all. Sure. Doesn't the show end with him like getting arrested? Like they all just get put in jail. This is Buffy. Although King Matthew has left the building, so we're about to crush his hopes and dreams. Maybe. I never watched Buffy. Kind of a cool character. This is who this is, right? It's a show about nothing. I mean, you're just kind of describing a sitcom though. Like they all can just be like, you don't have to watch from start to finish. You can just jump in. but point made. A all day for this one. Probably a cool character. I like the concept in theory. Childhood crush. That's fair. I think even though I didn't watch the show, I can respect her place. No, Friends is about something. True, there's generally at least an underlying plot in How I Met Your Mother, for example. Granted, you can debate how well executed it is. B, A all day and B. Like right there. That feels like maybe balancing between those two. Once again, Toretto is kind of a point of delineation for us. Seems roughly okay. All right, Peach, and then we'll take a quick break. Weird to have Peach here. I know she technically... I feel like I always said, I don't know why they don't make a Peach protagonist game. It feels like it would sell well, and then they wound up doing so. But, I mean, I don't know if we're judging how much we like them versus main character. She's not a main character. Like, she's like the damsel in distress role more often than not. I know in, like, the movie, they made her kind of a badass. I feel like Mario was, like, weaker than Peach in the Mario movie. Granted, that is not this version of Peach. This is video game Peach. Buffy's cool, B. Okay. Oh, yeah, I already read that one. F and D. Yeah. She's fine as a character, but if we're trying to do like the main character thing, like she is probably... She may be there. That's probably about right, I would say. Like, you guys at least have stuff that you're doing. You're just, I don't know, there's not much going on. True. Yeah, it's not the badass Peach. Although some people felt that was like a retconning of her character a bit, but I was fine with her in the movie, honestly. All right, we'll take a quick break, and I'll leave up the rest of these, kind of let you guys reflect for a couple minutes here. All right, be right back. All right. Appreciate that. I will say the one plus is I mentioned not drinking as much water when it gets colder. When I'm streaming, I'm still doing so it's one plus. Also, do we have another version of Naruto here? I'm seeing. Welcome back. Appreciate it. All right, let's. I think we can probably finish these today, depending on how Slim Pickens chat gets here. Who is? Why do you look familiar? Who is this? I feel like I should know who you are, but I don't. Yeah, the face is very familiar. I want to say from like an action show. But if you can't tell either, maybe we just keep you here. Kind of looks like a young John C. Reilly. All right, next one. Why do you look familiar too? Who are you? I feel like both of these I should know, but I'm kind of blanking right now. Oh, that's right. The old school Bond. Yeah, you're right. You're right. S. Well, based on the fact that I had to be reminded who it was, I would probably slightly disagree. We have Craig here. I didn't really watch the old school ones. I really feel like I mostly watched, because they were what came out when I was growing up, the Brosnan ones. Like, he is probably my Bond more so than anyone else. He's above Craig. What if we put him like right there? You said S, so you're thinking big time. Oh, Joel McHale. I think you're right. What was he in? That would let me look this up. I'm thinking of Yellow Jackets we recently had. Also, he's gonna be, isn't he Sydney's husband in Scream 7? What was he in? Community? Is that it? Maybe? Firefighter show. Don't know. Probably still belongs in. No idea. But you said you thought he should be higher. I don't know, Cup. Do you have a thought on old school Bond? I don't have a strong attachment to like the older movies. I've watched a little bit here and there. Fine with me going there. Sean Connery, meh. Wait, that's not Sean Connery. Who is James Bond actors? Is that, wait. That is Sean Connery. You're right. No, that was my mistake. Yeah, I knew he was Bond, but that doesn't look like him. I think I'm thinking of like older Sean Connery. Which he already looks old there, honestly. I'm looking at this photo too. It's funny seeing the Bonds compared to each other. Yeah, I'm not a huge spy fan. Look at these Bonds. Like, how do you not think Pierce Brosnan is the coolest one? Daniel Craig looks kind of cool too, though. Like, look how goofy these dudes look. These four, total goofs. Even here, different picture. I mean, Daniel Craig probably looks the coolest here, I will say. Okay, that's apparently frequently a look that he does, at least. Grabbing the shirt there. Adjusting. Never got into them. Yeah. They were like kind of cool, like throwbacks, but I never really got into them either. Casino Royale's your favorite. The one I remember the most is probably Die Another Day, right? That was the one with Halle Berry. Back when she was like peak Halle Berry, when she like comes off the beach into the bar area. All right. Yeah, we'll keep. I feel like I should have known Mr. Connery, but we'll put you there. It kind of was her time period. I mean, that was around X-Men also. Wolverine. Yeah. Hugh Jackman pretty much is Wolverine. I don't know if I would say as D. Oh boy. D and S. Gotta love that. I was kind of going to put you there, I think. Like, of the superhero group, you're probably, if you're not the best, you're one of the best. But D and S, huh? You don't like Jackman as Wolverine? I'm a hater. That's okay. I may keep him in that realm for now. Aquaman. I never got into Aquaman, if I'm being honest, so to me he's very, yeah. There's also different like versions of Aquaman. Like we have like the blonde version of him that's the animated, then we have Jason Momoa here. D. Like, all right, I'm glad you guys agree. I think King Matthew was a fan of it, so we may be disrespecting his thoughts. What did you miss? You missed Wolverine. We just did. We did old school Connery, James Bond. I think what else? That may have been it. Yeah. We're doing Aquaman right now. D and Black. I kind of agree with both of those thoughts. It's funny we're gonna have like the lineup of the Justice League right here. I guess Henry Cavill we have a little bit higher. F. I don't disagree. Everything I know nothing about. That surprises me because I think like I'm surprised you're not the MCU/DC EU generation. Although maybe the MCU started when you were younger. I agree. I'm not a fan of his role, but I'm like, do I like you? Yeah, I probably like you less than Affleck. Maybe D-. I could be talking to F though. Yeah, he's just okay. He's not that great. Maybe we could try to fill out the F category. Honestly, part of me is like, are you even... Is that disrespectful, Zane? Is that too low at this point? Once again, next to his Justice League star here. That may be appropriate, honestly. I mean, a lot of people... I think Aquaman does really well internationally. I think it's one of the best superhero films, box office-wise, globally. Mickey Mouse C tier. I mean, I am repping Team Mickey today, but I'm not like a Mickey fan. I'm just... It was a t-shirt from Disney World, so... Aquaman, really? Yeah, I think the first one, like, box office hit like $1 billion because of the international market. I think he does really well in Asia for some reason. Mickey F. I mean, Mickey's kind of weird to say hero. I mean, if we're saying Kingdom Hearts, he's kind of a hero, but you're not really facing much danger, Mickey Mouse, on a daily basis. It's kind of like if you called Winnie Pooh a hero. It's like, okay, well, sure. C and F. I'm debating if this is a good or bad thing that he does represent all of Disney. I'm like, well, I do like a lot of Disney stuff. But you as company, I don't always love. So you make me feel conflicted. What about there? You said C and F. D's kind of in that territory. These aren't games. These are just main characters. But they can include games. So I guess he's the main character of Disney. I don't know. A Mickey Mouse TV show, probably. Mickey Mouse Club, whatever else. That was a show with kids, though, I think. Neo A. Is it bad if I want to put Neo in S? Is in a few games? Yeah, that is also true. I have like the old school like Steamboat Willie SNES game with him. There's also like a Disney World NES game that was pretty fun. Do it. I really was debating doing that. I mean, same. You will hurt thee, or I mean, we already did the top 10 movies. I think Matrix was. Did I have that 8th, 9th? I think 8th. The rest of the franchises is just okay. But I mean, it's Neo. It does seem like that's happening. I only committed to Harry Potter being an S, which already, I mean, you saw me. I wanted to put Harry Potter like true. But does Harry Potter know Kung Fu? There's that. Also, Harry Potter didn't save the Muggles. Neo saved the entire humanity. Not that we're competing here, but what is this? Is this Harry Potter from the books? So we have book Harry Potter. Is this the only book representation we have on here? Yeah, I'm noticing that now too. I'm kind of tempted to put you down here. Because it would be, I would put you with the other one, but we're just doubling up if we do that. Obviously, I read the book, so I know about Harry Potter, but unless you just hate Daniel Radcliffe, I feel like you can kind of associate those being the same. I think this is one we probably just put down here because it would just be taking up another spot, which maybe you would be a fan of that. But weird that we have that here. And we don't have any other like book inclusion. Yeah, exactly. I feel like, well, there's probably purists of the book that don't like the movies. I know with a lot of franchises, if you read the books first, you're like, they're much better than the movies. So that's possible. Uh-oh. We got a problem here. We're at John Connor, and I kind of feel like putting John Connor like right there. B+. F? What? What? Why? Yeah, photo took John Connor. Is it because he's like undeserving? He's just like granted as being the like chosen one for no reason? Are we ranking all movies? We are ranking main characters that this tier list decided to choose as 150 randomly selected main characters. So feel free to chime in, and hope you're having a great morning, I guess, Blairphonics. It's like 9:30 for you. Fraser Crane at F tier. Is that this dude? We put him in no idea. Is that who you're talking about here? Stop putting people in front of Harry Potter. You're hurting my soul. Well, I mentioned you earlier. I was like, Terminator 2 is my favorite because I like John Connor. And I did mention it just with The Matrix. I think T2 was my number 9. It's the ass crack of dawn. That does, yeah. That does sound about right. You really think F, Gilly? Do you really hate John Connor? Also, Blair Fox, I know you were kind of talking about Fraser down here. I am willing to accept your comments on anybody we have ranked. I mean, we can pull them out of no idea, but I've never watched Frasier, so that's why this category we exist, like, is down here to put stuff that collectively we don't have a strong feedback on. Simi deserves so much better. I mean, I feel like people don't like this category for some reason. I put it here because I don't want to offend you. Because if I put it like in C, I feel like you're like, what the hell is this? Whereas if he's down here in no idea, then I'm just abstaining from giving any opinion. So I generally view no idea as like kinder than like anything below B. But maybe I'm off base because it seems like a lot of people do not like when I put somebody in this category. They'd rather me rank them even if it's a bad rank. That version of... Are you back? Maybe. Let's see. I think we are. We are back. Appreciate you guys hanging out still. I didn't lose power that time, but we did lose Wi-Fi, it appears. All right, let's see. I lost a little bit of conversation. It's still like storming, so apologize if it happens again. Thanks for sticking through it. Let's see where we're at. I would be open to watching an episode of Frasier at some point. Should I refresh this? It feels like the chat is a little bit delayed. Please don't break if I try that. Okay, cool. Did I get taller? I probably am sitting up more. Maybe. What else? You agree? Yeah, I'm down to check it out at some point. Yeah, I'm glad OBS does reconnect and it doesn't just make me do a new stream. The Wrath of Fraser Crane. I did get the Wrath put on me here. Hocus Pocus playing. It's a good time for that. I feel like October's like almost over and I feel like it didn't, like it barely started. Harry Potter got mad as well. All right. Let's see where we're at. So we were talking. Did you say F, Gilly? I thought for John Connor. I want him in S. I'll make that clear. I'm willing to drop him down to A. If you only watch one episode, you should watch season 2, episode 21. That's a very specific. I'm down to check that one out though in the future. I remember you and I were talking about Dark in your chat, and you were like, just when episode 6 it gets good. And I was like, well, I gotta watch 5 bad episodes before it gets good. But that's the way with a lot of shows. We were talking One Piece earlier. Apparently you have to get like episode 300 before it gets good. I don't really like Christian Bale's version. For the sake of chat, I will do that. I like him more than... Well, Sarah's also cool. I don't know. I mean, he's a little bit helpless as a kid-ish, but he's still pretty... I kind of feel like he was a badass in that movie, though. Like, as a kid, this was like if Sean Hunter was in an action movie. I don't know if Blair Fox has watched 1899. It's the most Frasier episode. I didn't even really like that. The fourth Terminator, it was okay. You have like the fake Arnold at the end. Anton Yelchin carried that movie. I'll have to watch it again. I don't think I knew him as an actor when I saw that. All right, we have like 5.5 rows left. I think we're gonna wind up doing nothing other than like tier lists, maybe a few guess the movies. We'll see. Sonic, which weirdly we have multiple iterations of Sonic. Fourth is the best. No way. Sonic, yeah, got Sonic here. Not the live action, I guess. So this is just various forms of the video game Sonic. Fourth, probably, honestly, I know everybody hates 3. I probably watch 3 more than 4. I'm probably going like 2, 1, 3, 4. You like the Terminator anime? I didn't really like it. I like Terminator and I like some anime. The combination I didn't really care for. I thought I was going to. I feel like not much happened other than like until the last episode. Like everything plot wise developed in the final episode. D. Yeah, I was more of a Nintendo person. I can appreciate Sonic though. D is pretty aggressive, you don't think? I mean, Shadow is kind of the cooler version of Sonic, but we don't have Shadow here. 4-2, latest one. That was Dark Fate, right? 3-1. You really hate 1? Wow. I mean, 1 has some iconic lines. I'll be back. Did what's his name? Why am I blanking on his name? What's his face only direct the first 2? Jim Cameron. Did lose points when we feel like the cat robot got killed. Oh, and the anime. 1 is great. I did hear that. Although we did have the Stranger Things conversation yesterday that conflicted with that a little bit. I only saw Gilly. You said D for Sonic. Part of me wanted to put it at like the bottom of C, but if I'm being real, the Sonic games, like their funness isn't because of Sonic as a character. So I don't hate that choice. I mean, there's exceptions to the rule. I hate older movies in general, but like Sinners was good. So, although 2 hours of Sinners versus like 200 hours of Stranger Things is a little bit different. Teen Titans and D. I think I was the one who even chimed in on Teen Titans. Some people were like, "Oh, Robin." Explain. I watched the movie Teen Titans Go, I think it was called. It was just okay. Where would you put it? Would you put it higher, you're saying? I don't think there was many fans of animated shows in the chat. I think I am the one representation typically of stuff animated. So it feels like I'm pulling things up. And this is not one that I was attached to. Strange Things, Right Sinners. Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I was just saying that's an example for me. I don't like... Did Sinners take place in like the 30s? I don't know the exact time frame, but I don't like typically a lot of pre-80s, unless we're doing like fantasy. Anything from like the 1800s to like the mid 1900s, I'm kind of like, yeah. Teen Titans Go is not Teen Titans. I mean, I know it's not the, but it's like the TV show version of it, right? B at least. Well, you guys are coming in with... I love all things old. No, I don't really like Wild West stuff. Like Wild West, for example, with Will Smith. Yeah. Okay, we can move up Teen Titans. I mean, I just moved it up 1.5. Is that not good enough? Do we need to move it up to B officially? All right, we're on Sonic also. Sonic, anyone have a thought on Sonic outside of, I think Gilly said D. I feel like Sonic could be like a C-. He doesn't have much depth. I guess until like the 3D Sonics, they give him some character. Sonic is fair in D. We can put him in D if you guys want. I'm not a Sonic like defender, so. For the memes though, okay, we'll go C-. We'll settle on that. Although I think most of the memes you're referring to are the live action, where he's like, when they changed his appearance because of fan backlash. Although I guess there's also like the cartoon version of that where he's like drawn really goofy. All right, Mario. A lot of people pronounce it like Mario. I think it's like a lot of East Coasters. Super Mario. We're getting close to Frodo. Yeah, if somebody liked some of these later on, I'm sorry that we've like taken forever. Mario's B and A. He's kind of one note, but he's also like, I think you could argue who's the face of PlayStation. You can't really argue that with Nintendo. Xbox, I mean, it's probably pretty clearly Chief, but you can maybe argue it. He is the face of Nintendo. A and B. Yeah, I kind of align with that thinking. It is hard because, I mean, Mario's literally in like 50 plus games, maybe like 100 plus games, who knows? Whereas it's like Tobey Maguire was in 3, I guess 4, technically, Spider-Man movies. It is continuing to storm. So much for isolated showers tonight. Really crushed the weather forecast. I guess that's the other factor we did talk about. Maybe it's supposed to storm this weekend too. Honestly, maybe you're like right there. Toby, Spidey, go. I was the one defending Toby. I think some people wanted Toby down, and I was like carrying it up here. So, problem is too, we can't have everything. I mean, we should have probably more in S tier, so we'll have to readjust a little bit, but not everything can be S tier. Otherwise, there's not and S tier. And these are all main characters already. Okay, we have Hunter x Hunter. I've only watched the first episode. I haven't watched enough of it to really chime in. I've heard a lot of people say it's one of their favorites. Damn Zoomers. Yeah, I would say Blair Fox. There's been a lot of like feedback of S followed by F, and then I have to be like playing like parent trying to defend which child I'm gonna support more. No idea. Yeah, we'll put you in no idea. Donkey Kong. I mean, this looks like 3D Donkey Kong, but it will treat you as just Donkey Kong, like including like the SNES games. Donkey Kong B. Man, it has really come down outside. Donkey Kong was pretty cool. See? Yikes. I mean, technically, was the arcade Mario the first Mario? I was going to say, technically, the first time we saw Mario, it was called Donkey Kong. Was a fan of the Seths. He was okay. I feel like he just did the Seth Rogen thing where he does like the like type of thing. He was okay. I think he was just like a stoner ape at that point. But I really like the old school SNES games, I will say. No, I like Seth Rogen. I am a big Seth Rogen fan. Will Ferrell, I'm a hater. I will acknowledge. I like Seth Rogen. Like Superbad, one of the best. We haven't done comedies. That was one of the tier list things I was going to do at some point. But not a great movie, but Pineapple Express, funny. The Studio, that's on Apple though, right? Like I have to, that's a whole ordeal. It's the best. B and C, you guys are saying. I think we'll go there. That seems okay. I have to do some scrolling now. Hulk. We have been doing the representation, so we have Hulk obviously, but this is Mark Ruffalo's Hulk? It's hard to tell because he's in Hulk form. Shows you the show. I mean, that is an option. That's true. Hulk is kind of. He's an S in Smash. Oh, Donkey Kong. I don't really play with Donkey Kong in Smash. Hulk, though, D-. Looks like Ruffalo C. I feel like he was a very underdeveloped or untapped potential Hulk because we did the whole like, oh, I can't control it. I'm going to be... I mean, it's part of his character, I guess, but I feel like he was mostly spent in Mark Ruffalo form instead of Hulk form. D- and C. I'm waiting for like Blair Fox to be like, why is Indiana Jones in D? Because he's kind of an iconic character, but we have him down here. I probably should rewatch those and I would probably like him a little bit more. Licensing issues handicapped it. I don't know if I knew too much about that, but I know that does happen. Did they not have like access to Hulk form? Wait, why is he? That's kind of what I figured. I don't think people were big Harrison Ford indie fans. I've never watched 4 or 5. I've only watched the original 3 of them. I didn't watch the Shia LaBeouf one or the last one that was supposedly also bad. We should probably put him at least at the top of D, right? Like he's, as mentioned, he was like Uncharted before Uncharted. Rest of it seems okay. There is no 4 or 5, right? Okay, what are we doing here? Is this like the X-Men? Is this X-Men 97? Just all of the X-Men. I love when we do the team things. That's also probably what's happening here now that I'm realizing it. Some of these team ones I debate putting them in no idea because it's kind of BS. This is rage bait. On me tier listing stuff and like not satisfying people's opinions. I mean, the X-Men are cool, but it just feels weird putting entire teams of stuff. Because we already put Wolverine, so it's like, all right, what about Wolverine plus Cyclops plus Gambit plus Storm plus Psylocke? Yes, exactly that. I am the one with the mouse. I have the power. I haven't watched the new show or the newish show of X-Men 97. I probably should now that I have access to Disney. Would it be fitting to put it up here with Wolverine? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, I heard amazing things, so I'll have to probably watch it at some point. All right, Wario. Interesting to be called a hero, but I guess there's like WarioWare or like other Wario-based games. Wario is kind of fun in like Mario Kart and Mario Party, but Wario as a hero, he's kind of whatever. He's just like evil Mario. See, I kind of agree. Honestly, he may just stay where he's at. And then there's Waluigi, which I don't know why they decided to make that concoction. Which I think I pointed out in Blair Fox, I think in your stream, that I thought this was the case that Mario Tennis was the first introduction of Waluigi. Kind of funny. We agreed. Hey, how about that? How about that? Black Panther. I was kind of getting out of MCU when Black Panther came about, so I don't have a strong opinion. I know we've done the sad actor stuff already this stream, but another situation here. I mean, he does seem cool. I just didn't really watch a lot of his movies. You did. I think that's wild if true. Yeah, that was his first game. I mean, it was kind of like a nice little small introduction. I think I played with him the most in Mario Tennis because whether true or not, I felt like I had more range because he was so lanky. First one's amazing. You guys both said A. Blair Fox, what do you think about Black Panther? I was debating going high B because you guys said A, but if you guys want him an A, I could be talked into it. Like, part of me thinks like maybe there, but oh yeah, officially T'Challa is his name. Deserves better. Thought high B. Are we okay with high B, or do we? I am pretty indifferent on a lot of the. I mean, similar to like how I had with Black Widow and Hawkeye, where it's like, you weren't one of the OG like Iron Man, Thor, Captain America. After that, it's kind of like toss up, send it. All right, let's do it. Is this Bruce Campbell as? Are you supposed to be Ash here, or what does the attire represent? When is Bruce Campbell wearing a suit other than like an award ceremony? Burn Notice? Like the movie? That's kind of a deep cut choice for a list, right? Oh, there's a show. TV show. I thought there was a movie. Was there not? Amazing TV show? He's not even on the cover of it. This other guy is. Jeffrey Donovan, is that the main person? Amazing A. I've never watched it. It does have pretty good scores. An 8 out of 10, 89%. He's main secondary. Okay. Oh, the main character is also on the list? Yeah, I haven't... You guys said A for this character? I mean, I like Bruce Campbell. But I haven't watched the show. Which always makes this hard to decide. You never watched it? Is Gildy the only one that's watched it then? Because we can put it in no idea if so. Seems like it. All right. This trio, we already put Naruto in here. Let's put the trifecta there as well. Homer Simpson. We are getting close to Frodo at this point. You all have disappointed me. I mean, it got like an 8 to 9, so I probably should watch it. I just haven't. Homer. One of the longest standing shows. D-. Okay. That's that's fair, I guess. I'm not a big Simpsons fan, but he's okay. C. It seems kind of fitting having him next to Wario. They seem like very similar energy. Maybe we'll keep that. All right, Frodo Baggins. This is fair. That's all right. I can appreciate that. Frodo. His donut matches Wario's pants. It's aesthetically, then his skin tone matches Wario's outfit. Frodo. I'm just kind of throwing people up here, by the way. So if you're like, why is he in C? I'm just putting a resting spot because our list is so long. Trying to judge, if I'm being honest. So while Lord of the Rings, my favorite movies, how does Frodo... Also, I've mentioned perhaps Elijah Wood is my favorite actor at this point. Debatable. I'd have to think about it. He is in Lord of the Rings, Over the Garden Wall, The Faculty, so that alone is kind of like top tier for me. A or top of B? So how good would Lord of the Rings be without Frodo? I think I've grown to like him more over time. Like, back in the day, I feel like everybody thought Frodo was kind of a bitch. Which, I mean, we talked about, I think it was Bendy that was like, Deku just is emotional. He's not strong. You could argue Frodo's kind of the same way. He fights through it despite knowing he's not the best. I mean, literally at the Fellowship, everyone else is like way more powerful and they can't wield it, but he chooses to, even though he's like not as powerful. The pacifier, is that the first thing you think if we think of Vin Diesel? No, this is Dom Toretto, dude. This is Fast and Furious. Doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. Winning is winning. Come on. The pacifier, that's a deep cut for Vin Diesel's character. Frodo above everyone. Without Frodo, Middle-earth would be over. Not wrong, but also without a lot of people would be. Without Sam, it would be over. Without Aragorn, probably also the case. You did like the pacifier movie? I don't know. The pacifier should be S. You guys serious? I can't take you seriously now when you're dropping claims like that. His being a bit of a bitch is the point. Yeah, I do like that when there's like a character which you're not Superman. You have vulnerabilities, but you still triumph. Generally, those stories speak to me a little bit more. I mean, he's up here. I'm reluctant to put him in S because Frodo may not be my favorite character in Lord of the Rings. I may like Aragorn the best, if I'm being honest. I think as a kid, Legolas was the one everybody liked the most, but I've grown to like Aragorn, I think, more. Above Harry. You won't get any argument from me there, but I wouldn't have put Harry in S tier either, so... so that is... I don't disagree there. Sam is the best. I don't think any of the hobbits are the best. I feel like for the most part, the hobbits need each other to be like complete. I don't think individually any of them are the best. This is tough because once again, I wouldn't have Harry up here, so I would put him in front of Harry Potter. But compared to the others on the list, oh, this is tough because I was going to put him here, but then I've talked about moving people up. And if I do that, then he's just sitting behind Harry Potter. Smeagol's the best. I mean, I do like, what's his name? The actor. Blanking on his name. Plays Caesar in the Apes movies. I think he's also supposedly in Expedition 33. Yeah, Andy Serkis. I will send the ends on you. Yeah, but we're just saying, like, if it was Lord of the Rings, it would be here. But it's Frodo, which, I mean, my favorite line from the show, from the movie, is probably him and Gandalf. All right, we'll put you here because I am afraid of moving people up, and then I have to look at him behind Harry Potter. You should watch Planet. Which one are you talking? Because there's like the OG, there's like the Wahlberg, and then there's the trilogy that came after, and now they're continuing that with new characters. The trilogy, starting the one with I'm just calling people like from other movies. The one with Harry Osborn from what's his face? Those three are good. I feel like they hold up as, it's probably just behind Lord of the Rings for like top trilogy, honestly. Yeah, the Wahlberg one kind of sucks. It's a Tim Burton one though. I mean, there's like the reveal at the end that we see like the Statue of Liberty or whatever, but it does happen in that one too, right? But they did that in the original, so it wasn't that surprising. Isn't Michael Clark Duncan also in that? Tim Roth is brilliant in it. That's probably one of the first things I saw Wahlberg in. Like that and the Italian Job were kind of like the first couple. All right, we've kind of delayed way too long on that one. It's going to be 6 o'clock by the time we finish this. Okay, Adam West, Batman, right? That's who this is. I kind of feel like the gimmicky Batman, I don't know if I love as much, like the funny slapstick kind of. Frodo will do that. I told you if I ever like review Lord of the Rings, it's going to be just like a watch along. F for the Adam West Batman. Worst Batman. I mean, it's hard to take it seriously. I saw a clip on Instagram the other day where he's just like, I'm gonna get you, Riddler. And like throws his, I don't know, thing to stop him. You know what I need to make into a super chat clip is from the third Planet of the Apes. I always watch it if I'm in like a bad mood. There's so many funny bad ape quotes in that movie. Like when they're wanting to go up and like the orangutans like get on my back and he's like, oh no. And then it yells at him. He's like, okay. Or when he tries to look at the binoculars backwards. One of the best characters, I will say. That's I'm blanking on names of people tonight. I'm just thinking of like other stuff they're in. The dude that's in like national security. All right, you guys are hating Batman, it seems. It does feel very similar to this Superman. I'll put you there. Well, interchangeable probably. Okay, we have Mr. Hardy's Venom. So I like Venom as a character. Probably one of my favorite Marvel characters. Kind of think these movies sucked. Not entirely his fault, but they kind of sucked. Obviously, we're judging the character. Better character than the Spider-Man 3 Venom, but that's not saying a lot. Fair placement. At the end, we can adjust too if we want to, so keeping that in mind. B+. It's hard because I think the Venom movies are bad, in my opinion. I didn't watch the third one, but the first two were just okay. I really like Carnage as a character also, but Woody Harrelson as Carnage, whatever they were trying to do there, yeah. It does seem like you like Tom Hardy. You like him in Bane and Venom. B and C. Honestly, I don't think he's above any of these other people on this list. Despite, I have a Venom bias, and I don't think he's that great. There's some funny lines. Enjoyed The Last Dance. Yeah, I never saw that one. The trailer made it look not super great. When he's like riding the horse or whatever. You agree? All right, we'll keep you there. It does feel weird having, honestly, I'm like, you're not above Indiana Jones. I feel that feels. Should we move Indy up to C? I know Blair Phonics. Would you put Indy in C? I'm kind of thinking of like doing that. It's fun and funny. Yeah, if you're trying not to like take it too seriously, it's probably a good time. I'm thinking of, obviously it's not necessarily this character. I'm thinking of like the old school Universal Studios Indiana Jones ride or like show was kind of fun. At least. Yeah. I mean, back in the day, Harrison Ford was cool. Like Air Force One, obviously Han Solo, Indiana Jones. Is it The Fugitive he's in? All those other action movies. All right. Is this the other dude from Seinfeld? Is that Kramer? I can't really tell. Like, what is this picture? Why does your face look so goofy? Who am I looking at here? Cheers? Dude from Cheers. Who is that? I didn't really watch Cheers. I've seen like a little bit of it, but not really. Oh yeah, it does look like that, the main character. Cheers cast. I just Googled Cheers and it was like telling me the definition of like giving somebody a cheers. Is that, wait, let me look at that picture again. Is that Ted Danson? It is. I do like him in some like recent stuff, I will say. I watched a little bit of The Good Place. I watched that, it was very short show on Netflix. What was it called? Where he's like playing a spy. Man on the Inside, is that it? He's like at a retirement home. He's the main guy. Not a fan of him, really. Have you guys watched Cheers a lot? Because I would probably put it here. I haven't watched enough of it to really have an opinion. But if you guys do, I will move up. I'm looking at this list. My face is blocking it, but I see the main character from Game of Thrones down here. I'm like, is that Boromir? But no. Maybe we'll keep you there unless you guys really have a feedback there. I know Gilly said no idea. Okay, that's fair. Maybe we keep him in no idea then. That is a fair thought. I mean, I guess people from that generation, I don't know. A rabbit hole we don't need to go down probably. All right, we have the Punisher. Specifically, John Bernthal's Punisher. Is it a hot take to say that Thomas Jane was the best Punisher? I think I like Thomas Jane more than John Bernthal, but he was okay. Show was decent. I guess if we're not judging the show, we're judging the portrayal of the character. He did a good job. Punisher probably traditionally was one of my favorite superheroes. Doesn't really have any powers, but tragic story. He was in the first episode of How I Met Your Mother. I'd have to think back to seeing that one. I know the focus on that episode's like Robin or whatever. It was funny watching, I had never watched The Walking Dead, and I kind of started watching it this past year, and obviously he's in that. It's good and Barry, even though he's barely in it. So Gilly, you said A. I don't know if I could say A, but I could say B for sure. What about next to Donkey Kong? It is absurd combining some of these people on the same list. Are you Nathan Drake? Are you Joel? Why do you have such big forearms? Is this Joel actually? The suspenders make me think Drake. But then the face makes me think that's Joel. That's definitely Joel, actually. That's a backpack. He's wearing a backpack. It's Joel. We worked through that eventually. Why are your forearms so massive? I think it is Joel, yeah. He looks like he's just been like, I don't know. Like him and Donkey Kong are about to go at it. He's good in the bear. Oh yeah, you said that already. The other guy Robin hooks up with. But he has so much hair. Like he has long hair. Joel S. Joel F. Love. Okay, there we go. I needed that. We need Blair Phonics, you come in asking why is Indiana Jones in D? This is how this happens. This is how we get here to this point. Because I try not to make anybody feel excluded from the conversation. I loathe him so much. Because he prioritizes Ellie, or what do you not like about him? I can do my fun fact of people probably don't care. I have it on here somewhere. I'd have to, it's not saved anymore. But I can throw up my fun photo reference here of, where are you? I don't know how big this is going to show up as. Me hanging out with Troy Baker, the voice actor for Joel. Actually, this was just before The Last of Us 2, so we were trying to grill him on information. He was not giving us really anything. So, fun show and tell as we get to Joel here. Compromise is the enemy of art. That's deep. Ignore the haters. I mean, how they treated Joel is kind of why I didn't like the sequel as much. Yeah, that is what makes him a good character. He's flawed. Destroy the entire Earth. I mean, I don't know. They very much set it up so he had already gone through that tragedy, and he was like, I don't care about... Honestly, that was also something. I feel like the explanation, we could probably jump down a deep rabbit hole here, but when I first played the original Last of Us, and he chose Ellie over a potential cure, which wasn't guaranteed. Like, wasn't there examples of previous people they had tried this on and it didn't work and the person just died? I think they chose to then like retcon that, and the second one, Druckmann was like, oh yeah, he chose Ellie over a cure. Absolutely. And like, it felt like it was ambiguous if there was going to be a cure or not. And the uncertainty helped him make that choice. But I don't know. That's a deep conversation we could probably go down in the future. But I mostly defend Joel's actions. Especially she got like the earlier end of that game with like ironically in the TV show, the guy who Troy Baker plays, like that whole thing, like he was really wanting to defend Ellie. Also, the other part, then I'll get off my soapbox. Why wouldn't you have given Ellie a choice? Like at the end, she's mad because Joel chose for her. But like, why aren't the scientists just getting her consent before you go into the procedure? Like, be like, hey, you may lose your life if we're trying to get a cure here. Are you good with that? That feels like that could have been very easy. But we chose the route of being like, no, we're not going to tell you. We're just going to put you under and then not give you a choice. So then Joel has to decide. I don't know. It's part of the plot, obviously, but I feel like they very easily, if she felt like she would sacrifice, why don't they just get her opinion beforehand? Don't know. Anyway. It wasn't guaranteed. Yeah, that was the thing. They changed that, which I wasn't a big fan of them doing that. I'm sorry. He dies. Yeah. But then we wouldn't have had the second one. I'm on the side of humans. I mean, I don't know. It's a deep debate you could probably jump into. It's like the debate when you do those. Maybe we do that at some point on stream. You have like those dilemmas where it's like, there's a train track. There's the love of your life on one side. And then there's like 10 kids on the other side, 5 kids, whatever you want to do. Do you pull the lever or not as far as like making a move to kill one or the other? So there's probably thresholds people have for those, but you can go on like forever as far as like what is your breaking point either way. I probably am more defensive of like saying the person I know I will choose, but I understand the greater good, the whole thing, but I don't know. There's enough like assholes in the world that I'm like, let me go for the sure thing if somebody I know is somebody I like. So we said, what did we say? S, S, and F. The reason is because ranking is almost everyone is justified from their perspective. Yeah, everyone's got a perspective, which that's the point of the second game too, which I get it. It's like, there's Abby's perspective. You killed her dad. I don't know. I wasn't a big fan of the whole Abby stuff, but I understand the point of it. I've done the same thing. Yeah. It's kind of like a philosophical dilemma. Yeah, you may be able to argue she's not likable. Honestly, that's one of the points I made in my, I think my Smile 2 post went out today. Main character is not super likable. So, all right, Joel, SSF. I do really like Joel. Joel will probably be pretty high for me. It's hard for me not to at least put Joel in A. How high though? I don't want to like disregard the F though, so I'm trying to factor that in. A is fair. High A. I hate The Last of Us in general. That's fair. All right, you guys definitely hear that thunder, don't you? That is Had to have been heard. The window's open, so that's probably why. You did hear that? Yeah. What about just below Goku? Is that okay? I think your house got struck. I mean, we lost power earlier. We lost internet at one point, so yeah, Fraser's down here just ripping me right now. I will say, back when I played it, I feel like I liked The Last of Us, the first one, the game, a lot more than I probably do today. Are you also hearing that at this point? It's very atmospheric. It's a we're going for the realism for the live stream today. It's Harry Potter striking me down. I'm gonna put him in S tier. He shouldn't be too angry. Vegeta, I don't think is on the list. I think they're going for main characters. I would have Vegeta ahead of Goku. I'll tell you that. Goku's not one of my favorite Dragon Ball characters, but I still like him. All right, we will. Is this Friends? Is this another? All right, wait, no. The other guy passed away. Matthew Perry passed away. This is other guy on Friends. Joey. Yeah. Okay, it apparently is lightning and thunder crazy right now. He should be number one, not Master Chief. I mean, even Bendy said Master Chief, even through the misspelling, was S. Yeah, hopefully it's not like annoying loud. I can close the window if you guys think so, but C plus D. I didn't watch Friends, so honestly, I have no. If I kept him here, I'd be fine with that. It's fine, okay. Would you like him higher? It is that's what I'm feeling. It's like a little. It is October. It's probably good we're getting rain. It's supposedly, I think October's technically the second ratingest month here, but we've gotten like none. So you watch all of Friends. You're fine with him there? All right. I don't know. I'm not a big Friends person, but I think Cope, you mentioned I like How I Met Your Mother, but not really Friends, and that's maybe weird. All right, Lara Croft. Since it is the video game version, I guess we can count all copies. This is obviously like the older aesthetic to her character and not the like new age one. D? That's pretty rough. You think so? F? Why do you guys hate Lara Croft so much? Dang. She was also like the Nathan Drake before Nathan Drake. I mean, I think people playing like N64 and PS1 liked her for other reasons back then, but she's meh. D and F. Really? I mean, you wouldn't compare those? They're kind of like excavate like some ruins type of thing. A little bit. I don't think Nick Cage is up there like jumping on cliffs, so he's a little bit less actiony, but it is thematically going into like older stuff. Yeah. You guys said D and F. Part of me is like, if we're gonna go D, it has to be the top. I do like Drake better. There's a little more depth to him. Maybe behind Hulk if you guys want. Where lifts were falling. With Nick Cage. That's probably an okay spot. Because I would probably put her up in maybe the top of C, but Who art thou? This looks like a Dune character. Like a Star Wars character. This looks like I'm out in like the Tatooine desert. Yeah, I don't know. So I mean, I don't mind putting them in no idea. All right, Tom Holland. She's not from Dune, but it's not Star Wars. I'm assuming. Maybe you're saying no idea. All right, Mr. Holland, Spider-Man. I mean, for me, this is not a big stretch to say, but it's somewhere between Tobey and Garfield, closer to Tobey. S? He does the high school portion probably the best. Mid is Spider-Man. I don't totally disagree with that. I was thinking kind of like there. I think a lot of people do think he's the best, but I think I lean towards Tobey, maybe for too much nostalgia. Struck, I don't want to leave. Oh yeah, when he gets like wiped away with the snap. A+. A fair compromise. S, A+, and definitely not S. I think there can be a debate who's better. Yeah. The emotion gets a little bit taken away. Like, the hard part with that one, I know, like, people expected Endgame to be a thing, but didn't we have, like, the Spider-Man movies coming out when Infinity War happened? So it's like, okay, we know he's not going to be gone. This is already... You're signed up for so many movies at this point. Although, supposedly, he got injured on, like, the Spider-Man 4 set, so hopefully he's doing all right. Yeah, Tobey also dances in his emo haircut, so... Which everybody hated at the time. But it's now kind of a meme. I could be talked into moving him up in B if you guys want, I will say. Like mid to high B? Just above Bernthal, maybe? Yeah, I think that's... I mean, I think most people have some variation. Andrew's probably typically last, even though it's not like a knock on him. It's just... The movies did suck, so it didn't really do him any favors. Okay, is this another Daredevil? No, this is the Flash. This is the Flash from the recent movies that I didn't see. I know he got canceled too, so I think people liked him in theory until they realized the actor kind of sucked. Yeah, the Flash. I was a little bit delayed on that one. Yeah, Ezra Miller. I never saw the Flash, nor did I see... What was the one that had him? Was Batman the one that had him in it? They may want to try to entertain it best. Yeah, I do think for a variety of reasons, Ezra Miller's Flash is probably... I haven't really watched him, but I just know all of the backstory of all the crap. Do you want him bottom of F? Is that too far? Maybe we can keep him there. I got to be honest, I saw this and I was like American Psycho, but I'm assuming this is Sir Bruce Wayne. Which this photo kind of proves kind of my thoughts on Christian Bale as Batman. He does a good Bruce Wayne. Don't really like his Batman. True. Like, Maybe does he do that in Batman Begins too? I feel like the part of the reason I didn't like his Batman is I get it's an attempt to mask his voice, so he's like more inconspicuous, but I don't need Christian Bale being like, "Where are the drugs?" Like, sorry if I just yelled that, but he overacts. It feels like the Batman portion of things. The Christian Bale billionaire thing, top tier. Yeah, Rachel, swear to me. Like, I don't know. I didn't like it. I get the point of it, but it was just too much for me. A+, Rachel. Yeah. Like, isn't there somebody who does like meme videos of those? I feel like I've watched those too. He is good. You guys are saying A+ and A. I can do A. All right, here's... Do you put him above or below Keaton? That's the decision here. College Humor, is that what it was from? Above or below Keaton is what we're going to have to pick here, I think. Like, we could put you there. Below, you thinking? All right. Right there, maybe? It's funny we do kind of match up some of these. Above? Ooh. 2 out of 3, we're saying? All right. Put him there. Put him below Super Mario. I do feel like Keaton's probably more the popular answer for like best Spider-Man or best Batman, I mean. 2 against 1. I feel like people are really nostalgic for Keaton's Batman. Peter Griffin. It's super weird when we go from like Christian Bale's Batman to Peter Griffin. Family Guy as a whole, I feel like was funnier back in the day, and then they kind of did. Family Guy kind of turned too much into, "Hey Peter, remember that time when?" And then it's just a flashback of the entire season. Like, I don't know. When Family Guy wasn't popular, not to have like an emo take, but I feel like I liked it when it was like not popular. Then it got popular, and it kind of sucked. D. Yeah, I don't hate that take. Well, Peter is good. Family Guy is probably D, but Peter's a little bit probably better in my opinion. So I recall things. I do kind of view it when it's like, you know, when you do those things where it's like, I liked it before it was cool. I feel like I view that as like an emo take. Yeah. It's like, I read The Hunger Games before they were movies, and you guys like it afterwards, so I was there first. That's kind of what I equate that to. South Park is so much better. I would agree. Hipster, I mean, maybe. I feel like Hipster was like past my time, though. I feel maybe cooler saying emo than hipster, too, being honest. I'm not drinking PBR and wearing... I do like flannel, but I actually don't have anything flannel. But either way, Peter, you guys were saying D. It sounded like. I think some of these classics you guys really don't like. Is C- okay? I mean, we have Homer up here too. Not a fan. If he goes to D, it's got to be like here. I mean, he's probably the best part of Family Guy. You also have, what's her name as Meg? On par with Homer. Yeah, I think so too. Slightly below. I never watched Daria. I know that's kind of a popular choice. Okay, Team NT. We're going to have to decide here as a group. We've been picking things based off of the picture. So this is very much a specific TMNT cartoon. Can't tell which one this is. It's not the late 80s, early 90s one. Is this... Which one is this? Is this like 03 Turtles? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out which one this is. which it depends if you guys want to do that. If you want to say Ninja Turtles as a concept, we've kind of been being very specific though. So let's see all the Turtles cartoons. Let's see, try to figure out which one this is for sure. If it was the 87 one, I'd be a bigger fan. Is this the 03 one? Or is this... Let's click... I'm going to click on a few of these to try to figure it out. No, which one is this? Do you guys know? I should know this, honestly. Oh, I don't want to play that. Every TMNT series on IMDb. That feels like a good spot. The Secret of the Ooze. You're talking about the live action movie? Is it this one? No, that's not it. It's this one. It is the 03. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the 03 one. A little bit more action-y based. Yeah, the live action one you're talking about. You said B. I don't hate that pick. As like Ninja Turtles as a concept, I'd probably put up here. But this specific one, I am indifferent towards, to be honest. You said B. You would agree with? Maybe like there. Who's your guys' favorite turtle? I don't know if mine's changed over the years, but for the longest time, it was definitely Leo for me. It's also probably dependent if we're playing the games. Because, like, the old school games, I feel like I played with Donatello because his bow had such a strong reach. Leo. Yeah, I also like... People kind of dog on the... Was it 07 animated movie? I really like that one. All right, we're slowly getting here. Are you John Travolta? What is this, like Grease or something? What is this? You look kind of older, so I don't know for sure. Whichever one came up with pizza, gyoza. Yeah, I mean, Mikey was the funniest. It just depends if you like that as much. CSI. Yeah, I am seeing that. You're right. The slicked hair was giving me like John Travolta looks, but it does look like CSI. I think that is correct. Not something I watch, so up to you guys, but I don't mind leaving it there. That's Angel. Is he from CSI? It's funny, I looked up CSI and the top person on there is the Buffy spinoff. Okay. You're right, that does appear to be who this is. One of the Leaves and Bones. So like all of like the CBS, NBC shows. C+. I think you're the sole person that probably knows that, so maybe we'll keep it there. I could probably grab some of these, honestly. Like Avatar, I know what it is. I've never watched it. I assume maybe this audience hasn't either, but you can correct me if I'm wrong. S+, okay, I am corrected. I will say I have a friend who really wants me to watch it, and I just haven't ever, so I would probably like it. Aang, yeah. I never watched Avatar, so. Super amazing show. Yep, it probably is pretty good. The only Avatar I know is also on this list with Senor Soli down here. I probably should. I mean, there's so many even just looking at like anime alone or animated shows, there's so much stuff that I need to watch. It's kind of the reason I'm not like really continuing One Piece, because it's like I can watch another 800 episodes, or I can watch like 50 other shows. All right, you said S plus. Blair Fox, do you have a stance on Aang? I'm assuming probably high. If so, I'm willing to throw it up there because I'm getting kind of like similar vibes here. So it's like disproportionately good. I mean, I'll probably check it out at some point then. S plus. I think Cope will grab me through the screen if I put them above Harry Potter, but do you guys think that that's a fair take? I haven't watched it, so I don't typically put stuff in S, but I know enough about the character. I'm not just like completely going in blind. The most emotional complex character. Honestly, I could be talked into putting it above. You guys are kind of hyping this up a lot. But it's hard for me to do it without having seen it. So I can sacrifice Harry Potter, but maybe I don't sacrifice Frodo. But I mean, what's more blasphemous, if I put Aang in front of both of them or just in front of one of them? Probably over Frodo. I mean, you guys are talking like they belong here, which may be the case, but definitely sacrifice Potter. This is how we wind up with a confusing list because there's so many different takes. You know what? We'll do it because I know a little bit about the character. I'm sacrificing Frodo too, which is tough. We are both falling on the sword. I appreciate the engagement with you guys, so I will I will sacrifice. All right, Batman Beyond. I gotta say, I like what's it, Terry over Bruce Wayne a lot of times. If I'm being honest, you want S, you'll settle for A. Honestly, I could do S. I have a little Batman Beyond guy somewhere on the shelf over there. Like, I know Batman the Animated Series is pretty beloved, but I may like Batman Beyond the show a little bit more. Like, I don't know if I should be doing this. We've had some rough last couple. I mean, we're filling out the S category if we put them up here. Does anyone else have a thought on what's his last name? Terry something from Batman Beyond. He's pretty much Bruce Wayne's protege. I want to say Terry Crews, but I'm like, that is the actor. No. Terry McGinnis. That's what I was going to say, but I was like, that sounds like somebody from The Replacements. Spoiler. As far as I mean, it's like the first episode you have that happen. Fun fact. Eric Matthews, not Detective Matthews, will come full circle. Eric Matthews from Boy Meets World voices Terry McGinnis. Will Friedle. It's probably more likely an A. I'm probably getting a little bit carried away. But I do like his character. Kind of also does the John Connor look too, if I'm being honest. Like, if I pull that up. Pretty cool design. Do you belong in S though? Still not better than Harry Potter. I mean, I'm probably heavily biased this one. So if somebody wants to say down, I don't mind dropping it. I mean, that's all right for me. I would consider S, but part of that's probably the show, but the character is cool too. Never seen it. Is this Kill Bill? Uma Thurman? I think, right? I'm a Harry Potter foe, so I say yes. All right. I mean, blame Bellerophonics, and I'm not taking responsibility. You were lucky you were across the globe. Uma Kill Bill. Yeah, I never got really into the Kill Bill franchise. See? She does seem like kind of the main part of the movies, but lame. I mean, we had 2 S's. So, and I would say probably pretty high too. I am pretty indifferent on her character. Drinking that haterade, I am. Honestly, I have like, you could put her in, what's even her name in the movies? She could be down in D for all I care. Like, she can be just below like Mickey. I don't know. Yeah, I figured, yeah, you were talking about the Harry Potter slander. Like, she seems cool. I just don't really care about the franchise, but maybe that's not what I should be doing. Least favorite. Yeah, I mean, it's just like her killing people, right? It's just pretty much just murdering people. All right, this is Ben 10, right? I never watched it, so if you guys feel strong about it, I can chime in, but don't really care. Yeah, Ben 10. I think it was a bit after my time. Never watched it. Yeah, same here. I feel like I was a few years too old for it, probably. All right, we got Shrek here. Where are we putting Shrek? Shrek is kind of goated, I think. Benjamin 10, is that the official? Honestly, Shrek, well, problem is they're kind of changing his design a little bit, so. Watch the first episode when it came out. See? You don't like Shrek? But he saved Fiona. D, wow, you guys really hate Shrek. Do you not like Mike Myers or just like the character? The OG Shrek is probably one of the best animated movies of all time. Only watched the first one. I think you're okay doing just the first one. I watched the first couple and that was probably enough for me. A, easy. So we have A, C, and D. You like Austin Powers and Wayne's World? Also, if we want to go full circle, we have Lord Farquaad, played by John Lithgow, aka the Trinity Killer. To the Dexter conversation earlier. Is the very bottom of A okay, you think? Or is the C and D bring that down? Do you know the Muffin Man? The best villain. Trinity. I mean, in fairness, like Samus is probably cooler than Shrek, so I don't. You guys said C and D, so I could be talking to bring it down. Are you like below Dom Toretto? Or the pacifier, depending on what we want to interpret this as. Bottom of A is accurate. Yeah. It's somewhere between here for me. Okay, now you guys are just quoting Shrek at this point. Probably another movie that's pretty quotable, though. Yeah, maybe bottom of A. I don't know. Samus probably needs to go up. I'm like looking at some of these. I'm like, you're pretty cool. Oh. Should I do that? Okay, either way, Ant-Man. I don't really like Ant-Man, but it sounds like, Cope, you're a big Ant-Man supporter. Like, I really like Paul Rudd. Great actor, in my opinion. Super funny. Ant-Man. Kind of sucks. S plus A. You guys, I think, mostly agree on the superheroes, it seemed like. Really liked Ant-Man. All I can think of with the Ant-Man is, do you guys remember when, I think, was it Paul Rudd that made the joke? Or, I don't think it was him that made the joke, actually. There was like the joke leak of the end of Avengers and how the Avengers were going to win. And Ant-Man was going to go up Thanos and then expand. Like that's how they were going to beat him. B seems fair. Yeah, I just feel like he's a very, like, he's in the Hawkeye Black Widow group where it's like, okay. Just above Black Widow, maybe. Just behind Luffy. Put him higher. By Cap. You said S plus and A, and B seems fair. All right, we can put you by Cap. Lower than Iron Man. All right, nobody is happy here. Nobody is content. We can move up Iron Man to behind Cap, and then that's like satisfying both a little bit. Like one of these. We'd have no in-game. Riot. Yeah, I think Bill Airphonics had it right. You're just making everybody mad, which is not ideal. Is this another Friends? This is Jennifer Aniston, probably from Friends. I don't care. I mean, I like Jennifer Aniston probably more than Homie here, but her character in Friends, the most she'll get at me with Friends is if you've seen the outtakes of We're the Millers, when speaking of Ted Lasso, Jason Sudeikis is in like the front of the RV and they start playing the Friends theme song and she like gets super like embarrassed by it. Hear me yell in the other room. Can we pretend Jennifer Aniston from Horrible Bosses? I would probably rate that a little bit higher. See? I mean, she's kind of more villain than that. She's not really main character. She's like main villain in that one. Rachel's the worst, but she also grows the most. Okay, so she's Vegeta. She evolves over time. And you guys said D and B. Okay, so anti-hero. Can you have anti-hero? I guess, I mean, Michael Scott was kind of an anti-hero. I was like, can you have anti-heroes in sitcoms? You guys said D and B. I'm like, does that mean here? Maybe. It feels weird to have her above like Lara Croft, but we'll accept it. Sure. All right. Ooh, this is from Full Metal Alchemist. Why am I blanking on your name? What is your name? It's like kind of a medieval name, if I recall. Like Lothric or something along those lines. What is your name? Oh, wait, which one are you? You're one of the Elrics. Edward or Alphonse? Edward. I started watching the show because people view it as like one of the best animes of all time. Like a lot of people have it as their favorite. I've enjoyed it. I don't think it's my favorite thus far. He's a cool character though. No idea. Has anyone else watched? I've been watching Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, I guess to be precise, because there's just regular Full Metal Alchemist. But Brotherhood is pitched as being like one of the best shows of all time, and his character is kind of cool. They do alchemy, if that's not very obvious. So another Harry Potter tie-in a little bit. They use magic. Since you guys aren't overly anime people, I wanted to put him pretty high, but I'm like, I don't think I'll touch this group for now. I need to finish the show. But I'm kind of thinking there. Maybe. Okay, we got Link. Shameless appeal to the Harry Potter heads. I have been doing that with a lot of the anime. I'm like, hey, my hero is very similar. Link is probably S tier, right? Like, not to like prioritize video game characters, but S plus. Yeah, I kind of debate. I think when I did a video game bracket, it was tough where to put these. You could argue for Link being ahead of Chief, but he doesn't have Master Cheeks, though. It would be probably, I mean, depending on the age of Link, it'd be less exciting. A. Okay, so you're not saying S. So for that, we probably don't put you at the top. They are kind of color-coded, too. Is second place too high? I'm looking at these live action people. I'm like, you're kind of cool too. I mean, he's kind of like Mario. He saves the princess, but he's got a sword instead of like fireballs. There's a little bit more story to it, but honestly, I've been kind of revisiting Berserk, and there feels like there's a little bit of Zelda in Berserk too. Maybe we'll keep that for now. All right, Luigi. So this one's going to be hard for me because I can acknowledge Luigi is not often the main character outside of Luigi's Mansion, which I do like those games. But as a younger brother, Luigi is the character I most often played as in the old games. Charlie, they did a great job. Yeah, I liked him as Luigi in the movie. For like spite, I kind of want to put him ahead of Mario as like maybe a pair there. Just my thoughts. I was always player 2, at least like early on. So I kind of feel like I grew to like him a little bit more. Luigi's Mansion is like a fun series too. Like even the third one on Switch, my wife, we kind of played it co-op. It was fun. You liked it more? I mean, once again, usually in franchises, I don't pick the main character as my favorite. Sometimes I will, but it's a lot of times the next up character, the Vegeta to the Goku, or I guess for me, more so Gohan, but the next up person. Not like a very fringe character, but like somewhere in that second tier. Full Charlie and Haunted Mansion movie. I think they'll probably do that, honestly. At some point. Oh, we got the, what's his name? Corleone from Godfather. As I butchered the guess the movie that one time. Make you an offer you can't refuse. I don't have a stance here. I feel like I probably need to watch these in their entirety. I know the character, but like for me, I would probably not be able to judge it enough, but Don Corleone. Yeah, I mean, it had 100% on guess the movie, so that's all you need to know. Bottom of A. Do we have any other Godfather feedback? Maybe top of B. That'd be hilarious having him next to Michael Scott. Gotta be honest. I mean, he kind of feels like a Gus Fring type from Breaking Bad. Like, I am the mob boss. You do not mess with me. I'm torn if I keep him in No Idea, if I put him up there, because I do know the character. I just haven't watched. Oh, you're like off. Some of these are off screen, so I apologize. I can make my camera smaller if you guys prefer. I don't know if you want to prefer that. I can make it smaller. I'm torn on where to place you. I know enough about you, I probably could put you out there, especially since Blair Fox is saying bottom of A, maybe top of B. Hard part is I spent so much more time with some of these. That's threat level midnight. That is true. You're not wrong. It's so hard when you do have like characters that you do like. Is it weird to put him below Dom Toretto? I think I can maybe do that. Because honestly, for me, he's probably somewhere in C. So putting him this high already, honestly, I could. Not weird. Dom is great. I could even drop him farther. Not because of quality, because I mean, The Godfather is probably better than Ninja Turtles and The Punisher, but it's like I have more fun with those. I'd have Dom in like D. Yeah, I don't know if we have. I haven't really looked at Paul Walker on here, but I guess we've decided that Dom is up here. But family, yeah, you can't deny family. I mean, speaking of family, Godfather is also kind of family. You're in the family business. They're both in the family business. Maybe I'll keep them there. All right, we have Batman, animated Batman. Kevin Conroy, R.I.P. I'm assuming is the reflection here. I know we talked Batman earlier with like the live action. He may be the best representation of Batman. I know it's animated and all that, but like his voice is what I think of. You think of the Batman game, like the video games, the Arkham games. I'm pretty sure that's Kevin Conroy. A. I think that can't be denied. Honestly, I'm debating putting you really high because I don't want to do the what you said that people do with Heath Ledger with the Joker, but I kind of feel like he is such an iconic voice. Like, I'm debating you putting you up as high as this, but I'm also like, is that too high? S? Well, maybe it's not too high then. I can put you with Batman Beyond, although that'd be another one in front of Harry Potter. Maybe this works here. I mean, this character is in his show also. Yeah, Conroy is iconic. Like, as much as I like Terry McGinnis more than Bruce Wayne, I think Conroy's a better voice actor than Will Friedle. Like, that's not even a question, so... Sure. We can maybe do that. Is this another like Godfather character? Who am I looking at here? Who's this? Is my face blocking it now? No, they're not. Okay. This looks like if Adam Sandler was a mobster. It is color, so it's not clearly the same, but it looks like some like Goodfellas type of character. Like some like villain in Uncut Gems. We are finally getting to near the end of this list. I appreciate you hanging out. Obviously, if you got to go to bed, I fully want you to take care of your health, but I appreciate you being here. I do dislike Uncut Gems, but it looks like this is like Sandler from that movie. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Uncut Gems. If maybe at some point we'll do like a Sandler movie ranking, that'd be kind of fun. The spoilers, I will not put it very high, but yeah. What do we have here? What am I looking at? Is this like Scrooge from like Christmas Carol? Like, what is this? This is wait. Oh, this is Pacino from Godfather. That's kind of what I was saying. I mean, it looked like that's Pacino though. He looks. I mean, obviously he's like significantly younger. Do you want to rank Pacino? Did you guys see Pacino at the Game Awards a couple of years ago? He clearly doesn't know what a video game like even is, but they had. I feel like Jeff Keighley likes to get these big name actors to like make his show feel legitimate. And he had Pacino come out there, and Pacino's like, I can't even read the teleprompter, but here we are. Like, he's just totally going off the cuff. It's kind of hilarious. But it's Pacino. I think you're right. I mean, I was getting Godfather vibes. He's better than Don. The problem is you tell me that, and you know what that's going to result in? Is also Luffy's better than Pikachu. I'm like, as people who have give feedback earlier like aren't here, I'm like, I'm gonna secretly make my changes. But I was gonna say that's gonna bring down you maybe to just below Kirby. And we can put Pacino there if you want. Also kind of hilarious having Kirby next to Al Pacino. I was told there's deep lore with Kirby though. Yeah, I mean he stayed in B. He just cycled down B a little bit. We have not moved him out at this point. All right, we have Mr. Breaking Bad himself. Mr. Walt. I assume realistically he's pretty high. Like, Breaking Bad's just a pretty good show to me, but I can acknowledge that Walt is pretty iconic. He's not a favorite for mine, so that's where we balance this out, like favorite versus like good. Fast and Furious is so high. I mean, technically it's just B, but we do have a lot of icons below Vin. I made it clear this one especially was like more so Toretto than necessarily Vin Diesel. Walt is S. All right, so we have C minus and S. Gotta love that. Yeah, I mean, the hard part is, I think Blair Fox, a lot of times you, like with The Godfather also, and maybe it's your favorites too, but I think a lot of what you're going for is like status or icon, or like clearly Breaking Bad's like a 10 out of 10 show in theory, but it's not on my favorite list of shows. So that's that balance between like favorite and like best. Like if we're doing best, you're probably up here, and I mean, Batman Beyond's probably not hanging around up here. But personally, as far as interest, Walt is just a good character to me. He's not my favorite character. So there's kind of that balance we're playing around with here. Maybe there. Just above Batman. Somewhere. Like, I will not disregard that his impact on TV is one of the highest of all time. But as far as like, hey, I want to say my favorite characters, is Walt going to be somebody I name? I don't know. Probably not. So that's tough. Same with stuff like The Godfather. Like, if we're going for impact, Godfather's probably way up here. To your point, Vin Diesel's probably way down here. But it's like, I mean, you were making the joke earlier, family. So it's a balance of like what you enjoy, I guess. Found it quite forgettable. Aaron Paul was solid. I think A probably still is fair for him, though. Like, it's hard to say not A. Ooh, we have Cloud. I was about to say Fox McCloud, but no, it's Cloud Strife, whatever his last name is. Yeah, I would say if you're like looking up a list, top 5 characters, he's gonna be on the list. If you're saying my top 5 favorite characters from TV, he's not on the list. So kind of just depends what we define our placement as. Cloud's pretty cool. Yeah, it's kind of a tough watch. That's kind of what it's not out yet, but one of the points I made in my Hereditary post that's coming out this week is that it's not something you can like watch every day. Like it's good, but it's not like an easy rewatch. Cloud's B+. He is probably my favorite Final Fantasy character, but I am not like a deep Final Fantasy person. I mean, I like the sword, also kind of Berserk coded with that. I don't mind the A- spot here, honestly. He doesn't really have much of a personality, if I'm giving some criticism. I could see him being at the very top of B, also at the bottom of A. Is easy to rewatch what I want, though. Depends. Not always. Like, you'll see I gave Hereditary a decent score. It just depends what you're looking for, too. I mean, it's different moods you're in. If you want to watch something that's going to be like drama or something that's going to be funny or something you watch a lot, like The Office is one I could put on an episode and I'm going to have a good time no matter, pretty much other than season 8, where it's at in the show, no matter what mood I'm in, you can enjoy it. Weirdly, I feel that way about Dexter, too. I don't know if Dexter's on this list. I haven't looked enough. I'm glad most of the Dexter crowd is not here because I don't even see him on the list. Then I feel like Michael Scott is number 1. Yeah. I mean, he carries the show. Like, the show kind of tanked when he left. 9 is okay. 8 is bad, though. I rewatched some of Midsommar a bunch of times. I mean, there are, like, as I said with Dexter, Dexter's kind of it can be a dark show, but that's a bit of a comfort one for me. So you can weirdly get, like, the ones that probably shouldn't be rewatches. All right, Luke Skywalker. I'm not the biggest Star Wars person, so that's going to be a caveat. Luke is probably better than Rey. Luke is probably at least B tier. Where in B tier? Reminds a very dark show. I've watched it a bunch of times. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of times if you've seen a show, sometimes just the familiarity of it and like knowing what to expect, it's not as heavy. Like if you watch the Saw movies, I mean, some of them are still pretty gross, but it can be less heavy on like rewatch. Luke is B. I think that's probably right. He's not the most like deep character, but he's the face of Star Wars for the most part, outside of like Vader. Where in B do you go? So weird if we go like just below Ninja. Well, I said I didn't really watch this one, Somewhere there. You like him a lot in the new ones? Luke, you're saying? I barely remember the last one, but I thought that like overall his character kind of got... They kind of gave him the John Connor treatment, it seemed like. Character-wise. Like, there has to be a passing of the torch. So that I get, but... He definitely got kind of relegated, it seemed. Shane Falco came in and replaced him, essentially. Okay, what the hell are we doing here? What is this? Yeah, you have to pass the torch eventually. I mean, it's the same thing with Saw. Tobin Bell, he is Saw, but if you're keeping the franchise, it eventually has to move on. We have the entire X-Men again. You make me want to watch it. It's a good watch. It is funny going back and being like, that's Jon Favreau. You're an insane linebacker in this movie. That is wild. It's also got the guy from like Evolution. There's a lot of fun people in it. Gene Hackman, R.I.P. I don't know how to handle this one. I've obviously watched X-Men, but what the hell? Like, we've already done Wolverine. Now we have him plus Halle Berry, who we've talked about before. We have all the other X-Men. That's the shit one. The first one, you mean? I think this is the one that King Matthew liked. I would agree, though, that it's okay. Is it weird to have Wolverine up in A if I'm like X-Men's down in like C somewhere? Like, if I'm being real, X-Men is like... Hard part is I agree with some of these placements and some I don't. So I'm like, ahead of you, not ahead of you, ahead of you. I'm weird about X-Men. That's all right. There, I guess. Sure. I think we're losing steam as we get to the end of this and people in the chat. So I like certain things. Don't. That's fair. All right. Some of these we'll probably be able to speed through pretty quickly. Nathan Drake. For me, I haven't played the games in a while. I think it's the first X-Men. This one. Because it says, oh, that's the year it came out, I'm pretty sure. 03? I'm pretty sure this is the OG X-Men. You want to put it higher, you're thinking? Like... We could. As that's kind of weird because some of these I like in their spots and some of them like, that's too high, that's too low. Oh, you're good, Blair Phonics. I know you're today's one of your stream days, so I don't know what we do with it. We have the entire X-Men squad from the first X-Men, so it's like, how do I handle you? We had Wolverine up here, but I think Wolverine's better than the rest of the X-Men, as weird as that sounds. That's kind of like how we had Henry Cavill above Justice League. I don't know. Right behind Luffy. Something like that. We can change it if you guys want, but I'm thinking somewhere like there. Nathan Drake, pretty great character. I won't bother to do the cameo reference again, but Nolan North also got to meet, thankfully. That was kind of cool. How great are you? It's been a while. The franchise has been dormant for a bit, and I don't expect to see Nathan Drake come back, though. I won't make the comparison to Uncharted because it is Uncharted. So at least there's that. Ooh. Kind of want to put him there, I think. A lot of depth to the character. I haven't watched the movie with Tom Holland. I heard it's not great. Also, Sully's played by Mark Wahlberg, which is like a horrible choice. But big fan of the franchise. Okay, what is this? Is this an Avengers animated show? This is a Fantastic Four, because we have the Human Torch. I don't have feedback on this one. Watch the movie was okay. I heard it was not great. All right, maybe we'll do up till Yoshi. I'm gonna take a quick break after that and we'll wrap up. And I appreciate you guys sticking through. No idea, yeah. Thor. It sounds like, Cope, you were not a fan of Thor. I did like Thor. I mean, I kind of backed out of the Marvel movies eventually, but I can concede because honestly, I would have Thor. He was probably my favorite Avenger, but it sounds like you did not like him. You like, so that's the thing. We're not judging the movies. We're judging Thor as a character. So like even in the Avengers, I can acknowledge like the second Thor sucked for sure. But Chris Hemsworth as Sir Thor here. Him with the Guardians. Yeah, it was funny. Him and Chris Pratt going at it as far as who was the leader. Like if this was me, Thor would probably be, if not an A, at the top of B. His portrayal in Ragnarok. Yeah. He definitely acts differently in different movies, to your point. He's trying to copy me. Yeah, that's more of a Chris Pratt joke, I feel like, than anything else. I can agree with B. I'm debating where, because, as I said, he is my favorite of the Marvel. But that, if I were to do that, he'd be all the way up here, which I don't think you guys would agree with. Honestly, I think you would have him probably as the lowest of the Marvel, potentially. Like, I want to do that, but I think you guys are going to be like, he's not above Captain America and Iron Man and Ant-Man. I mean, he's below Black Panther. There's that. I won't argue with it. You've lost the steam for it. I mean, I feel like there's Robert Downey Jr. Iron Man fans, and then there's like Hemsworth Thor fans. Like my brother, big Iron Man fan. Me, I'm the fan of Thor. Below Iron Man. I will do that for you guys because I think most people would agree. I think Cope probably agrees. It's not my thoughts, but I will concede. I'm gonna say above Ant-Man though. I like Rudd more than Hemsworth, but not the characters. All right, Sora, Kingdom Hearts. I don't know if anyone else in the stream has played Kingdom Hearts. Harry and Frodo, they're my comfort movies. Yeah, I mean, I haven't in a while. I probably need to. Last time I think I watched Lord of the Rings, I was like super sick, and I was like wanting something to fall asleep to. I think that's a big thing for me. A lot of times to fall asleep, I'll want something on the background, but it can't be something I really am interested in watching, which I'm interested in Lord of the Rings, but I've seen it, so I don't have to be like anticipating what happens next. So I think that's the last time I watched them was like a couple years ago. Liz loves Sora. I also love Sora. You don't like Kingdom Hearts? Fair. I mean, it's crazy. I've mentioned before, like the Kingdom Hearts lore is too much for me to handle. Sora, I mean, Sora is pretty much like Deku, pretty much like Harry Potter, though, where it's like unlikely hero comes to power, gets abilities. What if I put him after Harry Potter? Will that be satisfying? Sora is, as far as video game characters, he may be on my top 5. Like Chief, Link, Sora all feel pretty top tier. Watch at least 4 to 5 times a year. I think probably also I've been trying to do other stuff with watching on the channel, so I've not found the time to do it. But yeah, I think it's been, like 2 years ago when I was sick, roughly. When we would go to like a hotel, I feel like a lot of times it would be on during this time of year. Like it's weirdly viewed as being October movies. Arthur Morgan, is he not on here? We can talk about him. I think we did do video game stuff before, like video game characters, maybe. Maybe at least a bracket list or bracket fight. Arthur Morgan for me. I think Arthur would be like in an A, low A for me probably. Great character, only in one game though, so not a lot of time spent with him. Yeah, I mean he would be somewhere in A. I don't think he would be S for me. But awesome character for the game that we got him with. Fair. That's probably roughly where I'd put him. I don't know. Do you like him or John Marston more? I didn't play a lot of like the first Red Dead, so I'm probably partial to Arthur. Granted, you play as John in Red Dead 2 also. Who am I looking at? Why do you look like the dude from Heroes and The Art of Racing in the Rain? And also Mr. Smith all in once. Burn Otis. Do we put that guy? Oh, it was right here. Oh, yeah. There we go. Maybe we'll keep them with each other. Unless you guys want to put them up there, but I never watched it. I think Gilly was the only one that had feedback on it, right? That works. Okay, we'll do that then. Yoshi. Currently snoring. I appreciate him watching as long as he did. Honestly, thank all of you guys for hanging out. That's kind of not to go down another soapbox here, but I feel like part of why I wanted to create a YouTube channel was like building a community, so it means a lot that you guys are here. Yoshi. So Yoshi as main character, okay. Yoshi's Island, obviously. I will say that Yoshi is my pick when I play Mario Kart or Mario Party. Don't know why. He's my go-to. It's a normal time for you. I appreciate you being here either way, especially because you're doing pre-stream prep work. Yeah, I'm more similar to Cope's time zone at this point. A+ for Yoshi. Here's where we also had the favorite versus best issue we also run into. Kind of what we had with Peach. This is technically a main character list. Yoshi is a main character, kind of meh. Yoshi is a character, really good. So, dilemma. I'm tempted to put you up with the other Mario squad. Like there. It feels weird to put you, to Blair Fonk's point, it's weird to have Yoshi above like Walter White as far as like a character list, but I don't know. I feel like Yoshi does well, as I said, as like a secondary character. Like when you're playing Mario 64, you're like, oh, I want to see Yoshi on the roof or whatever. I mean, Yoshi's kind of got the Will Ferrell. Like, you give me too much Yoshi, I'm like, that's too much. But just the right amount of Yoshi, okay. Yeah, Yoshi's Island was a great game, I will admit. And as I said, he is my pick for the party games for Mario. More often than not. It's probably him or Luigi. Apparently the green characters. All right, if you guys are okay, I'm going to take a quick 30-second break and finish this out. Some of this we can probably fly through, but I will BRB. I'll put the screen up too. I am like taller every time I get back. It's because I'm not like in my seat quite yet. All right, let's close this out. We've been streaming for a long time. Like 9 hours, 9.5 hours. Dang. I mean, we had some like intermissions with storms, but oh, there is Han on here. Oh yeah. I mean, it's debatable if he's a main character in Star Wars like the original ones. Okay, let's close this out. And the list is so strange. It does feel like a bit of a variety here. Jack Sparrow. There is a bit of Johnny Depp personal aspect to it, but I don't think that's too negative for me. Jack Sparrow is probably an A tier character, I would think. B. Perhaps. S minus. Okay, we can settle in between, I think, and say A. Kind of was thinking maybe behind Joel there. At World's End, third film's truly epic. I mean, he's got some great lines. Why is all the rum gone? All that kind of stuff. Somewhere in that range, potentially. I mean, he was like similar to Robert Downey Jr. Like, he took on that role fully. Like, Johnny Depp is Jack Sparrow at this point. I know he does other great movies too, but who's this? It's kind of a blurry photo anyway, but who are you? Anybody know? I have no idea, so I think you're gonna probably stay here. It looks like an actor I should recognize, though, if I'm being honest. True. Yeah, he kind of got a little bit lost in the sauce with Jack Sparrow. Looks like one of the doctors. What, from like an ER show or something? He's wearing like a leather jacket, though, isn't he? I don't know. I don't think I've watched it, so we'll just keep it here, I think. Doctor Who. Oh, could be. Out of curiosity, I'll look it up. Maybe? I don't really see anyone wearing that kind of jacket. It's more like suits and stuff. I think we'll keep it off the list regardless. Don't know who you are. Kind of a bad picture, to be real, but I don't think I know who this is. Too goofy for you? Oh, I feel like I should know this one. This is a much clearer picture, but I don't think I know this one either. Kind of looks like a cyberpunky outfit. We have Ripley here. Yeah. I've not watched Alien 3. S+. It's hard to argue there. I mean, the Alien franchise is not like my favorite, but if we're being real, if we're thinking like badass female lead in like, especially that genre, she is the first one up by Sarah. Yeah, I mean, they're probably kind of neck and neck, to be real. Maybe after Sarah. Because I think I like Terminator more than Alien. Seems okay. All right. I mentioned potentially watching Game of Thrones because you are not Boromir. You are person. I do know he gets, I guess, spoilers. I'm pretty confident he gets killed like somewhere in the middle-ish to back half of the first season. like Terminator more too. Yeah, it's kind of more in my alley. This is the Game of Thrones version of him, right? Sean Bean, whatever his name is, dies in season 1. It's dumb. I don't know if that's why I stopped, but I liked his character and I knew he was gonna die while watching season 1. Let's see. Maybe like I was gonna say maybe just above Rambo. He always dies. That's fair. I mean, Boromir, yeah, that is fair. He's also like the bad guy in Bond movies. B+. Are you saying his Game of Thrones portrayal or Sean Bean is just like an actor? What's his name in Game of Thrones? I'm blanking on it because I've only, as I said, watched like 3 episodes. Ned Stark. That's right. National Treasure. Yeah, I realized that the other day. I think I forgot that because he has short hair. But I watched I think it was a variety video where he was talking about his roles and he didn't remember any of his lines. In Game of Thrones, you think he's a B+? B+ and C, huh? That's what we're going to be dealing with here. I can move you up and C, but I mean, he's not in that much of the show, right? I know he's like the on-setting event, right? I've heard a little bit like his death is like integral to the rest of the story, but he's not in it a whole lot. Okay, whatever with him. B- then. It's hard to say somebody who's in. I mean, I guess you can do that with like Trinity with John Lithgow, but only in what, like maybe 7 episodes of a 8 season or whatever TV show. But as I think there's some impact there. Yeah, that's kind of my understanding without having watched it. I did like Boromir a lot. I mean, he was kind of a little bit swayed by the ring, but okay, Pierce Brosnan. We were talking Bond. Honestly, Brosnan, I was going to put him at the front of the Bonds, but he may be even higher because he is my James Bond. Technically, I'm 10. Okay, so prepare myself for episode 10, you're telling me? Him in the extended edition brings more to his character. True, and there's more, I think in the second one, is it? Where Faramir, there's like a bug. There's some scenes with him, I think, as well. I did not get that guy. I'm pretty sure that was a mosquito. He's definitely gonna bite me in like 2 seconds. Pierce Brosnan is my favorite Bond. I would probably put him above maybe even some of these other characters. What do you guys think about Brosnan's? I feel like this is a big thing for me with his movies came out when I was younger. Also, GoldenEye was like amazing. He's only gonna miss his Doubtfire. Oh, you don't like Brosnan? I mean, I'm not saying him as an actor. I like him as James Bond. You're not a fan of him playing that role? We can keep him here. I think I would probably put him. I mean, honestly, I would probably put Daniel Craig above Homie here too. Anyway, you like James Bond? GoldenEye saved his Bond. We do have people with guns just like all in a row here. We'll keep it there, maybe. Marty McFly. Kind of in a reverse example of I feel bad for Michael J. Fox. Like an example of the actor would bring up the score. I think I see him doing like convention stuff and I just feel bad for the guy. Now the movie you hate. How do you hate Back to the Future though? I feel like I know we talked 80s the other day, but I feel like it's such a feel-good movie. That's one I feel like you could probably rewatch, just like binge. I'm not like the most hardcore fan of it, but it's awesome, I think. Like Marty, it's hard for me not to put him in A. And honestly, we have these animated characters. To your point about the live action, I'm like, you're maybe a little bit better. She's not an 80s fan as much, it seems, with the exception of Stranger Things. You really don't like them? Another one where the trilogy is pretty solid. I mean, the third one's just okay. The Western one. By my qualifications. That is the tough part with lists. It's like, how are we defining? I would agree. Honestly, I'm like, do I put you behind the animated squad or in front of it? Yeah, there's a difference between like movies that came out in the 80s versus like 80s era films. But I thought you weren't a fan of either. Maybe there. I know it seems you were not a fan, Cope. But Blair Fox, you said at least A, so I'm assuming you may have him up here. I think that's okay. I will give a little bit of like Michael J. Fox does feel like, I mean, maybe he was an ass, I don't know, but his health stuff feels like it's tough not to want him to do well. All right, Top Gun, Tom Cruise. So not Tom Cruise as an actor per se, but his portrayal of Maverick. This is also, is this the new one, the picture they have here? That's a new one, yeah. I mean, we'll take his character in both movies because it's the same actor, same character. I'm not a Tom Cruise fan, but he does a good job in that role, so this one's tough. A+. I could be talked into A. I'm kind of thinking maybe we'll settle on A-. You are a Tom Cruise fan? I mean, he's a great actor. I just feel like some of his personal antics are a little bit not for me. True. I mean, he does like to do stunts, but loved him in Last Samurai. That was decent. I feel like I always name Collateral as like my sleeper movie of his that I like. All right, this is Jon Snow, right? I assume he's probably higher than Stark. This is like main character of Game of Thrones. That's as far as I can tell you. I'm pretty sure I'm no spoilers, obviously, because I am planning to watch it. Maybe I'll review it if you guys do have an interest in that. My understanding is he, at one point, I remember when it aired that like he died, but then didn't die, and he actually doesn't die at all. But you know nothing, Jon Snow. I'm assuming that's a quote, since you put quotes around it. I assume Jon Snow is probably a pretty. He's an idiot. D. You don't like Jon Snow? Okay, I am wrong. I thought he was okay because he's in the show from the beginning, isn't he? I thought I remember parts with him in it. He's kind of flat. I mean, that is hard. A lot of times we talked about Superman. There's not much depth to the character, so you're thinking, I thought he was okay, but D and kind of flat feel like not great compliments. I'm over here like, does he go above or below Bugs Bunny? Peter Dinklage stole the show. I am the gift. That's all I really remember, that meme. You said D, huh? Kind of dummy. Fair. Okay, well, how about right behind Anakin? I feel like I didn't like Peter Dinklage from what I saw from him briefly. He seemed kind of like maniacal, like he was gonna like betray somebody. Is this a good spot? I know you said D, which I haven't watched fully, so I feel like I should just probably take your guys' word, but it feels weird to have Jon Snow, like, I don't know, way down here. You want me to drop it further? We could put it down here, like, below Peter. Also, I'm like, Peter's below. How about that? Or do you want him? You did like Tom Hardy. I keep wanting to say Ed Hardy, but that's like the clothing company. Below Hardy, maybe? Are you talking about Dinklage's character? Maybe we'll put him here. That's pretty rough, honestly, of a score. All right, the entire... Okay, this would be great. The entire Ghostbusters. Good thing King Matthew's not here because he likes it, and he would probably put it up here. Then I'd have to somewhere fall in the middle. I mean, I can take into account. I know he likes it, so maybe I should be aware of that. I'm not a Ghostbusters fan. I feel like Bill Murray's kind of a dick, too. I think this is the female cast. Which, can we just do this? I haven't watched the movie, but I know it's this. I think this is the 2016 Ghostbusters. Is it? It is 80s. You're right. You're right. I'm like, do I take into account the fact that I know he's going to say S tier, or do I just be selfish because you guys are here? I'm thinking maybe after Lara Croft. Honestly, after Mickey Mouse. Maybe. Just kind of a money shield. What, the female squad? I heard they just make like fart jokes the whole time, stuff like that. That's another one. Chris Hemsworth is in some like weird... He was also in the female Men in Black, right? Like he gets weirdly put in these... I should say, the one where the lead, the one who plays Will Smith's character, is a female. I don't think it's like a female-led movie necessarily, but I heard this movie sucked. This one I've heard is great, but I'm not a Ghostbusters fan. The girls one was fine and biased. I love Kate McKinnon. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the Bridesmaids team, right? Because you have that and what's her name also? From Bridesmaids. We can put her above Ezra Miller if you want. That seems okay. Jenny McCarthy doesn't sound right. McCarthy sounds right. Is it something else McCarthy? Melissa McCarthy? I think. Yeah, I think it's Melissa McCarthy. Yeah, no, you're good. Honestly, the fact I'm getting any names at this point is good for me. So, yeah, you definitely the McCarthy. You teamwork that one. Teamwork made the dream work. Are you I want to say like your picture looks like it could be something out of Black Panther, but I don't know who you are. I think you look like a villain, honestly. I don't know what this evil look is. It's Shuri. I feel like she looks like the bad guy here. Isn't she? Doesn't she team up with him? I don't know. I'm not the biggest, as I said, Marvel towards the end of it. She's a sister. Okay. What do you think? Does she have her own movie? Because she's the main character supposedly here. I'll defer to you guys. I don't think I know her character well enough. They also replaced him. Was that Michael B. Jordan that was the new Black Panther? I think it was a different character in the lore, but still, she's the main Black Panther. Wakanda Forever. A+. Okay, do you think she's ahead of our top MCU choice? Because you're saying A+, but I don't remember if you had him up there. You're biased. I mean, maybe we put you here. I don't know. I'm down to put on list if you want to, but I don't have any input. Like, I know more about Black Panther because he's in Avengers. I don't really remember her character. I'm down to put it somewhere in A, though, if you feel like or I guess in B, if you want the representation there. But I don't remember enough about that character. I mean, we could put it with the rest of the Marvel squad here too. Oh, did I get him? I don't think I did. She's all right. We'll include her. Is that okay? Or do you want Ant-Man? You really liked Ant-Man, didn't you? Maybe that. Kind of with the bunch of Marvel. Super smart. That is helpful. I feel like you would have her above Thor, but not above Ant-Man. So it's like that weird. Once again, if Jimmy's sitting next to Tom, who's next to Larry type of thing. She's the techie. I don't really remember, if I'm being honest. All right. I think that's probably an okay spot, right? You said below him, somewhere in that range. She's the one trying to take the Stone of Vision's head. Okay. In Infinity War, you're talking about. That's fine. That's fine. We can settle with that then. Shang-Chi, right? Is that who this is? Another one I didn't watch. I know the character because that was like its own movie. All right, sounds good, Blair Phonics. If you have feedback on any of these you want to like blast through, feel free to. But other than that, have a good stream. I'll probably hop in for a bit at some point, depending on if I pass out after this. Thanks for hopping. I really appreciate you joining. Never watched that one. Yeah, I did not either. So let's put you in. No idea. I think we'll finish these out, even if it's just you and me at this point. The whole Guardians we have. Guardians are fun. Honestly, if we're saying all of them, that may be. I may put Guardians in A. Yeah, it's weird that there's 4 of them. All right, sounds good, Blair Fox. Appreciate you you chiming in though. Thanks for being here. Have a good stream. Please S+. Ooh. I think I can do that. It's hard to say S+. I mean, I kind of feel like I've grown a little bit tired of Chris Pratt. I've seen the first 2. I haven't seen the third one. So, I mean, 2 out of 3 is... If the first 2 aren't good enough that carry to an S, I don't know if the third one's really going to change that. The second one I didn't really like. First one I thought was good. 2 was pretty weak in my opinion. The one with was it Kurt Russell as the villain technically? I don't know how much you love Rocket. Bradley Cooper's character, the raccoon here. What, liking 1 more than 2? Do you like 2 more than 1? I don't know. It was okay. I feel like 1 is more quotable. Like you have Drax doing like the nothing flies over my head, I would catch it. That kind of stuff. Luigi's better than Yoshi. So you want Yoshi squeezed between the brothers is what you're saying? Sure, why not? Why not? You hopped in to hang out. We can do that. We are near the end. Eternals also didn't see. I don't know if you guys have. Probably gonna leave it there regardless, unless both of you link in S tier. I think Cope was not happy about that one. Although maybe it was just relative to Harry Potter. You watched it. Was it any good? I kind of was like beyond checked out here. Like I mentioned the Black Panther timing of the back half of the Avenger stuff. I was like on the decline. And then after Infinity War, I was pretty much out, which is when these things dropped. Are we talking this character? Is this also Avatar? Why do you look familiar? Peach got solid F tier. Black Swordsman, that's where this is from? Let me look this up. The first thing that came up was Berserk, so Barry Cohen is in it, the Eternals movie. I don't know if I mean I probably know the name. Let me see. Barry. Okay, I know this guy. What do I know him from? Now I'm like going down the rabbit trail. Probably the Batman, right? Dunkirk also. One of those two. I don't think the name I didn't recognize, but the face for sure. I definitely, that mosquito is hanging around somewhere. All right, let's jump back over. This person, it sounds like Ghost, you had some thoughts on. What were you were saying they were from? SEO Carito. Let me search that. Oh, that's the person that we had in. You're bouncing all over the place. You're talking about or is it this chick who's in No Idea? This is like when Blair Fox came in and blew up the list. I feel like that's happening right now at this point with Ghost. Yeah, we have Ghostbusters in D, which you probably also are not going to like. But this is a dude. This is Hemsworth, I'm pretty sure. And then this is the female squad. This is the Ghostbuster team with Bill Murray and the others. I like an actor in it. I mean, that's fine. People like different movies for different reasons. Rest of them high A to B. Okay, well, tell you what I can do. Because King Matthew probably would also agree with you, we could put you at the top of D, which means you can see it better than get more angry about it, probably because it's at the front of the list. I would debate C. I don't know. I'm not a Ghostbusters fan, but if you guys felt passionately, we could. I also don't really care for Jennifer Aniston and Friends, so can I barter low C? You can. Honestly, we can pass Jennifer Aniston, I think. All right, I feel like I bounced around a bit here. Saltburn, Killing of the Deer. We were on this person though. Isn't this a character from Avatar? Am I going crazy? You're definitely from something similar, at least. But also, we did main characters, so I don't know if that wouldn't be the case. She's an Eric. Yeah, she actually is. That's what I thought. Well, we put Aang in S tier, but we'll put you in No Idea. All right, I'm trying to kill this guy because I am definitely Who are you? Who art thou? Anybody know who this is? Somebody on a ship, maybe. This feels like probably a show we've talked about already. That's like the secondary character. Another guy in MASH. Okay, that's kind of what it seemed like. Wait, no, that's... Where's the... Because this is... That's Frasier from MASH? Is that... Am I doing that right? Jimmy Neutron kind of... Oh, this dude? I don't know who you're talking about. Okay. Han Solo. Han Solo, I think, was cooler back in the day. Now I'm kind of like, similar to what I thought about Indiana Jones. Where did Indy wind up? Right here? Han Solo is probably like a low B for me. Like maybe like there. B plus. Yeah, I do feel like I liked him overall more historically. B plus. Now it's like C, highish B. What about B minus? How do we feel about that? Highest. Okay, we'll put you right here. All right, Sully from Avatar. Another Avatar reference, but different. I've only watched the first one. Good movie. Kind of just did the Dances with Wolves thing, but interesting character. Gets his legs back. Kind of generic beyond that. You're also like bottom of C, I feel like to me. You hate Avatar. Solid D to F. All right, well, you are right behind Lara Croft, I guess. I also need to do that. That's... Put in F. Really? I mean, Avatar is like a super popular franchise. Maybe you're saying it's not because of him? Another Jim Cameron, right? I mean, he's not lower than like Ben Affleck, I feel like, in Batman. Maybe for some people. That feels okay. You don't think so? I would probably put it in like C, so... Ooh, we got Saul Goodman, right? Better Call Saul. I don't have time to go into why I don't like Avatar. Fair. Just like the movie's probably a lengthy discussion. Don't hate him. Yeah, he's pretty solid. He is striking me as kind of like... I've only watched a little bit of Better Call Saul, like a couple seasons. I think people like him like very high. He's a good solid C. I was going to put him in maybe B. You don't think so? Yeah, I'm kind of was thinking like low A to like the lowest being middle of B. I mean, I forgot the name of the actor, but that's kind of what he's known for. Now I'm blanking. I need to... He also was in, what was that, Nobody? Those movies that I think the sequel just came out. Bob Odenkirk, yeah. Maybe there. He's pretty good. Okay, this looks like the same guy. This isn't a third character from the show, is it? Nobody's good. I haven't seen the second. I think Rusty may have reviewed that one. This looks like the same. Jeez, this is apparently need to watch this show. Static Shock. Don't have an opinion. I know it's a superhero, but it's like a group, really. That would make sense. I'm surprised they didn't do one picture then. It seems like we like to do that here. What is this? I mean, is this like Mad Men maybe? Oh, it's Mads from Hannibal? You're saying this one? I think. I wasn't sure if that was Mad Men. I never watched Mad Men, but it kind of looks like it. Suits, maybe. I'm trying to find like the exact picture that's not cropped off. Suits show. I mean, if we don't know, maybe we put it in no idea for a different reason. I don't think it's Mads. I don't see him wearing that like suit and tie combo. It could be Suits though. I also do kind of think it's maybe John Hamm and Mad Men though. Yeah, I just Googled his outfit. He is wearing suits. I just don't think they look like that. He's wearing like plaid suits a bunch. I love that show. I kind of think it's Mad Men. No? It looks like John Hamm a little bit. I mean, you're not seeing this. I'm searching on a different browser, but I don't know. We'll just put it probably in no idea. Okay, Princess Leia. What, did I just get this guy? No, I didn't. Dang it. Princess Leia. Kind of weird main character. Not really a main character. I guess we did have Han Solo, though. So. Blue collar. Maybe. Leia doesn't really... I mean, she's kind of like Peach, but a little bit better. She does more action than Peach does. To me, she's maybe like C. Like there, maybe? Yeah, I think that's about right. Ooh, okay. I mean, we did Frodo earlier. Didn't realize he was on the list till we got to the end, but I'm not opposed to doing that. Which I'm like, should I move Frodo down one behind Nathan Drake? But maybe we'll keep him here. For Frodo, yep. The end of battle. All right, 4 more. We have Bilbo. Interesting picture here. So we have Bilbo from the movies, but it's old Bilbo that's in Lord of the Rings. I don't know what to think about this. Yeah, but he's barely in the movie. I mean, if we had Bilbo from The Hobbit, okay, but this is like the opening scene to Fellowship, and then he sees him again at the Fellowship. Honestly, his like most famous scene was when he has that it's pretty scary when he like does the reach out for the ring and you see like his face get like black and stuff. This is kind of a weird one to place because he's not the main character. He's in the movie for like maybe 20 minutes. C-. Yeah, I think that's honestly for a main character tier list, kind of weird. That I don't understand. Yeah, he gives him the mithril armor that he gets stabbed and then doesn't die, thankfully. It does feel weird dropping it to like D, but it's like you're not really Lord of the Rings. You're the Hobbit. I don't know if that was the intention with this photo. Oh yeah, he's like, I remember this old ring. Maybe there. Sure. Okay, is this what's her name? Arwen, or what's her face from Lord of the Rings also? Odd. We keep getting these weird choices. His feelings from Fellowship to Return. Or see Bilbo and his views of the ring. Honestly, I mean, she's S+. Why? Like, how is she main character? Also, probably in less screen time than Bilbo. It's like the one scene in Fellowship where they go to, like, I don't know. Actually, she's in more. I take that back. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, you said S+. I kind of wanted to put you, like, just maybe ahead of Bilbo, if I'm being honest. I don't know. It feels like they like had to fill out the rest of this and they're like, I like Lord of the Rings. Let's just put some fringe characters on the list. This is what's his name? I know he's in Modern Family, but this is him from his older show, which I didn't really watch. What's your name? Yeah, that is true. Yeah, that's, you don't have any other characters. Ed O'Neill, Married with Children. That's a show. I never watch it. He's funny in Modern Family. I'd probably put you in No Idea. And then kind of a weird last one. This is the Wasp, right? Ant-Man's counterpart. I mean, I would not have had Ant-Man that high. You guys did. I assume they're kind of a pair, but like Ant-Man for me would be like down in this area, like low C, top. Okay, you think low C for her? Maybe we'll keep the trend of putting people above the people that aren't really main characters. At least she's in the title of one of the movies. So. All right. Wow. We ran through. That was a lot. I kind of expected it to be when I knew it was 150. Do we make any changes? Am I allowed to tweak everything and now that nobody's here anymore? Okay, don't tell Gilly. I'm gonna put John Connor in S tier. We won't tell him. He will never know. Would I put Sarah too? I don't know. She is pretty awesome too. It'll be fine, right? I keep seeing this. I'm like, oh, it's Deku, but it's All Might. I don't know why that's the case. Yeah, I mean, he does a lot. I mean, he has like the character depth, solid hero, his backstory of like reclaiming the throne, all that stuff. All right, I think for the most part, this is good. Maybe some tweaks I would do, but without completely overhauling everybody's input that they gave throughout the entire stream, I think this is directionally okay. Oh, I'm blanking on his name, actor-wise. Viggo Mortensen. Yeah, I think the rest of these are probably okay. Honestly, we put most of them on the list. And the ones on the no idea, maybe half of them I know who they are. I just haven't watched enough. Because birthday was 4 days ago, 67. Is he still doing stuff in movies, or is he out of the scene? Also, has it been 10 and a half hours? I need Jada to confirm my longest stream. I feel like we're pushing it at this point. He's still doing stuff. I don't feel like he did much outside that I watched. He was he in Hidalgo? Is that what I'm thinking of? Yeah, he has been in some stuff lately. I mean, lately being like a few years ago. Green Book. 10 hours, 5 minutes. That's probably about right. I think I started at like 7, so, and we lost some time, so that's probably about right. I think we'll wrap up with maybe 5 guess the movie. I had it on the list, so we can do it real quick and close out because it's been a long stream. Okay, let's close you out. Jump over here. Yeah, if you need to go, by all means, but I'll probably wrap up doing 5 of those. I'm like, can we do the box office game? We're not gonna do the box office game today. You're good? All right. Let's continue where we left off with the movies. So let me try to find the spot we were at. Okay. It's probably going to just be a tag team effort for this, so we'll see how it goes. Let me move you over. I think typically I got to go over here. Let's go. Let's do it. Okay. I don't think I know this from the start. I was thinking something like Disturbia, but it looks a little bit older. Kind of looks like we're in like Miami too. Like I was kind of like, I don't know. I feel like I default to like stuff like Blow Bunch. Celebrity Deathmatch. The gate kind of feels like it could be a giveaway. Sliding gate. It's kind of making me think of I think we talked about Bowfinger the other day when they're waiting outside for Eddie Murphy to leave so they can film with him. It's a lot of power lines. True. So it can't be too old. I do feel like we're in like the southeast somewhere. Florida, the Carolinas, Georgia. Do we have solar panels? Is that... It does appear to be. So it can't be that old. When did solar panels become a thing? Assuming that's what this is. Maybe it's just like an open window, but it kind of looks like this. That's what those are. Oh, solar power thing. Yeah. Huh. I think we need more information. Probably. Just for fun. I did say it at first, so the car in the background is new. That's true, yeah. Not that. Okay, we're now like in Godzilla. Zombie movie vibes. 59%, 6.8. Is this some military movie? Battleships, yeah. Is this like a... No, I was gonna say like a Pearl Harbor. Maybe we're like actually in Hawaii. I mean, it could be a Godzilla. I feel like the camera angle where we're kind of seeing stuff underwater gives that a little bit, but also have some helicopters flying here. We've already done a few of the Godzillas, I think, though. Also, I don't remember this scene in a Godzilla, so that's I'm a little bit lost. Maybe like a King Kong. I don't know. I'm thinking probably more just military. We'll send it to get more information, though, I think. Action, fantasy, sci-fi. I can barely see this. We have child with parent. I mean, it could be like a King Kong also with like the kid, because I feel like they always have the kid talking to Kong, which is weird in itself, but not the best score. Not an awful movie, though. I mean, this picture gives sci-fi. I know it already says it there. So it's not a war movie. We do know that. So it could be more of like the kaiju stuff. Yeah, there was a kid in a lot of them. I think the year is probably going to help us a lot. Did we already guess? I think we've done King of the Monsters. Maybe we have. Have we done the Godzilla vs. Kongs? What pops up when we type Godzilla? So many things. I think we've done some of these already. Could be. I mean, technically this... I don't hate that guess. I mean, this looked more so like that, and let's try it. No, this is... I think this is just Godzilla v Kong, because this is like the Mechagodzilla portion of it. Right? 2021? I think this is right. Yeah. Okay, just Godzilla vs. Kong. That's not... I think it is just Godzilla X Kong, though. I mean, this picture, we didn't really have it. This one, this gave Godzilla vs. King Kong. Like, I see remnants of something underneath the water. They did have the kid here that, like, talks to King Kong or whatever. This is, like, the Mecha Godzilla stuff. There's the kid again. Alex Skarsgård. I mean, we got it eventually. It took a minute. Okay, this is literally just them duking it out. All right, 4 more. Is this also Godzilla vs. Kong? Like, what? Uh-huh. I mean, can I see anything? This is probably a US city. It kind of gave me like Tokyo, though, at first. Like, I wanted to say like Tokyo Drift or something, or... Would it be another kaiju movie? Could it be like a Rush Hour? Family, right? I mean, we had Dom at B, so This is not overly helpful. Where my brain went. I never saw. I saw part of Uprising. Sure. Do you guys have big noses, or am I just imagining that? Okay, you have a sword, but you're wearing suits and stuff. 49%, 7.2, pretty wide range. I'm getting fantasy from this. I mean, Blair Fox did mention The Last Samurai. We do have... The outfits don't really look Last Samurai, though. This looks pretty modern. We just have swords. But why do we have swords? Is this person getting, like, killed? Or knighted? One of the two. The Outsider? Sure. Action, comedy, thriller. Now I'm back on Rush Hour. I was going to say Rush Hour from the jump, and now I kind of wish I did. No. Bullet Train? Oh. With Brad Pitt, yeah. I haven't seen it, but that the year gave that one away. Is that Bale also? Brad Pitt? Is that Christian Bale? That kind of looked like him at first. The yellow hat did it for you? Oh, this one? The little bucket hat? Oh, it's Aaron Taylor Johnson. Also from Godzilla 2014. If you want to make a connection there. I mean, this looks like Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift, if I'm being real. I mean, there was quite literally the bullet train there. All right, yeah, I never saw it. Any good? 3 more? You love them? I'm not a big fan. I feel like, once again, the pot calling the kettle black, is that the phrase? I kind of feel like he just has resting bitch face. Like, he doesn't have much emotion in his acting. He's very just even-keeled. Elephants? Yeah, that's all I got too so far. Where are we? Like in Africa, maybe? What's this in front too? Are you chasing after somebody? Mighty Joe Young. I don't know. This isn't overly helpful. I was kind of thinking The Mummy at first or something like that. But I don't think that's the case. Why are we on offense? Good question. Yeah, I can't really either. Those camels. Fair. I'm just going to say that because once again, it's a movie I thought of. Oh, great. I love this picture where it's just like smoke. Nothing helpful. All right. This is a track of some kind. Are we in the mines somewhere? Is this Until Dawn? Are we on a roller coaster? Like, what is this? It looks like kind of mine carts. I don't know. Not sure why we're in the mines. I was gonna say, let me check my. Apparently, we lost a sub while subbing today, or while streaming today. I don't know why we're in the mines. Could this be like a national treasure? No. Yeah, it feels like I mentioned the Mummy earlier. This reminds me of the Mummy Universal Studios ride. Like an indoor roller coaster. I'm getting kind of adventure movie. This is not the answer, but you remember the movie Sahara with McConaughey? Action adventure. Okay, thank you. Something I already knew. Is this Indiana Jones? Is this another Uncharted? Okay, it is, but I sent it on the first option. I relied on the first option rules. Do you know which one it is? Temple of Doom sounds good to me. Okay. These pictures check out now in retrospect. I mean, that was definitely Harrison Ford. That was pretty clear. Then 84, we knew was one of the first three. That looks like a solid C tier main character. Yeah, the elephants made more sense now. All right, two more. Why is it... It feels like we're like in Japan in all of these. Maybe we're not, but it feels like we're in... I was gonna say maybe in Asia. Although we're driving on the right side of the road. This is America then, in all likelihood. To quote Randy Marsh, I thought this was America. Ooh, bike. Is this breaking away? Is that too deep to like look at the biker? It's not even coming up, so clearly it is not breaking away. Kind of surprised that wasn't on the list. I mean, that is a biker up there. I don't know many bike race movies, though, other than Breaking Away. It's like the only one. What is going on here? This person's face is just plastered all over this car. Looks very political signage-esque. And we just have like a crowd from like the, I don't know, 80s, maybe 70s. Yeah, right? Like, I mean, I think more often than not, it's because it hasn't been used before, but at the same time, we saw all those Indiana Jones listed, so they've put things in here. It's weird that one's not on there. That's another one. That's another one. Isn't Harrison Ford in that? Am I off base? Oh no, it's Dennis Quaid. Duh, you dummy. Dennis Quaid is who I was thinking of. And Daniel Stern. I thought this was America. Yeah, it's definitely America. I agree, Randy Marsh. I don't know what this is, though. I think we've already done that movie with Seth Rogen where he goes to North Korea. That's all I can really think of from this picture. I need more. Yeah, I do too. I want to throw like a fun guess out there at least. Why are we like up in these stands too? The interview? Yeah, I think we've had that already though, but let's just send it on something. I'm like thinking Clerks because we're in a convenience store. 94%, 8.7. Yeah, pretty dang good score. Trying to look at the snacks, try to get an idea of what we're dealing with here. Why is the little fridge here just in the middle of the aisle? What's in his arm? Box something that he grabbed. Appears we're grocery shopping. Question is, who are you? For some reason, I was thinking like a Franco brother, but I think this is too old for that. Could be a book. Could be. Convenience store in a movie, huh? Is this still America we're thinking? It does say, I mean, it's in English at least. The score means we should get it at some point. Just, can we get it soon? Or is my brain fried? Yeah. I'm assuming it's just like a drama as far as the genre. Yeah, I don't either. I kind of just want to just throw a guess out there of anything. Look at these Pepsi cans. That's a bit dated advertising there. We did do sodas earlier. Yeah, this is not it, but it was kind of originally giving me that. Crime drama, huh? This isn't like a Die Hard, is it? Die Another Day. Die Hard. Charles Palantine. Assume you're probably important to the plot here. Crime drama. Is it like a Zodiac? Is this a crime scene with a car? Nightcrawler, I'm kind of thinking of. That score is pretty high, though, for anything like that. Honestly, 94%. I have to go with, like, staple movies, I feel like. I don't know. 76. Quite. Is this, you? Is that a dumb guess? We Are the People. Did say 70s to 80s, which it does appear to be at this point. No. De Niro. Kind of put two and two together with the car. Yeah. Taxi Driver for sure. Martin Scorsese. We got there still. Took a little bit longer, but it's not one I've watched anytime recently. Honestly, I don't really remember much what happens in it. All right, last one. Staircases, huh? I was getting like Tenet, and all of a sudden Inception, maybe? What are we doing here? Harry Potter of the future? Like the moving staircases. Very sci-fi looking. Have we done iRobot? I think we have. I'm trying to think of anything that looks kind of futuristic. Upside down. Yeah, I mean the camera angle definitely is giving that for sure. I don't mind not getting on the first picture. We can. Okay. Apparently it's not. Apparently iRobot doesn't exist. Oh, apparently it's a comma. Is that the case, really? I think we've guessed this before, though. %, 8.3. This isn't Ready Player One, is it? I'm like thinking of futuristic looking with like kind of more rundown looking as well. Score is pretty dang high. I don't remember a house per se. Is that a cop car? Doesn't look like America. Can't tell if this is like a stadium back there. Could this be like a Real Steel with Jackman or something? Cop car is interesting. %, 8.3. So decent movie, not great, but can't tell if this looks like some kind of stadium though, I will say. And a bridge coming across. Train tracks. I don't know who would live. Maybe this is just like a train station, but it's like a house right by the train. I don't think I have any like guesses even. Yeah, I agree. Doesn't seem familiar at all. You know, I think we just click skip. Action, thriller, sci-fi. See people in coats. I'm like The Fly, but I don't think. We have like a mission control headquarters here. People walking in with cases of stuff. And then this looks like a precinct over here almost. Huh. A few older movies today that I'm probably not the best at guessing. Don't know. Sci-fi. That's kind of a twist for me because I was thinking like The Usual Suspects or something for like the action thriller portion. Okay, nothing popped up for that, so I'm doubting it's probably the answer. I also wish I knew. This looks like, as I said, we're like doing like NASA stuff. Maybe not, but it looks very advanced for like running the train, for example. The sci-fi part's weird because I was thinking like, I don't know, taking a Pelham 1, 2, 3, but let's just send it on that. I don't have anything good to guess. 87. Is this like a RoboCop? That hand looks like RoboCop. 3? When did RoboCops come out? 3 is the first one that popped up. I'm reluctant to send it on 3, but if the rule of first one that pops up applies. Although 70%, 8.3, I'm gonna try the first one. All right, cool. The hand, I'm not big into RoboCop, but that hand being metal, sticking out, that massive like weapon too. Kind of makes me think of when Robert was playing the other day and he had the guy at the shooting range that just turned around and looked at him. I'm not big into RoboCop. It's fine. Yeah, Peter Weller. Some bad guys here. Oh, wait. I mean, you look like a bad guy, but you also kind of look like cops. You look like a bad guy. Yep, there he is. Don't think I know that director. All right. Seems like a good place to stop for today. We went nearly 11 hours at this point. Probably a little bit less because we had some storm stuff. So, yeah, kind of lengthy stream. Never really planned to do it that long until we're here. Also, I'm surprised I still have my voice because it wasn't like a gaming stream. It was pretty interactive, talking a whole lot. So, all right, we'll close things out. It was fun doing the tier list stuff. That was obviously most of it. We did some guess the movie, but majority was tier lists. Desserts, sodas, main characters. So we have some more in the future. I know Kopi mentioned wanting to do fruit in the future, which I did find a good one, I think. So we'll see. Yeah, thank you for being here, honestly. We'll see when I stream next. Maybe it'll be kind of weather dependent because it is supposed to storm this weekend, but I would probably like to. I don't know if tomorrow or Saturday or whatever, but keep an eye on the weather. Other than that, I'll keep doing my horror movie posts until the end of the month, and then we'll do a live with that. And then welcome to Dairy on Sunday. So looking forward to that. Yay, fruit. As I think, I can probably check. I think Smile 2 was my one posted today. So I think, or yesterday, I think in 2 hours, the black phone is my next one. So yeah, we'll all float, right? All right, we'll wrap things up. Appreciate everyone hopping in and hanging out, giving your input on the tier list stuff. Cope, I think you're the only one here at this point, but thanks for hanging out. Rusty, as always, thank you for the super chat. Very kind of you. And yeah, I will catch you guys sometime soon. Other than that, have a good weekend. Take care.